And welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures decidedly in the red. All four major averages negative to start the morning here as we start the second half of 2025. Today's the first day. The NQ down 0.5%, likewise with the ES down 1/3. The Dow down 0.5%. The Russell 2000 taking it on the chin here, down 0.6. Likewise with Bitcoin down 1.25 below that $107,000 mark. Oil and gold both bouncing. Lots to talk about today, guys. Robinhood in focus after their event yesterday. They're already green here to start the morning to the tune of 1 3/4. Tesla, though, oh boy, the beef between Elon Musk and Donald Trump reigniting, and that has Tesla down 5 3/4 below $300, all ready to start the morning. Likewise with Apple, you got that headline yesterday, Adara, that they're looking at possibly doing a revamp of Siri using Anthropic or OpenAI as the basis for that. And Circle and Joby also kind of moving up here. Good morning.
Good morning, Sharif. Yeah, you wouldn't think that Apple trying to revamp their AI is news, but I guess Apple investors are very excited by the prospect of this. We had that massive pop into the close. I believe Obi and Sean were both involved in that stock. We do have some economic numbers later today to be aware of, but nothing early. 9:45 a.m. we'll get S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. 10 a.m. ISM Manufacturing, JOLTS job openings, and construction spending. And at 9:30 a.m., Sharif, we get Fed Chair Jerome Powell making some comments. So I'll be covering those live for you on this desk.
All right, and we also got Chinese EV deliveries. We'll be talking more about that as the rundown goes on. Neil still off for the rest of the week. OBN, good morning, guys.
Brendan off also the rest of the week.
Killed it.
Obi, how's it going?
Not too bad. No.
Good. Yeah, we're doing well over here, man. I think Adara's mic, we got it. Okay, good. Yeah, welcome. We got lots of action here today.
Yeah, Dinkelberg saying Trump told Elon to go back to South Africa.
Yeah, that's
that was wild.
We're getting a little unhinged, I think.
A little spicy
right now with this Trump stuff and talking about deportation.
I told you best bromance of the 20th century.
Best bromance. Yeah, I mean it's back and forth. Yeah, they had a lot of love affair, and then there's some jumping on stages and whatnot. Well, my voice is getting better. It's getting worse. But
you have to really like someone to be so passionate about them.
Can you believe it? Going back and forth. And then I saw that yesterday. He was tweeting stuff about, like if you voted for this big, beautiful bill, like you should be ashamed and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, you're basically throwing kind of like dirt at something that President Trump has really spent a lot of time and one of his big mandates, right? And so, yeah, Tesla's going to be fun. Webull today, again, we just talked about what was going on with Robinhood, Webull, a nice move higher. And I want to, again, thank everybody for participating. And I mean, I just put this out and I was like, so good morning, traders, looking for some trade ideas today. What do you got? And I said, Tesla's an easy name, but is there anything else? I was looking through. Our watch list is great. There's lots of stuff going on, but BBAI, someone said it was up 54%. Nah, that'd be nice if it was. I answered that question. But then thank you to LJ Durfee right there for SoFi. And what's up, Kapil with Apple? There's a few other. Look at this joker over here. How do I block people around here? Anyway, there it is. Block. See these guys. See, like if you ever see someone that says Tradar TU Shuvon, that's not me. Even though it's my picture, I'm not Trader TV Shivon. But at the end of the day, I just gotta
use your discretion.
Elon's doing a lot, but he's got to do better on blocking bots and stuff like that. But anyways, yesterday, SoFi, we were able to get out of a little bit there. We talked about, so yesterday we got out of some JP Morgan and some SoFi. We talked about that on the show yesterday. It doesn't matter that it's down. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about SoFi coming right into this area again. And I was, we have to get out of something at some point on some of these names. And we were actually talking about what a good move that Joe had, even though, and the thing is that, and he was talking about it, he sold Tesla near the bottoms, which is fine, but then rotated that money into Robinhood. So net, doing quite well, and that was a great turnaround for the trade. So that's what I was going to say. Like, no matter where SoFi goes from here, if you try to stay a little disciplined and sell at spots where you kind of had some sell ideas there, it's like Big Bear AI. We talked about we wanted to get some out if it took out that 650 area or something on the daily chart, right? And then Big Bear AI came right into here. right? But then it gapped above, and we didn't have to worry about putting an offer at 630 or 650. It gapped higher, and we got out at 685. And again, we got out at 10% of both of those positions. It's not huge. And the same thing with JP Morgan as well, right? So JP Morgan yesterday, we got out at 290, it was 290.50. I don't know what it was, something like that yesterday during the afternoon. Maybe it was 291.50, but you know, just taking some profits. So, you know, I think that today's going to be an interesting day for some of these plays. Quantum, we didn't even really look at yesterday. $15. I called about $11 maybe for a bottom of QBTS. It looks like we kind of got close to that. There's bouncing off 13. So here's your $11 marker there as well. But congratulations to the Blue Jays yesterday, winning 5-4 over the Yankees. So, almost a sold-out Rogers Center. I was looking at tickets. They were going for huge amounts. Like, you could have gone last week or whatever, the last time they had their homestand, $20, $30 a ticket. I saw yesterday $70, $80, $90. Yankees, Blue Jays on a holiday week. Absolutely fantastic. And we can't forget it. It took me 21 minutes to drive into work today. When it normally takes 35-ish. So
I debated driving.
Nobody on the roads today. Happy Canada Day to our fellow Canadians watching at home. Happy Canada Day to my parents if you're watching, my brother, all you Trader TV Live audience members in Canada, outside of Canada, no matter where you are. Happy Canada, no digital tax day. You know, something like that.
Definitely something good. Yeah, happy Canada Day, everyone.
Yeah, so yeah, we're pretty happy around here. The daughter's at a hockey sort of clinic for the first couple hours today. They were at Wonderland yesterday. Good times all around. My kids are up at a camp next week. The first time ever that we haven't had both of them are gone.
Okay.
So last year, my son didn't go to like a, he's never been to like a sleepaway. He's 13. I mean, it's about time he goes. He's never been to like a sleepaway camp per se, where they'll sleep away for a couple of days. Yeah. My daughter went last year, had a great time. So he's going this year, same week. So I got to get some date ideas.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I was going to say, you guys got some time together?
The wife wanted to see Coldplay.
Okay.
And they're doing 4 shows.
Nice.
But I looked, that's $500 to $600 a ticket right now.
All right.
To go see them.
So we got to trade some
more
Tesla
shares
today.
More shares. More shares.
Trade some Apple today. Got to trade some Tesla.
And more aggressive moves. Is that crazy though? Like my Oasis tickets were $500 each, but I don't know. I feel like that's a lot, and that's from Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
Like that's not even
like scalped or anything.
Scalping prices.
Yeah.
$500 to see Oasis. I mean, we're in 20 rows. We're in the 20th row or something like that on one of the sides. But that was expensive, I thought. But tickets are expensive now.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. These experiences are what's costing everything.
Demand.
You know, traveling, doing things. Instead of just sitting at home and doing nothing, it's going to cost you a little bit of money. So, anyways, what's on your mind these days?
These days, well, I don't know. My mind's usually pretty blank. But right now, my mind is on Apple. Again, we saw the craziness happening on Apple yesterday, and it's having a little bit of a run up right now. It's only done about 1 million shares in the pre-market, but we're getting that push past that 206, 207. Some of those highs that we saw yesterday. I did get a little bit involved in Tesla here for that 300. I was looking for a 300 hold there. Didn't really come in, kind of chopping underneath, view up underneath 300 now. So I was like, all right, I'm not going to give it too much in the pre-market. But the thing is, it's traded almost when I was in it over 7 million shares already. So I was like, all right, well, this definitely fits my criteria for trading something pre-market. It's done. It's shown me that it's able to do a lot of shares, enough shares. So going to be watching some of these stocks here. But yeah, Tesla's kind of gapping down and then maybe looking for that continuation. Apple kind of the very, very opposite, gapping up and continuation on the other side. So I have a few names on watch, but nothing too crazy, Sean. I think we were talking about this. Like nothing's really kind of popping out. There's only very few tickers that are really kind of popping out to me, and of course Apple, kind of number one on the list. And we were talking about Webull as well. Webull with a little bit of a curl showing up on a bunch of people's scanners overnight as well with that run up that they've had, and
Webull's been great. I mean, that's another name that we went long there, $11.
Robin as well.
There's some people in the chat noticing that Russell has a helper today, and that's what we were talking about today. So thank you so much, everybody. There you go, the floor. There's Russell just having things dropping on him over there. There he is digging. There's a lot of work happening. There's a lot of work happening around here, man. New floor. So we apologize if it's a little loud, but that's what we're going to have to put up with for today. So we want to thank all those guys in the back there. Here on Canada Day.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, thank you so much to everybody helping out the show. And yeah, we're really excited to see what we got coming for everybody pretty soon. So. All right, we do have money. Mitch is going to be with us today. We're really excited for that. It's trade the pool time, baby. Maybe I'll put on the hat. I got a big trade the pool hat over here. Nice. I don't have the Money Mitch glasses. You know, like yesterday I had these glasses make me see that Apple trade a little bit better there that we absolutely hammered yesterday. I mean, I can't believe you and I were long Apple $200. As soon as that news hit, man, that was smacked that long. It did go against us. Well, it went against me for a minute. We punched out a little bit.
Back in, yeah.
Then we just regrouped. Yeah. You know, we regrouped. We got back in it, and we had a banger of a trade. So we are going to get an interview here coming up with Mitch, talking about maybe some ideas that he had. Yeah. I showed that tweet that I put out looking for some trade ideas. Mitch always comes with something, so there's going to be something on that. But okay, let's go. Let's throw it back over to the desk and see what's up with Adara and Sharif. I almost said Brendo again, but he's not here the rest of this week, so hopefully he's having a good time. Let's throw it back and let's get on with the show.
All right, we've got Money Mitch from Florida ready to go. Always pumped when Mitch is on. Shout out to Mitch. What are we talking today, Mitch? We're talking. We're doing a little market outlook. We're talking a little, all-time high, short-term caution. But we're also going to talk some of these very, very popular names right now. One of them is Robinhood.
Yeah, man, it's all about. There's a big always theme, right? And that's what I'm always about. That's one thing you'll always see me mention with my.
Andre, I can't.
You got to look for stocks. But if you really want to gain, guys, if you want to make big outsized gains, you got to look at themes. What is the theme that you're seeing right now that's kicking off? It's blockchain. It actually exists, guys. I know that for a while there at 2020 with the whole NFT boom, everyone was like, blockchain? Kick that out of here. No one cares about that technology. But what are you seeing is really getting the hype. That's exactly why Hood jumped on it, right? And then just to mention some other names that are jumping on this blockchain technology, right? Well, you're seeing even the miners move, right? I don't know if you guys saw that crazy move, of course, just yesterday with kind of Tom Lee kind of jumping into a miner that's kind of adjusting towards AI infrastructure and using blockchain for that mentality. Look for more and more blockchain mentions. What did SoFi just mention that's just notched a 52-week high? Well, they started talking about re-entry into full crypto services, right? So you got to continue watching the blockchain technology and look to see stocks mention this to give them the lift.
All right, you're talking about having stocks basically on the blockchain that they can be traded kind of like we would be on an exchange right now. Did you hear about the Australian Stock Exchange, Mitch, actually trying this experiment a few years ago with mixed results? I think it might be a bit better this time. Robinhood trying to launch that, I think, in Europe. Is that right?
Yeah, and the feature actually got blocked, right, at first, right? And I think that this is the important thing, is that they need to work out through the kinks. But one of the things that Robinhood's willing to do is be a pioneer. Absolutely. And that's what Robinhood has been doing lately that has really changed the price, right? If we think about it, there was a time when everyone was on a sell for Robinhood. Now you're playing catch up. Now it's really hard to ride this wave or maybe invest in a stock at this price, right? Now you're just riding the wave, you're trend trading these, and you got to stay with the momentum, right? There's nothing wrong if you got in early and you're still in, but if you're trying to make new positions in Hood today, well, just be on alert for pullbacks, and they're going to be quick. The only way I see you playing is if you use a short-term moving average and you're catching those pullbacks. But like always, that's just buying the dip, right? No guarantee that you're going to get the return.
Absolutely. So the other side of blockchain obviously is DeFi. Some of those names that we know in DeFi, SoFi Technologies. We got Webull, obviously the IPO. What's your look there, brother?
Yeah, so SoFi is, of course, a retail favorite. It just made that mention of crypto services, and it's getting the move again, right? And you see so many people mention SoFi, even the fundamentalists, right? Those guys that just focus on fundamentals. So that tells me that we're looking at a technical breakout with good fundamental support, good mentions of crypto. So you can still look for SoFi to run. What I'm looking for here is a pullback to that short-term moving average. For me, it's the 9 EMA. So I'd be looking for a pullback closer towards here, towards like 1650, maybe just slightly below that 17 to catch the dip. Of course, at some point, we're going to get a pullback day. I think it's all about trying to knock us back down below all-time highs and then shoot us back above that level, right? It's kind of like always, right? We break resistance, and we want to see if that resistance is going to become support now. So watch for pullbacks, because it's going to happen at some point, and we're going to use that to actually jump back in. At least I will be looking for these pullback plays to get right back into these and take some swings.
Sure, go. Go ahead, Sean.
What's up, man? I got you on the mute. I see the hat, though, looking fresh. What's going on, man?
I just want to say, first of all, A, I need one of those white hats. And B, I wanted to ask you, because you're always on the show, and we talk about here live, you know, the advantages of individual traders. Every trader has a different style. Every trader has something that makes them unique and that they focus on, and we're looking for A setups, B setups. What if... You know, if I could ask you, what would be your number one advantage as a trader? Do you feel like it's being able to be calm, maybe before you're entering trades, looking at charts? Like, what puts Mitch over the top as far as being able to be a successful day trader as a profession rather than just, you know, taking shots at things, making consistent income? Like, what is the one thing that Mitch, or one or two things that you would say is your edge?
Yeah, so there's two, right? Because I do a lot of day trading and swing trading. I would say swing trading is my bread and butter, right? That's what feeds the table, guys. Day trading is just a little way to boost forward, right? It's usually fast momentum that I'm just trying to gain the gains. A lot of times I'm using momentum plays, and I'll play from small caps to big caps. A lot of times I'm looking for big breakouts, coming back to the 9 EMA and just kind of riding that momentum play for day trades. But when it comes to swing trade, and I'll say it again, it's all about sector and industry analysis, right? Intermarket analysis, understanding which sectors and industries are hot, and then looking at themes. When I can combine a theme that is hot, a flavor out there, like maybe quantum right now that's starting to get hot again, right? Then I look inside that theme, inside that sector and industry. Is this sector hot? First thing first, right? Is technology in play? Then the industry. The industry is in quantum. How are the other quantum players are doing here? Is there a pure leader? Is there a laggard style play? Can I watch for the leader to take the move and then watch for those laggard plays to catch up? Always happens. That's my number one play. It's leaders to laggards, right? If you can't catch the leader because you're waiting and being patient, doesn't mean you cannot catch those lag plays that just start to play up. And why do they come in? Because the algos go searching the same way I'm doing it. So I play that same trade, and I think it's so important. Rotation is the number one way that retail can still stay in the strength. So you focus on the rotation, you focus on which industry is hot, and work backwards. I always say macro to micro, not just looking at what stock is hot today and not understanding why it's hot.
Was something that I've been trying to, well, not trying to do, but with the sticky note, we try to look at what is the catalyst, because we're just day trading, right? So what is the catalyst for the individual day? And does that match sort of the trend and where we've been going? So I think we're together on that one.
Exactly, the current environment, right? You got to ask yourself, is this the day for that catalyst to help the current environment? Like today, why is Tesla pulling back a little bit further? It's not just because of the fight with Trump, right? Yes, that's a major factor. That's the catalyst driving it. But the market is ready to pull back. So it's using that as the excuse to go ahead, and then the tape is really thin. You see the tape really thin right now, and it's just floating back. What is that? The algos, they get put on the stop. They're not on the dip buy right now in Tesla, and that could leave that open air for it to fall a little bit further.
Right, that's like today I was hoping to try to play long Apple, but then I come in and I see the market down 0.5%, and all of a sudden my
you and
mind
me
is
both, man.
Yeah.
Everyone's
right,
looking
man.
at Apple. It's the perfect institutional play right here because they got to get exposure some way, and we
Right.
know if the China deal comes in, where's Apple? It shoots right back up, right? They forget about any worry that ever came in Apple.
I think Apple's a great swing trade here off 200. I think if you do get that good news, President Trump and the administration has said that there's many deals going to be announced before this July 9th deadline. Assuming one of them would be China, one of them would be some sort of tariff on these electronics. So I think Apple right now with the Perplexity, possibly Anthropic talk there, I think there's a lot of catalysts underneath
spend that
Apple
money, Apple.
as
Spend
well.
that money. It's going to benefit you in the long run. I think that's the only way they come back with OpenAI, right? If they want to compete with them, they're going to have to go finally spend that cash that they've had on the sideline.
But isn't that great that they're one of the major players that haven't put any money into this whole hyperscaling of AI? Or I think it's like $10 billion is the check so far. It's like that's a drop in the bucket, right? I mean, they got to spend their cash. So yeah, I think I'm with you on all this Apple idea. Look, Mitch, if I don't throw you back to the other guys, I think we could talk forever and ever. And maybe we should do something like that.
I'm coming to the desk soon enough. I already said it. You guys have to scoot over. I'm going to come over there and knock them dead right in front of you guys.
Great. Well, we're building a studio. Good. Well, you can come here when we open up our brand new studio, and there behind us we'll have the Mitch ring the bell coming through, and then we'll go out. We'll have some fun after this. It's not quite like Miami Beach around here, but it's definitely fun times. So, all right. Thanks, Mitch. Thanks for coming on. I just want to do the double hat look there and talk to you.
Trade the pool, guys.
And trade the pool. That's what it's all about.
Swing trades too, right? Because right now it might be time to slow down the horses on the gas pedal on the day trade and look for some good swing trades.
Right. Hey, man, I agree. We've been talking about, I got out of a little bit of SoFi yesterday, trim. And that's the other thing. I think it's responsible to trim a little bit when you get to some tops, especially when you zoom back out and you see some of those charts. That's kind of my strategy. I do understand holding for the bigger play, but I always like to skim out 10%, put a little bit of money.
I look at volume to give me signs too. Look at all the charts, pretty much almost every chart. You see about 2 or 3 days ago, what do you see? Huge volume spike, right?
By the way, Mitch,
profit-taking moves, man. Profit-taking moves, and I can't blame them for taking some cash.
Have you ever heard of a stock called Big Bear AI?
Oh, the Big Bear.
We like the Big Bear AI. We like the Big Bear AI around here, but that's been one that we've been talking about for a minute. So, Sharif, do you want this guy back?
APLD on that pullback. Eventually, at some point, it's going to come ramping back. That's just one to catch right on the pullbacks. We love those plays, man. You get after them.
You heard of Oscar Health?
Oscar Health is definitely a good one. I like Grail. I've mentioned Grail plenty of times here, and that's the AI health that I would jump on. And you see what it is doing. It's just stair-stepping higher, and it's this market wizard style of trade where these bigger traders are in, and they're looking for the long-term swing. Right. So there's nothing wrong with maybe riding that momentum and just day trading that momentum.
I mean, you want to talk about momentum, Mitch? I got to let you go here, I think. Tell me in my ear, Andre, what you want me to do. But at the end of the day, Palantir, we just made a note. The momentum stays. It's up 80% the first half of this year, right? And that was a name leading into the year, kept its strength, kept going. So, Mitch, thank you. Maybe we could do this some more, but I'm being told I got to throw you back to the desk. So, ciao for now, my friend.
Back. Let's go.
Thanks, Mitch, for coming on. And we'll see you next week, brother. Take care.
Always. Take care, guys.
Back to the boys.
Check it out.
All right. Well.
All right. Obi, take it away, man.
Thank you very much. I know. I think he pointed out some great points there. Looking at themes and looking at themes that are working in the current market environment to get your best ideas. Yeah, that definitely can add a lot to your trading here. And yeah, Apple's definitely something on watch here. Even in the pre-market, man, I'm putting I have a close eye on this. It's teetering in and around prior day's high. That prior day's high coming in around 207.38. We got that right before the close, currently trading at 207.30. So yeah, Apple definitely one to watch out for. Tesla as well. But let's see what we got with some upgrades and downgrades.
First name here, Nike getting an upgrade from Argus. We know this name was quite the push to the upside on earnings day one. Hasbro with an upgrade from Goldman Sachs today. Then we have Hyatt with a Raymond James upgrade, and Cintas actually down in the morning, but getting an upgrade from Wells Fargo today. Downgrade side of things, we have some smaller names, including Immune Bio with a downgrade from BTIG Research, down 11.5% so far this morning. Then we have Coterra getting downgraded by Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs also downgrading Textron at the bottom here, and then we have Southern Copper with a downgrade from UBS, actually slightly up on the day. Some of these upgrades certainly of note today, guys.
Right. I mean, I noticed Nike. I mean, we saw Nike had not a great quarter, and then it was the very next day. I wasn't here trading that day, but we did get that nice pop there for Nike. So it's nice to see an upgrade there, trying to break through some of those levels finally, and there you go. So, Nike on their earnings report, I remember Adair and I were doing this, and it was to the downside, and we were, they had missed, actually they had beat on both sides, but year over year was down, and now you're coming right up into the 200 period moving average. So I think that's a good opportunity right here to watch out and see if we do get some continuation. As Mitch was saying, this is probably, especially with an upgrade now, you get the catalyst of the earnings, then you get the upgrade, and now you're at the 200 period moving average. So I think this is a continuation play here for Nike. I mean, we talked about kitchen sink, that's what this was, and now you probably don't see $50 again for Nike. I don't see any reason why we get back down into there. It was down in the dumps. I mean, there's a lot of stocks that were down here on tariff, right? So, but yeah, for Nike, it was a bad experience, as obviously all their products need to be shipped in and produced overseas, so tariffs not a great idea there for Nike. But yeah, good bump up there into $72. For me, I would look there. I don't think the volume's very huge. Well, actually, 150 so far today isn't bad for a pre-market trade there on NKE. So yeah, the thing is as I had said there with Mitch, I feel like the market move is down here today. So Nike, I'd rather look on the other side. Was there anything that you had noticed?
I mean, nothing too crazy. Like I'm going through the list here as well. Yeah, Nike was really the only one that kind of stands out. But going through some of this upgrades and downgrades list, I'm noticing that what is it? Goldman Sachs here maintaining or initiating coverage on Circle. I think that was a little bit yesterday, but yeah, no, TSM definitely on watch as well. I know it's on somewhere on that list. Circle. Again, Circle has been a bit of an interesting stock here, and yeah, kind of slowing down the downtrend that we've gotten. Again, we had that 300 mark right there, and then stair-stepping down 171. We were talking about that anchored VWAP as well from the initiation right there of the IPO. That's the strong purple one right here. You can see that we're starting to chop around that a little bit as of right now. So again, I feel like a lot of bigger players are potentially getting involved with crypto related names like Circle, I think, and something to watch out for when it starts to kind of hold and orbit around their anchored VWAP off the IPO open as well. So I think that's definitely going to be something on watch. And that reminds me, Sean, I do have to borrow some shares as well.
On Circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I borrowed some shares for Adair already. It was 29 cents for 100 shares.
Not too bad.
Like, give it up right now for real trading. I mean, that's 29 cents to borrow. That's 1 penny on 100 shares is $1. Like, so you just make 1 penny once, yeah. And you paid for your short. The spread on Circle going to be quite nice, anyways. But
I remember I had a broker where you could borrow shares and then you can sell them back later on, and very rarely. Yeah. You were able to sell them back for more than what you.
But that's because when you're buying them because they're in demand. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like you can buy.
Or you can anticipate the demand and just buy them up.
Or you anticipate
them all up.
That's like trading, right? We can talk about what happened yesterday, or we can try to make predictions about what's going to happen today, right? And I think that's the whole thing that we're trying to do here on the show. Is not, we're trying to give real life examples of the trades that we're looking for, and that's the hard part about trading. It's easy for me to say, well, Tesla's down today, blah blah blah, but it's how are you going to trade it? Yeah. How are you going to trade it once it actually winds up opening up? So Circle, you need to have those shorts loaded, or else you can only go long. Yeah. And you never know what the day is going to bring for that one. So all right, it's 9 o'clock. I'm still haven't been able to take a picture of my sticky notes, so I'll do that soon and get that out to you guys. And yeah, 9 o'clock, watch list pretty packed. Finally, the futures are having a negative morning. Let's see if we can hold that sort of for the rest of the day. I'm thinking red early, but you know, I don't want to marry that decision. So we'll wait for it. A great first half of the year, obviously, as we kick it out and kick out the first half near all-time highs or at all-time highs. And I think we have to be happy with that. Palantir up 80%, and a lot of the banks up, tech names up, NVIDIA up to all-time highs. Some of these well-held names by a lot of traders, retail traders like Robinhood now at all-time highs. SoFi trying to go as well. So it's been a pretty good. And Tesla doesn't seem to want to give us lack of opportunities every day. So all right, back over the desk. It's to Darren Sharif.
62.53, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. As Sean mentioned, today, the first day of the second half of fiscal 2025. So here's the deal. We're still rejecting that 50-point area on a closing basis. We really haven't cleared it with any distance, so we're going to continue to use 62.50 as resistance to the downside. We're looking at 6,200 as support. If we can clear 62.50 decisively later in the day, you know where we're looking, 6,300 as resistance. All right, guys, make sure to get the watch list every day. Adair prepares it, and we all use it. Helps me organize my day. And we know no good morning routine is set without a good watch list. Helps you know exactly which stories are the more important and what is behind the price action. All right, let's get to the first one here. TSLA decidedly in negative territory to start the morning to the tune of 5 3/4. This is because Elon Musk and Donald Trump have reignited their little feud there, with Elon Musk basically calling for a new party. The Republican Party and the Democratic Party are essentially one party with excessive spending. Also basically looking to finance anybody who will run against people who are voting for this. So in case you obviously know what this is called, it's called primarying, where you support the candidate opposite. And that has Donald Trump quite upset, Adara. What has he said? Well,
even by Donald Trump's standards, what we expect, I think his rebuke here is pretty intense. He basically said that Elon Musk would, quote, probably have to close up shop and head back home to South Africa without the government subsidies. Then he implied that they should have dozed. Yes, that's right. The department that Trump used to run, or sorry, that Elon used to run, look into Elon's subsidies because there's, quote, big money to be saved. But this morning, Sharif, in this interview, he actually went a little bit further. He said that Musk is upset that he lost the EV mandate, but, quote, he could lose a lot more than that. Then when asked would he consider deporting Elon Musk, he said he'd look into it. And then, even though in this initial post he said electric cars are fine, then he actually said, who wants an electric car? I don't want an electric car. There's one problem with it. It explodes. To be clear, he does own a Tesla, guys.
All right, guys, drama aside, XAI, Elon Musk's AI company, raised $10 billion in another funding round, now valued just a little bit below $100 billion. Back to you.
Yeah, no, Tesla. I mean, I already participated in Tesla in the pre-market session here, just looking for a potential hold of this 300. Didn't really quite come in. Holding that VWAP as of right now underneath that VWAP. And interestingly enough, on the gap down, Sean, it's doing relative volume 3 times, pretty much, or 2 times sustained pretty well, and increasing coming into the open. You can see that 3 times right there at the corner of my screen there. But yeah, no, 300 on watch. There was a little bit of size there earlier, but it got taken out pretty easily here. Let's go to a higher time frame real quick and see where we're at in the grand scheme of things here. And you can see a little bit of a pullback. We topped out 360s. So I'm asking the question, I'm like, all right, are we going to make a lower high? This was a bit of a nice base here in the 215s. These are the April lows. That majority of stocks that are kind of pushing and strong caught a bit off of this area here in this time. And you can see that that comes in and around 220 on Tesla. So still pretty far away from that, but the question becomes: is this selling pressure going to continue, especially with you know, the bromance Trump and Elon have potentially maybe falling out? I don't know. It seems like, you know, sometimes you're hot, sometimes you're cold.
Yeah.
The bromance is definitely raging. That's for sure.
So I just, I have it written down as a short. I mean, it's that same talk that we just had. You got to come in with an idea, and you know, my idea obviously today is going to be short. I mean, yesterday the trend was not your friend if you were long. I mean, you sort of were trying to battle the long maybe here in the middle of the day, but then we just kind of faded out. We know that, let's just forget about this bromance stuff. It's like Tesla sales are declining. We understand that. You know, until we get a rate cut, I feel like there may be some buyers of vehicles, homes, so on and so forth, bigger purchases, still on the sidelines, maybe waiting for better rates and things like that. So I think Tesla does have a little bit of a give back here. And not only that, we did fail off pretty much that, you know, it's like what I was talking about with SoFi and all that. Like, even if the company's doing really well, anything could sort of happen, and the next thing you know, you start to trend way down, and then you're like, what have I done? I did not get out. We were pegging that 360 as a pretty key area, and it got to 359. Like, that's pretty perfect. Like, even when it was back into here, we were calling 360 again, you know, and we got to 359. So it's like it came and went. So right now you're underneath the 200 period, underneath the 50 period on a daily. I think this is a short. So for me, I'm just putting the note out right now. And I was looking at 303. I was just sort of thinking about this high that we sort of had in the pre-market. Let's see if we can break that. Also talking about the 200 period moving average rate here. That's at 306. Plus, we may not get that opportunity, and VWAP is going to open up around 300 even. I mean, we still have 25 more minutes. We're going to have the imbalances come out. So, you know, it's looking like it has a base here, to be honest with you, in and around this 298 area. So I'm just thinking, is there something about this? That's 295 right into here. So I think if we go short at some point, we want to make sure, even if we think we have a banger on, that we cover something around 295. But for right now, it's kind of just chilling out. I think the imbalances are going to be important to see what happens in those first moments, because look how choppy Tesla can be in the mornings, right? We've seen that over and over again, where you've had one move and then the complete reversal. Yesterday, off the open, we had a little bit of a move down in the pre-market, then 9:30 hit. We shot back up again, another $7, and then faded before chop, and then we saw you know, the end of the day there where we sort of got hit down to the downside, as really the only name that was ripping up was Apple. So yeah, anyways, Tesla, it's coming out in just a couple seconds. My note has 300, VWAP, and 303. So those are all short ideas for Tesla, with a possible long in and around the low 290s.
All right, guys, next on the list here, Circle. Very interesting headline today. They have now applied to the charter, or to the comptroller of currency, for a national trust bank charter. If approved, Circle will establish the first national digital currency bank focused really on digital finance. So this would actually enable Circle to offer, I should say, custody services to institutional clients for tokenized assets, much like we heard from Coinbase, from Robinhood, looking to do it in Europe. So this would be done in the United States. Despite the charter, Circle doesn't plan to alter how it manages USDC. It's obviously the issuer of the second largest, stablecoin.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about Robinhood later, of course, as you guys can see right here in this rundown. But in terms of Circle, this will basically allow them to directly manage USDC reserves. And it's worth noting, this bank is not going to be a traditional bank, as you might expect. They're not going to be accepting deposits or making loans, but they're just going to focus on, as Sharif said, tokenizing these traditional assets. And like stocks or bonds, apparently they're not going to really focus on Bitcoin or Ethereum either. So we'll have to wait and see, I guess, the specifics. But their CEO, Jeremy Allaire, sounds pretty excited. Yeah, this is going to be a really big step. It's the next step for, or the evolution of the blockchain. Obi, what's the look?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have it on watch today, and for good reason as well. Yeah, with that bit of a catalyst coming out, this little consolidation I'm liking as well. I think I wanna reserve my thoughts just limited to the chart here, and just see that where it's kind of consolidating. I'm just going to be looking at this 165, and we also talked about the anchored VWAP from the open as well, that it's kind of starting to consolidate around. So I think this consolidation could be a little bit telling. We've already been on the backside of the move. So it's been pretty nice there, back-to-back kind of days where you see that more often than not, sellers have definitely been in charge. And just looking back at yesterday as well, you can see a little bit of a held, maybe potentially held offer or some resistance at this 192. You can see that a little bit more clearly here, just underneath that 192, guys. So you can see that we're trading within yesterday's range. So going to be watching this range again. Look at the lows being defined so clearly that the bid is holding what is that low? Let's get specific. Let's get as specific as possible here. The lowest low of yesterday, the low of day, was at 178.22, and the high is sitting at 192.50. So this consolidation from yesterday after a strong leg down, I'm going to be watching that range to see if we get a range hold or a range break on a little bit of that catalyst. But in terms of relative volume, again, this stock has been doing lots and lots of volume. So any sort of relative volume on the backside, maybe a little bit, I would say like off kilter there. Not really maybe giving you the best indication of the backside and relative volume in that sense. But regardless, I'm going to be watching this range here. I think that could definitely define a potential opportunity. If not, then yeah, we'll see. If it just stays within the range, maybe a range hold, but I got no idea. Circle is definitely one to watch. Like I said before, I borrowed some shares, not just yet, but soon enough for the open, and let's see if we can get more of this backside continuation here. But that anchored VWAP hold is going to be very interesting to me. Just to point it out, I have that right here. You can see this purple line, the very bottom one, is the anchored VWAP off of the open. And yesterday, or on Friday, we kind of slammed into it, and as of yesterday, we're starting to consolidate with it relatively at the core of this consolidation range. So that's what I got as a look on Circle. That's just my opinion.
Is that your way of asking me to get you some shares? Same as yesterday? Yeah, okay. All right, let's, oh wow, look at that. Happy 4th of July, 30% off there. Scan that QR code right there for trade ideas. Yeah, interesting. Okay, cool. I like the graphic. And happy Canada Day for everybody watching out there again today, to my parents and everybody out there that has a day off. I mean, it's a beautiful day outside. I think it's supposed to be 30 degrees.
The family was like, "Oh, you're going in today?" I was like, "Yeah, what do you mean?"
Yeah, the market's open. Yeah. That was really weird. Like when I first started this job, that was part of it. I was like, yeah, I don't know. But now I kind of, like now the calendar, my wife does everything in the calendar. So I just look at it and
you know what I really like though? It's like, so we get the American holidays off, right? And like everybody's at work. I can have like a chill day to myself.
Exactly.
And, just,
and I really liked it too, because having kids and everything like that, most of the time, now it's summer, so they're off school. But it's, you know, like when we have the U.S. Thanksgiving, they're in school.
Yeah.
So we get to have like a little brunch day to do little fun things throughout the week that we never get to do. So, all right. Hey, Apple AI. Now, we're not going to talk about Circle. Apple AI finally, you know, might be getting that kick in the butt that we're all hoping for. So let's go see the story, and then we'll talk about how we're going to trade it.
Is early discussions between Apple and Anthropic or OpenAI to use their large language models not on the phone, but to actually train Siri off those large language models. The tech giant is asking them to adapt their LLMs to be able to go on Apple Cloud. No final decision, though, has been made by Apple. Talks are still said to be in the exploratory stages. We had previously heard announcements from Apple that their revamped Siri would be kicked to 2026 at the earliest. This has triggered, obviously, an internal shakeup with a lot of heads rolling there with that botched AI rollout, Adara.
I just can't believe that by the time we get Siri, it'll have been 2 years since the Apple Intelligence announcement, Sharif. This is just so delayed. We haven't even, we have Gene Munster here of Deepwater Asset Management saying that it shows how low the bar is that Apple rallies off of news of very speculative talks, right? So I think that's very much the case for Apple. It's worth noting as well, and some people, the timing of this is very interesting. So a couple minutes before we get this pop on the Apple AI story, we have Reuters reporting that there's a court ruling that suggests Apple will have to face a U.S. antitrust lawsuit accusing it of monopolizing the smartphone market. So AAPL, honestly, so many catalysts. The AI one, definitely the most interesting.
All right, guys, yesterday we had a bunch of tweets from Ming-Chi Kuo about new Apple products. Now this, what's a look?
Yeah, like yesterday, it was the absolute money trade of the day, and for me anyways. this is what it looked like yesterday for me. So we started off, and it even looked, I didn't even tweet the rest of this. I mean, this got up to 207, 208, 209. Actually, probably not 209. But we were short early there as there was some news coming out about some sort of a lawsuit that they had lost. So we initially went short. Then we got taken out right there. So we made money. I remember we were just up very, very lightly. And then we were like, oh my God, what was the news? What was the news? And all of a sudden it came through and I double bought the top there. I was like, okay. And then it broke through 200 and then I got out of 75%. And then I was like, oh no, it's going back up. And then once it broke the 200 and the 50 period moving average, at this point, I really wasn't looking at the lines. Like we punched out when it broke 200. Then we just got back in once I could sort of see that 200 was, it's getting loud around here. 200 was holding. Then boom goes a dynamite straight there to the upside for Apple. And I don't think we tweeted, yeah, SoFi was a good trade also. But today, actually, on the sort of the same note right here, we're coming down. All right, London Bridge is falling down. All right, so, but today we actually had, if I can find all my notes here from today, we have Apple here at 204 to 205 long, just off that AI news, right? We got a great move yesterday. Let's look for early continuation. And what I mean by early is, I'm not sure what this market's gonna do today. So there's the move. Yes, that's still circle, even though we typed in Apple. Hold on a second. Let me get Apple going on here. Apple chart. So there it is right there. So yeah, we do get to 207. Remember, this is where the long started yesterday. It was a huge move up. A lot of Momo in that trade, right? A lot of traders had just like a lot of momentum early, then a little bit of FOMO there. And then we traded back down to the end. We had some sell imbalances come through. And at the end of the day, we closed at 205. So this is going to be a level for me to look to hold. So if we can come in, that's 204, 205. The issue is now the market's starting to bounce back a little bit. So despite me thinking short here for Apple, short for the market, the Apple long looks like what we're trying to catch. So let's let it do something here off the open. But you know what, man? Honestly, now that we've just given this to me, like, you know, you got to sort of be like water here and sort of adapt to whatever the environment is. And like right here, 207.50, honestly looks like a great break long. You know, traders that are going to be looking for something to do today long, I think Apple being up 1%, Apple with the news, people are looking to catch this market. And right now, if Apple works, this is where the win is. The victory's here for Apple. I think we've got it today. If you're trying to play some catch up, why not play with Apple? And I think that the AI news is definitely a top spot today for me. I'm long Apple, just a matter of where. The sticky note has it at 204, 205. So we'll be patient and wait for that to come through.
Yeah, no, I think definitely number one stock on watch today, especially after what it did yesterday. A bit of a range break that I was talking about. I do want to point that out here. So going up to a higher time frame, 3 hours. Can't really see it as clearly, but this is what I'm talking about. This consolidation that we've been doing for a decent chunk of last month, just a couple weeks of chop. We finally able to kind of reclaim it. And of course, coming into some of these prior levels, 206s, 207s, currently trading 206.77s in the pre-market, but 208s, you can see that we've stepped up pretty high. Yeah, that 4 a.m. candle, nothing too crazy. I did kind of check it out, and it wasn't necessarily a significant amount of shares traded on that candle, so I'm just going to disregard that. A lot of volume kind of obviously coming back in, coming into the close. You can see it expanding right there. There it is. So bleak volume off of the open, a lot of volume coming in on that push back towards prior day's highs. We're holding that as of right now as a little bit of a resistance. And you know what I would like to do? I'd like to throw on a little bit of an anchored VWAP as well to the event. It was an event which clearly came in with a significant amount of volume, and you can see that's sitting at 204.61 right now. So there we go. We got some levels defined on Apple. Let's see what it does off of the open. I'm looking for that continuation as well, and you can see this little pullback that we first got on that 205 test was in and around that same area where the anchored VWAP is coming in off of the test. That's 204.60. So let's see if anything interesting happens in and around there, or maybe not. Maybe it doesn't even give us that chance, and maybe we just go rip city off of this trend that we're doing in the pre-market right now. So kind of watching all of those different things. Let's see what price action has in store for us. Apple, definitely one of my top ideas on the day today.
All right. back to the desk.
All right, guys, next on the list here, Robinhood. Very interesting report today. Very similar to what we reported on Circle, but they're taking their new experiment to Europe. So Robinhood will launch tokenized versions of over 200 U.S. stocks and ETFs for European investors starting very soon, June 30th. So it's already started here. Investors can trade tokenized shares of major U.S. companies like Apple, the Teslas, and Nvidias with zero commissions. And all these digital assets will run on a blockchain ledger. They're aiming to lower costs and increase access to the U.S. markets abroad.
Yeah, they also, of course, with the private companies as well, they have OpenAI and SpaceX. And the thing is, too, is the rate at which they're planning on scaling this is impressive. Right now, they're saying about 200 stocks here that are going to be tokenized, but they're aiming for over 1,000 by the end of this year. KeyBank, extremely bullish on the stock, maintaining overweight, but raising this price target from $60 to $110. So,
I know you mentioned it, that they do plan to tokenize privately owned firms like OpenAI and SpaceX, which could raise the ire of some regulators, because we know on this side of the ocean, you have to be a qualified institutional investor to invest in some of these companies. That kind of circumvents that requirement. So interesting development, although it is in Europe.
Yeah, it is in Europe. We're going to have to wait and see what European regulators think about this, too, because we know they have gone after some of these American tech companies. So that's maybe another angle. But right now, all we have is the story. We're going to have to wait and see how that unfolds.
All right, guys. Hood, yet another day.
Shout out to Bobby Axelrod there in the chat. He was asking me what have I noticed Big Bear AI, and yeah, up another 6%, looking to take. I should have added this on the sticky note. I'm going to talk about Robinhood in a minute, but this name right here, looking to break through again, right there, Big Bear AI. So 725, man, get your bear claws out again for Big Bear AI. Like, let's go. I do have an offer at $8. Another 10%. I don't know. I mean, if this thing moons, fine. The problem with it, with all this strategy is like I always look back and I think about my experiences with Palantir. Like I did sell some, like being long at 9, I did sell some at 40. I did sell some that day live on the show at $56. And then we sold some, I think we stopped actually at 56, and then we got some out at like 90 or something when it was pulling back. But, and then when you look over and it's at 140, you don't have nearly the same position that you had near the bottom, but you know, your account is a little fuller as far as cash is concerned. I wonder if it's a sell the news situation there. We had a huge move up yesterday. I think it's a great idea. I love what they're doing, changing the game all over the place with Robinhood. I mean, I look at what's been doing here in the pre-market. Everybody understands what's been happening. Yesterday, that 11% move or whatever that was, it was just a monster. Like we closed on Friday at $83. You know, and then we closed yesterday 94, up $11 there on 80. So you're up like 12 or 13% yesterday. And sure, it was a great announcement, and I think they are changing the game. But their numbers are just huge right now. Their PE, they have to build into this, right? They have to, you know, appreciate their valuation for what it is right now. I feel like there could be maybe some insider selling or something coming through. But yeah, it's, again, a great stock here, Robinhood. I think if you're going to buy it, why not just be a little more patient and see if you can get some action in and around $92? I think if we were able to get a dip buy in here to $92, then Robinhood would be something to look at here today. A lot of FOMO yesterday, giving some back here today. We're still up on the day. The market's up slightly. Robinhood's up slightly in a down market. So I think it's worth looking at, but I'm going to be patient, see if we can get 92 on Robinhood today.
Yeah, I think definitely worth watching. And it's interesting that you say that, Sean, because again, anchored VWAP from the event, guess where that's coming in? 91.80. So pretty much in that area. So I'm watching for that as well. A little bit of a pullback coming in the pre-market session, trading back below 95s right now with a low of 93.75. But yeah, I'm looking for that continuation and just to see how far are we going to pull back before that bid kind of catches on again. Again, a little bit of a higher time frame look as well on Robinhood. We're going to a 3-hour chart. We can remember that this is also kind of breaking out of some previous highs as well, almost at that 100 mark. Can we see that 100 today? I think it's well within range. And then going a little bit higher to the weekly, we can see how exactly it's breaking out. Look at this nice little, beautiful, we talk about rounded bottoms, Sean. What a beautiful bottom this one was, all the way with a low of a 681, and then we're breaking out as of this week. So back-to-back jacks on the green weeks right there. Let's see if we finally get that acceleration and push through that breakout. I'm looking for a follow through. This is a weekly chart.
Jeez.
This is a weekly chart, and it's adjusted, so this is exactly how it looks. And yeah, we're like I'm saying, we're looking for continuation. Yeah, wow. Let's see if this follow through happens. We're looking at prior levels to see if they hold. Where did buyers show up before, and where were they very obvious? And will they show up again in those areas if price kind of comes back into them? Those are the questions that I'm asking. Let's see if Robinhood will give us what we're looking for today.
Next on the list here with a big headline yesterday, they completed piloted tests and delivered their first aircraft to the UAE out in Dubai. They're targeting a 2026 launch with taxi service in Dubai being announced with an agreement with Dubai Roads and Transportation Authority. They hold exclusive rights for air taxi operations, basically from downtown Dubai to the airport. They're also constructing their first Verity Port, not an airport, Verity Port in Dubai International Airport, with 3 more coming in different locations throughout the city. Separately, they also have a buy order coming from Saudi Arabia to the tune of $1 billion for 300 Adara eVTOLs. They're backed by a very big round C supporter there through money in the Middle East. So no shortage of cash over there.
And it's been a pretty hot sector as of late as well. We know that these kind of drone and eVTOL related executive orders from the Trump administration certainly help. And even on Thursday, we had a message from the FAA acting administrator Chris Rocheleau posting on X that he really wants the FAA to be able to embrace these advanced air mobility technologies. Of course, this ran the stock. So I think the culture around Joby right now in its sector is very promising, and this story is certainly helping. Hopefully, let's see if it pushes it to the upside.
Yeah, down 0.5% this morning, guys, but had a big day yesterday. What's the look?
Yeah, definitely a big day yesterday. And again, this is the first time I'm kind of looking at the stock here and just noticing right off the bat, crazy amount of relative volume yesterday, almost 6 times. And we pretty much revisited a decent chunk of yesterday's range today in the pre-market and kind of made a whole round trip. You see the highs from yesterday being in and around $11.16. Current pre-market high, $11.10. So couldn't really quite get past that with a little bit of a pullback back into some of those closing range lows right there. 1040 is holding as of right now. So again, not really a top name on my watch, but definitely being traded by others, as you can see here. So let us know in the chat, how many of you guys traded Joby Aviation yesterday when it was flying to the upside? How many of you are looking to trade it today? A little bit of defined levels here, maybe some supply showing itself once again at that $11 mark. Let's see if Joby is going to give us that continuation. And we just want to take a quick look at the weekly as well, to see where we're at. Yeah, okay, so if we do continue, I think we are coming into some other prior levels. We could get some more past if we go past that $12 mark as well. That's that prior high all the way from, I think, 2023. So yeah, this is a stock that kind of comes and goes. We've seen it. Yep, we've seen the hype come. It'll run for a few weeks or maybe a couple months, and then we get the beautiful backside as well. So repeat offender for sure. Okay, we have, just quickly looking here, we only have 3 minutes to go. Oh boy. Wolf is here with a little bit of a buy. Possible squeeze candidate here, Wolf Speed. Up only 85% right there. So that's a nice move there for Wolf. Let me just check to see what we do have on Wolf Speed as far as, we do apologize for the sound today, but that's okay because we're doing big things over here. All right, let's go to the overview right now. I don't know if we get there. They are. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? You don't look too happy over there. All right, so this doesn't have a short float listed here for Wolf Speed. Oh, there it is. Sorry. What? 70. This is zoom in. How do I? Is that real? That can't be. I have 77% here on Wolf Speed short float. So that should be fun. All right, so that's going to be something to watch out for here at some point today. Wolf coming in, and we want to thank Benzinga Pro right there. So yeah, that should be a fun one coming through. Big Bear AI. I actually just put the order to buy this name through 725. So I'm going to go long, whatever, couple thousand, whatever, through
725. So that should be a trade that we're looking at coming out. No big names other than anything that we've looked at right there. HIMS has been interesting for sure. We did get that negative note there when it was they lost Wagovier, one of those, and HIMS has been sort of struggling since, but battling back at the 50-period moving average as well. TSLA with the short there. So just a quick little look. So what I'm looking at early here, Apple. I'm bidding 206 just because that's where the 200 period is. We said we'd do that. Although, you know, the real big banger will hopefully come through if we can get down to this 204, 205 area. But if we lose this 204.50 area, then I think we need to really think about that trade again. Maybe 203.50, give it a little bit of room there if we're wrong on Apple. And it's been tough trying to catch trades early. There's no doubt about that. We said we'd play the 200 and VWAP as well here on Tesla. I wrote down 300 or 303 short, but maybe 300 could be a good play. I'd rather watch that happen rather than getting into it. So that's something that we're going to be looking at there as well. And then AMD, we didn't even get to. We only have 20 seconds now, but I like AMD a 140 short as the momentum here seems to be bleeding downside as well. So AMD, and then again, the futures short, but we didn't get to that either yet. So the countdown is now on. We do want to thank Orogenics today for sponsoring this segment and the countdown. Symbol OGE in 4, 3, 2, 1, here we go. Dem markets is open, so let's wait to see what winds up happening right now. It's Tesla cracking lower pretty aggressively right now, taking out the pre-market low of 298 basically, 297. I'm into something. It's AMD on the ripper to start the day, up there into 140. We're short right now 140. There's AMD, we just got it, so let's wait to see how far this one wants to go down. Maybe we'll take some profit at 50, and then we'll go from there. So right now, AMD in an early position. We do know that this name can run, so I'm going to give this some room. Up to 142 is what we wrote down here for AMD short. Apple already on one, trying to take out the pre-market high right now, 207.50. I think we want to go long 207.50 Apple.
Yeah, I think I like that little bit of a push. We pulled back into VWAP. We held it pretty well there. So I'm getting involved a little bit here on top of that 207 to see if we get some sort of continuation. Again, looking for that push from prior day. And if it's not going to give it to me again, I want to stay a little more nimble than I was. Oh boy, there goes Tesla to the downside, coming in real hot. So 300. Could not sustain in the pre-market.
I missed Apple.
And yeah, there goes Apple. 208's incoming here. Let's see if that can potentially push. So we're getting that breakout, guys. Oh boy, two tens within range, Sean.
Oh boy.
I called this yesterday. I was like, well, what's the likelihood of getting to 200 either today or within the week? I think definitely well within range. Let's see if there's any sort of real continuation. I'm looking for those 207 halves to hold. Like you said, I think that'll be a decent confluence. And then we'll push a little bit higher as well. So that's what I'll be looking for. We saw that crazy aggression yesterday coming into Apple, and I think the buyers really kind of made themselves very, very obvious and very clear here. Just looking for more of the same coming into today. We're going to need some a little bit of market tailwind to give us a little bit more on for sure. I would like to see some of that. Here. But first, let's see.
No. Hold on.
Oh,
no. Let's see. Right now, we have AMD right now. Just telling you guys, we did come down 50 cents into 139.50 right now. Starting to cover a little bit more. I have some more orders at 139, but long right now, Apple short AMD. What's up, Adara?
What's up here is Fed Chair Jerome Powell is going to be speaking here at this ECB forum on central banking. It's supposed to start now. He hasn't started speaking yet. It's worth noting President Donald Trump also set to attend an event at Alligator Alcatraz at 10 a.m. So we'll be covering that for you guys. In terms of economic data, at 9:45 a.m. we have S&P manufacturing PMI. At 10 a.m. we'll get JOLTS job openings and ISM manufacturing PMI. So S&P 9:45, ISM at 10 a.m., and JOLTS job openings also at 10. Here's TSLA. I want to touch on this one as well. This came out a little bit before the open. Bloomberg reporting that now that Omid Afshar, who was Elon Musk's former right-hand man, has left the company, Elon Musk has apparently assumed Omid Afshar's roles, which included oversight of sales in Europe and the U.S. Now Tom Zhu will be taking over in Asia. So some updates here, I guess, with regards to the chain of command at TSLA as we send it back to you.
Right. I just said to Obi, Apple might be a problem here because we got to that high, FOMO potentially running out. We did get a little bit of a reload down there. We are still long at 207 and change right now, but yeah, this looks like a problem. We are able to get some out at 208 and 208 change, but who cares about 208 when it's at 206? So right now, there goes Apple to the downside. I think we will stop out if we break 206 and then deal with it after that. Like, so I'm going to put that order in right now. 205, I know it's pretty easy order to put in, and I think it's pretty chalk to do this, but we're going to get out of Apple if it does break that 206, 75% of that trade. We do have a dollar club winner, though, and that is off our sticky note. This is why you don't want to just trade with one idea. Here's AMD 140 short. So AMD right now printing beautifully into the downside right now. So that's going to be a good play for us, as we will grab that dollar trade there on Apple. So on AMD. Grab that off the 140 short, but it's Apple right now that's bleeding a little bit. We did get something out there on the way back up, just trying to preserve a little bit. We get some 206 90s, 85s there, so that's okay. But yeah, it looks like we will fumble up a little bit here, squabble up a bit here with Apple early. So we'll give it a shot, though. The other name on look was Tesla, so we're going to have a check a quick look on that one. Breaking lower. We said that 291-ish might be a good spot. We also said that if you were short, watch out for 295 to potentially hold, so that may be happening right now as well. Come on, Apple. Just get going a little bit. I'm going to take out a little bit more here in the 80s if we can. There it is. We get the 85, so another 85 out for us on Apple. It's trying to come back real nice like right now. What's up, Adair? Go, Apple.
Yeah, it's just worth noting they just restarted this ECB forum. Fed Chair Jerome Powell, again, will be here alongside some other Fed speakers. He hasn't taken the podium yet, but the stream has begun, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Just be aware, Fed Chair Jerome Powell is speaking alongside some other Fed leaders. Back to you.
Boy, he steps up to the podium, and as soon as steps up, we get aggressive sells in the market. I don't
think the market really did anything there, man.
Yeah, no, that Apple slam back in was absolutely wild. They're back through 207s and then coming right back in. So again, you gotta stay as nimble as possible there with that one.
Now.
And coming right back into the 207s. So maybe just a retest of that VWAP before coming in a little bit further here. I like this Tesla here as well. Low day 293, still kind of chopping around this 295 right now. So going to be a little bit more patient with this one here. But that Apple, oh boy, Sean, that thing is coming back up into 210. So I got to get involved with that one there. Yeah, exactly. So that kind of grabs
this is an absolute
those lows. Absolute beast.
Oh man, not only is this a monster, we reloaded it down there at 206.30 right there. So have faith, or have some kind of conviction in your trading. I asked Mitch about what his edge was. I think mine seems to be these days trying to get into a position and trying to believe in it and let it work. And then we did have our stop at 206, so it's like we were going to get bled out there if that did not work out. Let's check out what the biggest of the bears are doing right now. Big Bear AI, yeah, the bears are roaring on this one. We talked about that level yesterday during the afternoon. I was like, this is probably a short into the afternoon. It looks like we do make a huge move down on Big Bear AI, once up 7%. Look, we didn't have it on our note today or anything, but I do still like a break up top if we can get that on Big Bear AI. And oh boy, man, this is really starting to be a face slapper right now for Apple. We got more out up near that 208. So yeah, man, we are like over the moon right now with trading these last couple weeks and days. So there it goes again, another huge move up there for Apple. We have that trade. Let's just check out what's going on with Robinhood. Whoopsies. We said that there could be some FOMO here. I haven't looked at it yet, so I don't know. But yeah, other way around, my guy. We hold that pre-market bottom huge. They're at $94. Now Robinhood straight upside now again for Hood. There comes Apple, man. Just fell right back in again there. Obi, I don't know. Obviously, I see. Oh, you're out of Apple.
Yeah, I got out a long time ago.
Okay, you got out.
That first slam back in, I got out right then. Okay. And yeah, no, getting a little bit involved here on Tesla, but Tesla's looking hella weak, man. Again, with a little bit of that uncertainty, I think I don't know, poised for a little bit lower. We were looking at that trend, and that trend can definitely not be your friend if you're trying to counter along on this one there, because that trend is showing us that sellers are definitely in charge here on Tesla.
AMD almost $2.
I like it for a little bit of potential reversion here, but it hasn't really set up too crazily just yet. Going to see if we can get back into VWAP, maybe test that 300. But that low day, well within range as well. And 207s, 208s now on Apple. Oh boy.
Oh, we like it.
That was the one, man. And you know what? There's still the next trade run. I'm going to wait for the next.
I thought you were still in it, so
on Apple. Yeah,
that's my
I wish
bad
I was
on that
still
one.
in it, but you know, it is what it is. I'm going to be looking for the next opportunity, and I think going into that 210 might be it there.
So what you're telling me is you're looking for
another one.
Another one, yeah, we are. Powell talking right now. AMD, though, man, we talked about you don't need another one of anything else because right here on the sticky note here today, we had 206 written down. Well, we had 205 written down for Apple. We played off the 200 period, as we had said there. We also have AMD 140 short. The Tesla shorts didn't come in yet, right? So we don't have to worry about that for me. But right here, what we do have is AMD. That's, I mean, it's written down 140 short. We're at 138. We are short at 140 right now on AMD. So there's, to start the day, it's a $2 winner right there. And then we have $1 right now. Wow, we're $3 in the money on two positions right now. Let's go and make them sing Apple. Wow, Apple. Okay, the top two trades on the board there today, printing right now, but Apple is giving me like some kind of ways. Like it is moving around a lot. We actually just, oh, okay, good. I thought I missed the top there. I was like, I missed the top, but we do get 208.30 there. This is part of my plan, taking a little bit more shares, trying to just take as many outs at these key levels. And what the key levels are just the top of the day here. I mean, if we can let it run, that's great. That's what we tried right there. But every time we get a little higher, I think it's worth getting something out of these trades. I have news in my ear, so I keep confusing it with Adara, but is that a throw for Adara? Yeah, let's go over, see what she's up to.
We had a really interesting comment coming here from Fed Chair Jerome Powell at this ECB forum. He was asked by the moderator, would you say that these tariffs from the Trump administration have forced you guys to actually pause or slow down on your rate cuts? He didn't address it outright, but he did say that they forced them to slow down and take their time. So we know that Donald Trump, president of the U.S., has really wanted rate cuts. This answer from Jerome Powell implies at least part of the reason we don't have much of a move yet is because they're trying to pause and recalibrate due to the tariffs. He did say, though, Powell, that inflation is behaving exactly as they expected and hope, and that the U.S. economy is in a pretty good position as of right now. Back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, again, whenever Powell talks, we know that we have to keep an eye out for any sort of interim volatility. I think that that's definitely coming in here. Oh boy, that Apple chop is absolutely wild. I'm watching the action there, and I'm like, as soon as that slam came back in, I was like, all right, well, I just want to stay a little bit more patient and wait for something to kind of really distinctly show itself. And here comes that little bit of a potential bid here on the ES. Not as much on the NASDAQ, still holding 22,800 as of right now. Just looking at some of these other stocks, the Mag 7s, let's see what's kind of moving around here. Softy kind of got slammed right going into the open. It was trading at almost 498s. We got slammed down to 495s coming into the open. That's coming in for a little bit of a reversal. So opening range high break about to happen on Softy there, or pre-market high incoming as well. Amazon not really doing anything. NVIDIA, a little bit of a top wick on NVIDIA's first 15-minute candle, so that's something to watch out for. Alphabet still down in the dumps, man. Yesterday we got no bounce. You saw what Alphabet did. Right. Google kind of just straight selling off of the open, aggressive selling. Unusual seller for sure a little bit, and then kind of a dead cat bounce. The buyers never really came back in with any sort of distinction, and we saw that Sean had that great short off of VWAP, kind of showing us that sellers are still kind of very dominant and in charge there on Google, coming in off of the open today. We're trying to hold 175 and not really getting anywhere, so we'll be a little bit more patient.
Apple again.
Tesla, though, kind of chopping sideways here, kind of coming back in the money here. But I'm going to be a little, like I said, I'm going to be a little bit more patient. Let this thing kind of chop around. That 300 is definitely interesting to me. I don't know if we're going to revert back to 300, but VWAP is sitting at 298 halves. That's only about $2 away. Apple pulling back all the way in, so opening range low potential coming in on Apple, with a high of just above 208s. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback here on the NASDAQ and the ES as well. The first 15-minute candle only has about 2 minutes left to print. And oh boy, what a shake and bake morning we've had, especially on one of the top names like Apple. I kind of wrote down earlier that this could be very well one of the top opportunities. little bit of a shake and bake off the open. I'm not really too okay with that. But where's the next trade, Sean? That's what I'm asking.
Yep, that's always
Might
the question.
Be here on Tesla. I don't know.
That's the thing about trading. It's where's the next trade? There's really nothing else, because the trade that you're in, and you got to try to manage said trade. We did have a nice move up there for Intel, I was just noticing, and trying to figure out what's going on with that. Up to 2250 there immediately, and then now coming back in quite nicely. Of course, AMD is still that $2 in the money, and we just got it. Oh wow, we just got that. I thought we got that earlier, but I guess now. What's up, Max? Right there. There goes one. Bye bye. Ciao. There's $2 right now on advanced micro devices. I don't want to just keep on talking about the same trades, but Apple, I'm going to start to piece some more out here at 207 change. I'll just real quick. There it is right now. If we can get that little spike up there into the 30s, we're going to take some more out. There we go. We take it. Now we'll wait to see. I have about 40% left of this trade, so it could be a nasty one. Let me figure out what's going on here. I don't think so. I think Apple will work. But look at the market, though. The market's coming back in. We have, quickly, we have S&P manufacturing PMI coming in 30 seconds, 45 seconds. So we will bring that over to Adara. So PMI will affect this number. We wait to see what's going on with that purchase. I think it's purchasing managers. Is that what I just said? Right there, key economic events. Yeah, manufacturing PMI, right. So what we're looking for is 52 on that number coming out very, very soon. SoFi does fade out right there a little bit. Crypto 1063. Let's go over to Adara, 20 seconds until the number.
As Sean said, they were looking for the S&P manufacturing PMI, 52 forecast versus 52 previous. We're not expecting a change. It is worth noting we'll get the more closely watched PMI data. That'll be ISM coming through at 10 a.m. At 10 a.m. we'll also get JOLT. So S&P manufacturing, not one of the more closely watched numbers of the day, but it can move this market. 1 second to go here. We're expecting 52, slightly higher than expected, 52.9, but nothing major. Here's the NASDAQ continuing to fluctuate a little bit as we get this print. So again, slightly higher than expected. S&P manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m. We'll get construction numbers. We will get ISM PMI, and we'll also get JOLT job openings, probably the more closely watched of the three prints. Back to you.
All right, so a little bit of a nothing burger there, but the market is trying to go back to the upside again here on that. So, all right, what else we want to talk about here? Is there any names that you guys are looking at? We did talk about Big Bear AI hitting the skids there a little bit to the downside, and there it goes. Now we turn red on Big Bear AI. Remember, there was no news on this. This is a continuation play from some of their announcements that they had made earlier on in the month of June, and we already know about all that. So again, came right into some resistance levels. We talked about getting some out there on Big Bear AI yesterday, maybe getting some more out today if we start to fade back in as well on BBAI. Amazon, okay, yeah, Wolf Speed. Let's check out some Wolf here. Again, nice move upside for Wolf. This was one of those names where, they had sort of filed for bankruptcy, I believe, and then they got down to 33, 34 cents. Seems like there might be some, credit saving here, all the way up to 83 and change. Not sure exactly what news was today, so we have to look that up. Adara could probably get that for us, but Wolf Speed right there, huge move up. Remember, we had that 77% short float kind of gimmick trade going on for Wolf, so that could be something that we look at right here for Wolf Speed. Nice move there, back up to the upside, trying to go now Wolf as it goes. Amazon is a name that we're always looking at every day. Wow, 220 coming. Let's go Apple right now, man. We're $3 in the money in total. I know you've got a great trade there on Tesla as well, so congratulations for that one. But there goes Amazon right back up to day's high as well. And it's been just a good one. Let's just wait for Apple to go, man. We taken another out right here at 207 change right there, 207.90 to be exact. And I'm actually waiting at 35, I believe, to get out of a little bit more. That's that high tick that we have already, 30. So I'm waiting to get out at the high of the day on Apple. Hopefully that can come through. It's been a good one for us there. But yeah, Wolf is squeeze candidate, that is for sure. Shout out to Jay Vandewey there, not Vandalay Industries. In order to get involved in this chat, make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. That's the only way to be part of our chat. So get involved immediately. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's for free, right? Over 500,000 subscribers right now here in the Trader TV Live universe. Many videos out, all that kind of stuff. Hit the like button. The thing is, I hit refresh, and this is what winds up happening, so we got to let this play out. But thanks for everybody for being here again on the day. That's a nice picture there. What's up, my guy? Tesla down 4% and counting, but you're long on Tesla. So let's go over to Adara right there right now. Here it is right here coming through. 900 likes already. Thank you so much. Let's get going on 10,000. Hit the like button immediately. It'll make your next trade a winning one. I can't promise you that. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, here's Wolf Speed. So the deal with this one, in case you missed it last week, there were some rumors they were going to be filing for bankruptcy. Instead of that, they've actually initiated a pre-packaged restructuring process, is what they're calling it. They have support from key leaders of the company, and they're expecting for this to emerge by Q3. It's kind of unclear the details, but they said this agreement will basically help the company to execute better on long-term growth. So yeah, I guess kind of a strategic business update, sending WOLF to the upside. Also, with regards to Powell and this ECB forum, he did say that the solid majority of the Fed expect rate cuts later this year. It's unclear if that's more July or going forward, but right now they're asking him about a July potential. So I'll keep you guys posted. He said right now about July, it'll depend on the data. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, all right, go ahead. We're going to do what we do on the midday show, where we try to get the stickers that you guys want us to watch.
Okay, the game.
We're going to run it for like 5 minutes, and then that way we don't have to keep looking at the chat to figure out what tickers to run. Thanks, Fabian. An absolutely bang up idea from that guy right there. There goes Apple 208.60, man. Oh boy, this is an absolutely monster trade right here again for us today on Apple. So congratulations on your Tesla. Obi and I doing, I think, great work for everybody here today. Thanks, Obi, for coming in, filling in for Neil, as I hope that he's doing great on his vacation. But there goes Apple, baby. We are long that one, and we are long and strong. We ain't got stopped out today. We ain't got stopped out today. Notice the proper English right there. And we want to say a celebration day for everybody today, as it is Canada Day. Joe looked at me and said, wait a second, that means there's no catered lunch today. And I was like, that is correct. So it's free fall, free for all day.
Free for all, yeah.
Send me the invoices, man, and we'll get some lunch going on here ASAP. But there it goes. It's Apple.
Oh, we're sending you the invoices?
Yeah.
Yo, Joe, you trying to hit Nobu?
Trying to hit Nobu, Joe?
Yeah. Right, we can get some takeout.
Invoice denied. You can send it to me. You can send me the expense report.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
I still hit approve.
Yeah.
I still hit approve.
I mean, no one's saying you can't come.
Oh yeah, okay, we're going to know. No, we got things to do. But anyways, yeah, having a great time around here, Obi.
Look at the recovery here on this market. So 209s on the horizon on Apple, and I don't have anything. So oh boy, a little bit of a miss on that part there. But you know what, Tesla, I got a little bit of Tesla there coming into 299s. Let's see if we can get to that 300. Like I said, I was involved a little bit in this 301 area in the pre-market. Didn't really quite work out. And I was like, all right, whatever. We can try it out in the opening market. I did like a potential long idea. Oh boy, here comes that 209. I'm curious to know, Sean, how much. Here comes a 300 as well. There's so much going on. This market is ripping to the upside here.
Left.
What is Powell saying?
Nothing.
I have no idea. But whatever is happening right now, the market's definitely
keep your mouth shut, Powell.
Really, really well. 300 incoming here on Tesla. No sizes at all. Sliced through it like butter. I'm waiting for that 210 to see if there's any significant size sitting on that level. Let's see what Adair's up to.
Oh boy, well.
Yeah, Powell isn't really saying anything that I haven't mentioned, but it is worth noting, as I mentioned, he did say with July it'll have to do with data. He says he can't say if it's too soon to cut rates in July, but he also can't say if that's going to necessarily happen. He said he won't take any meeting off the table. So as I mentioned earlier, Powell not ruling out July, but it's really nothing new, guys. Back to you.
I got you. Yeah, what's up, Wolf Speed right now, blasting through $101, getting up as high as 110 right now. I'm going long Wolf if it breaks 110. Just that high of the day. It's already, I mean, we should have been long already, but there it goes right now, Wolf Speed breaking out new highs. All right, let's do it. Game on right now. Apete, is that the game on thing? All right, we're going to start it right now. You type this into the chat for any name you want. Let's go start this poll up right now. So start going, pardon me, Andre? Full screen, no problem. There we go. So this is the stock showdown right now. So everything you guys are typing right here in the chat. Look, Wolf, Joby, TQQ, all that kind of stuff now being added up. So I guess at some point this will stop, and then we'll figure out who wins, and we'll go on from there. But right now we're in a bunch of trades. Start typing in what you guys want us to trade and talk about, and that stock voting game is now live. So get them in there. All right, there we go. Wolf Speed back down to the downside as we go. So there goes Wolf Speed breaking through one more time, back down now through that dollar, back downside. So remember, you do get the dollar squeeze often. It doesn't look like it happens here. It goes up 10% from there, but fades right back in Wolf Speed right now, rejecting that $1.10 area. So that's a downside play there for Wolf. Big Bear AI also downside today. So some of these low cap names starting to hit the floor just a little bit. Apple, good outs. We told you we only had a third left, and you guys know that we trade off of like getting a little bit out as we go up. So as we fade back in, maybe Apple will reload at 207. But for now, let me get out one more piece here at 99 if we can, and talk about a reload if we get a little lower. So right now, Apple, there it is. Oh, wow. Okay. It kind of teleports up there when it does that, eh? So nice move there for Apple. We'll get some more out there. What's going on with your Tesla?
Oh my God, it's running. It's ripping through that 300. We kind of looked for that. And again, I was talking to the boys, and I'm like, yeah, Tesla may not be the top just yet, but it's definitely more than valid to be the top idea here, and that's pushing finally. So we held that 300 level pretty damn well. 303s incoming right here with a current high of 302.80s. I am piecing off a little bit along the way, but it seems like every little dip keeps on getting bought up. Moving average is holding, trend is holding. The reversion is happening as the market tailwind is bringing us back to the upside. So, oh boy, this is everything that I wanted and more. So it seems like my birthday came early this month. And yeah, we're just gonna piece off a little bit here for that 300 push. This is kind of what I was looking for in the pre-market. But again, we're getting pretty aggressive here. So like I said, got to stay nimble, got to piece off and see if I can just, do the tango with these buyers and sellers. That's all I'm trying to do here. A little bit of tape scalping, maybe with a sprinkle of degeneracy as well. But, it is what it is. Let's see if 300 can hold now. 301's coming back in. So this is where I added last time. Only got a little bit left here. So let's see if we can hold this with any sort of distinction. I got an 8 moving average sitting here at 301 halves. Let's see if we can hold that. Market taking a little bit of a pullback now. 4 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, Sean. And the bid on Tesla was absolutely nuts.
I hope everybody appreciates, first of all, it's great to have Obi here. A completely different style, right? Obi, myself, very similar. Neil, completely different. All of us definitely adding to the show. Thank you, Obi, for all of that. I hope some of my degeneracy does not I
think the degeneracy is a lot more on this side of the table. It's just heavily skewed.
Okay.
Tail risk is on this side.
So this is what this looks like right here. So right now, these are the mentions that we have. I feel like these are not updating, but that's okay. Maybe if I refresh it, then we'll get it still. Okay, that's okay. But this is what we're looking at right now. So what we've got going on right here still, I don't know if that refreshes, but that's okay. We're going to stop the poll pretty soon, and that way we'll get a total and see what we got to vote with here going forward. We're still short AMD. It is coming back in just a little bit right now, so let's get another piece out as we go. So let's get those numbers going up side right now for this voting game again. So yeah, we'll start the poll up. We've got that going, and we're gonna have a race to the top of that poll right now. So Robinhood, is Robinhood breaking 100 yet? Wow, there goes Robinhood. We are just on fire right now with Apple and with Tesla. It's been such a great day over here, man. Good trades. Obi and I showing you what it means to hold, trade this kind of style, and there it goes. There's only one country in the world without mosquitoes. Does anybody know what country that is? One
Alaska.
Country in the world without mosquitoes.
Country? I just said Alaska right away. Probably Antarctica then.
You're getting closer and closer with Antarctica, yes. It's like Greenland, but colder. Iceland, you're right there, Joe. That's a good one.
Isn't Greenland the colder one? Greenland is.
I have no
Iceland,
idea.
and
I just
Iceland
know
is
the
pretty
answer is
green. I thought
Iceland.
that's what. Okay,
I just know the answer is Iceland. What do I look like, a geography teacher over here? I'm a trader. I'm showing my worth every day. You know.
That's fair.
Anyways, that's fun. You know, tell that to your kid there.
Crazy. We got to move to
Ireland. You know, not Ireland. Yeah.
We got to move to Iceland.
You know what the thing is? You ever heard of thermocells?
Thermocell. Why does that sound so familiar?
So you have heard of it potentially. They're just a little contraption there. We got ours at Costco, and it runs on some sort of. It's probably completely toxic. I have no idea, but it's not. I don't think.
A chemical.
Yeah, and it's the no odor, no nothing, and it's just like a little. It kind of looks like these water bottles there.
Okay.
And you light it up. It's just all automatic. We actually have a push button one, and I guess it gives you 20 feet or so of range.
Yeah. Yeah, those.
The more you know. Where's the more you know thing? Thermocell, Iceland, trading.
Kind of like those citron candles, right?
Well, give this to me. There you go. The more you know. All right. Yeah, citron
Like
doesn't work, man.
But like, yeah, no, that stuff is absolutely wild. I remember it's so funny. You know how there's certain levels of DEET that are illegal.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yes.
I don't know if they still do this, but I remember in the Canadian reserves, they give you a 75% DEET bottle.
That sounds high.
That's absolutely crazy, but it works. It's probably the best thing I've ever.
What does it do? But doesn't it like melt your skin off?
I have no idea. No, you're supposed to put it on top of your clothes.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Like, what if that? What if that? Okay. DEET.
Yeah.
I think there was like a huge, wasn't there? What was that old weed company? I think they went bankrupt on all that. Were they using too many weed man or something like that? Using too many chemicals there.
Yeah.
And yeah, gave many cancerous situations there. So. Yeah, Mr. Weedman? No, I don't know what it's called. But there goes Apple anyways. And Apple today keeps your stop orders away because right now Apple just continues to climb up to $2.09, man, $3. Me and this guy are doing, hopefully pretty good for you guys so far here today. Hope you're enjoying the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We got to get those numbers blasting right now. I mean, all this conversation, obviously a lot of teaching happening here today as well with as far as Iceland versus Greenland. I'm learning more as well. 1.2K, 10 seconds to number. What's up, Adara?
There are three numbers. We'll try to go over this quickly. They're actually coming out right now, so we'll just get into it. JOLTS job openings higher than expected, 7.769 million versus 7.3 million forecast. So well above expectations here for JOLTS job openings, 7.769 million versus 7.3 million expected. ISM manufacturing PMI, much like the S&P manufacturing PMI earlier, is going to be higher than expected, 49 for ISM versus 48.8 expected. ISM manufacturing prices paid, 69.7 versus 69.5 expected. Construction spending month over month a little bit lower than expected, negative 0.3% versus negative 0.2% expected. Some more chop here for this market on this number that we have been making higher lows on the NASDAQ. One story here on watch, CRCL, the stock has been on watch quite frequently as of late, and today, or I guess last night, announcing they're applying for a national trust charter. So CRCL continuing to make waves in the banking space. AAPL, nice push to the upside for Apple. We know that there's a report they're considering either Anthropic or potentially OpenAI, in addition to maybe one of their own models, to revamp their Siri product. Back to you.
Right.
I was telling Sean that that Apple, that VWAP was the spot, man. We saw that even through that craziness, that crazy chop, you can see that we kind of we sustained VWAP, right? We're looking for that continuation. We're looking for that pre-market trend to kind of give us a little bit more direction. And then coming into the open, again, just got to listen to what the price action on the chart is telling you. Sure, it's crazy volatility, but then I even noticed it as well in the moment. I'm like, oh boy, like 207s get slammed back into, but then we hold VWAP pretty well, and then we kind of start grinding back up, kind of just showing us, all right, well, if there's buyers showing up at VWAP, where have they been prior day? extending off of VWAP. We've been stepping up. And is this technically a step up from yesterday? I think definitely yes. And we're continuing to push a little bit here. So those 210s definitely well within range. I do not have pretty much any Tesla left. I got a little bit of a runner on just for the reps there, but it's totally insignificant. Let's see if we can hold that 300 mark with any sort of umph. VWAP down at 298.98 as of right now. Apple, oh boy, we're printing above the first quarter on top of 209s. Can we print the half, and then can we get to the whole, that 210? I think there's definitely going to be a little bit of potential for interesting things to happen there. I have no idea, but I'm being patient. Again, this is one of those times,
Are you in Apple?
Sean. No, not yet. This is one of those times where I'm like, I missed the long. So am I looking for the reversion? I don't know. I really don't know, because if we sustain a higher level, if we pull back and let's say we hold 207 halves, or we hold 208s, or if we say we break past 210s and then we hold 210s, like there's definitely a trade there as well. People so love to trade asking, are you entering Apple if it breaks 210? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. But right now, I'm kind of looking at this Tesla here and just being like, why did I not hold more as we push back into 305, some of those pre-market levels? So
right now it's $3 in the money on Apple. It's $2 in the so $3 on the money long with Apple and $2 in the money short right now with AMD. So Obi, we're running $5 right now, and plus your great trade over there right now. But if you're looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path: instant funded, a challenge, or a pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code. It's very simple, everybody. TTV to save on any account. Scan that QR code that you see right on your screen and go to toponefutures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Do not forget the symbol, the code there, TTV, to save on any account you choose. So again, a lot of prop options out there with trading getting to where it is. And if you do have ideas of prop trading, definitely go to our description, have a quick look over there, and see if anything does fit your trading needs. As far as futures are concerned, I did write down today on the TQQ, and I just want to show you. Look, I mean, every day we talk about being prepared and looking for notes and things like that. Well, this is the Apple trade today. Dip buys into the 200 period, into VWAP, breaking out through the day's high, but it doesn't matter the prices you have. It's just you got to be here. Apple, Tesla. We actually wrote down Tesla short 303. We'll have a look at that. I know my guy over here is long. The AMD short 140, and then here's the TQs 8250 to 83. So let's go have a quick look. It's the only thing that I really haven't looked at yet today. So I might be setting myself up for disappointment, but there's 8250 is what we wrote down there for the short on the TQQs. So despite that run up right there, and we took advantage of it with Tesla, obviously, or sorry, with Apple, Tesla over there, but that was 8250 top right there. So unfortunately, we don't have it, but at least it was
another one.
Followed by
another one.
And that would have made 3.
Another one.
So yeah, pretty good. On this trade, I have 5% left of AMD. How many times am I? I'm just going to get it. I'm going to get out of the majority of this right now. How many times are we going to see this bounce off of 138, right? If anything, it's probably a long down into there. So let me just get it out. Because we have such a small piece left, I'm not going to cry over spilt milk. If it does continue to go down and we only have that 2% left right now, well, right now we have about 5% left, so I'm going to try to get out of half of that and then hold a little piece left. I am bidding 34s for some reason. That's just what I hit when I hit it. So that's going to be a trade to get out. The TQs is definitely a missed opportunity there for me as well. We are trying to bust through the top of Wolf Speed as well. If that breaks 110, I'm down. This looks like a good little dip buy opportunity, obviously, as it's been holding. I just get a little worried trading dips because, it's like this looks like support until it's not. And then when it's not, then you get kind of rinsed back into the downside. I always say 200 period moving average. So for me, that's 75. So this has a lot of ways to go before we worry about that one. I did buy Palantir long at 131 during that crazy movement on Friday. We talked about that. Look what's happening right now. Doesn't look like a great dip buy anymore, does it? So Palantir definitely well valuated at these levels, and it's pretty expensive still on the PE. So watch out for Palantir. That's coming in real quick like right now, Obi.
Sure. So yeah, I kind of I got out of that Tesla. I'm just like, yeah, I did leave a trail on, and I'm like, all right, this is the first sign of a bit of strong selling coming in, and again, kind of getting in for specific or adding to the trade for specific reasons, and getting a little aggressive. And when I see that action kind of stop and dissipate, get out, even if it is a little bit of a trail. But I'll continue right after we get back from it there.
I'll keep an eye here on WYNN. Nice push to the upside for Wynn Resorts. It has about an 8.7% short float. Only news I'm seeing in this space is apparently, I guess, Macau June casino revenue was pretty good. So keep an eye on WYNN. Apparently now Fed traders are pairing these Fed rate cuts a bit as well after JOLTS data. September is still seen as the most likely time for these rate cuts to start. About a 21% chance of a July rate cut, according to the CME Fed Watch tool. Just seeing that come through as well. Back to you.
We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So with Apple continuously going higher and AMD, we still are looking for that Q short. But what I wanted to look for too was SoFi. So we're getting ready, I think, to break 1850. We got as high as 1855 there, and we had some crazy wicks during dark pool dump at 8 o'clock. But 1850 is coming in for SoFi. I think that's a bust long. I mean, yesterday, what trade did we have yesterday on SoFi? Was it 18 or was it 1850? It might have been 1850. Yeah, so we had this 1850 trade yesterday that worked up to 19. I feel like it wants to do it again. So I'm going to go long here on SoFi as we continue this sort of trek here. I'm going to go 1851. Obviously on that break, and just see what our fill looks like on that. And what I mean by that is I'm just going to try to cross up 1 penny to 1852. I'm testing out, I'm using Edge A routing, so I want to see if that works out. I was using Fox River. We have a lot of different options to route out. Arca Market is a great route as well for me anyways. I use that to get out of my positions. That's what order sends. That's what order sends out those flattened positions. And I just want, some of you traders are like, seeing in the chat like this $3 winner, pretty decent trade there, right? But remember where my stop went? We showed it live on the show, 206 breaking. So our average price at that time was like 207, probably 207.15 or something like that, because we had some 207.60 fills, then we had a 206.75, and then we had 206. So our main price was in and around here, 207 change, right? So we're giving this about $1, let's say $1.30 with some kind of slippage. So the fact that we ran into the money about $3, those are good spots. No matter what you think, I see that you flipped short over there. No matter what you're thinking about your trade, it can always flip up on you a little bit. So you have to make sure to take profit where there's profit lies. So even on here, unfortunately, I only have to report 15% left. Actually, 12% left. Of Apple. So I'm getting out in like 2.5% tranches. So I actually have, between 12.5% left or so. I don't know the math as I look at it, but just roughly about that 12.5 to 15% left of Apple right now. So nice call as it's trying to come back in a little bit. Let's just take out one more piece here at 65. There it is. So we grab that. And now we're even lighter on Apple now into under 10% left. Now on Apple. So Obi, I cheer for you and that short float to come in on Apple. All right, anything else you guys want to talk about? PLTR getting rinsed, yeah. That's going to be a tough one. I may actually dump out of that 131 that I bought, to be honest with you. I think there's better areas for me to put capital in right now than buying the strongest name that's way overvalued. Right now, Palantir, I still want to hold some because I still believe in the name. And I don't want to make rash or irrational decisions. And we only bought a small. We added like maybe an extra 5% to our position there on Palantir. That was just a fluky little situation. We built 2.17%. right there today. That's a nice one. Oh, we did talk about Nike. We got an upgrade, a nice upgrade from Nike there to start the day. Thank you for that in the chat. I do want to make sure that everybody joins the chat. Get into those subscriptions right now. It's the only way. If you don't subscribe, then you can't be part of this chat. There it is right now. Nike and Hood are running today. Yeah, so Nike, great trade there. Off the 50-period moving average. There it is. Sorry, the 200-period. Breaking on an upgrade. I love upgrades and downgraded plays, so there it goes right there for Nike. Nice trade there if you've got it.
Yeah, no, so a little bit of a dabble here on Apple. I'm just testing the waters. I understand this is still very much front side of the move, I would say, as the bid, again, we're still making higher highs, higher lows. More than willing to be wrong on this. I would say at least a couple more times, but yeah, I like that 210. Let's see if we can push into it. Again, I really like the long as well, but I kind of missed out on the long a little bit there, and we did kind of come into some of the places where I was looking for a little bit of potential liquidity, and let's see if it shows up. That's the question I'm asking. And again, more than willing to be wrong here through day highs, as this market kind of just chops around here as well. So I'm going to be a little bit patient. Let's see if that 210 can come in. Like I said, more than within range. If the market catches a little bit of a bid, if buyers kind of show up, any sort of push on Apple can definitely take us there, and I'll be waiting for that as well. But yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are looking at, what you guys are trading. Someone in the chat just mentioned a Circle, so let's take a quick look at Circle. I haven't taken a look at that just yet here. So CRCL, pull up the chart.
I apologize. Did you mention about where your stop would be on Apple?
Yeah, I said high day.
High day. Okay, good. Sorry.
Coming into that right now, it's likely to get hit.
I only wanted to ask that because I was debating about if I'm going to be adding as we break through there and looking at that 210. But
yeah, I mean, I think it definitely increases probability if we get through the day high.
Joby, a good look. We have some people ask about that. So what were you thinking?
Yeah, no, Joby, again, this was just on my chart from before. I think a little bit of a reversion. Like I said in the pre-market here, I guess it's good that we're looking at it now. I was like, it gave it all back. It tried to get past that 11, and it seems like yesterday a little bit of a resistance or some supply sitting there, and more of the same today in the pre-market, kind of giving you potential direction. There goes my Apple getting stopped out as we print 209 halves. So I think, Sean, you're definitely in a good place, poised for that 210s. But yeah, coming in with those sellers, giving that follow through, coming back into reference prices from yesterday, opening range lows are what's trading on Joby as of right now. So what was I going to look at? I was going to look at, I think it was Circle. Yes, that's what it was. CRCL. Let's take a quick look at that one. Oh boy, what a beautiful short right off of the open. That's the thing. I got to figure out a way how to catch these. Maybe taking it through there, or maybe even taking it through here as well. Prior day low. Look at that. I was like, this is the range. Range has been defined. The range low break, prior day low break. Sure. Maybe you're saying risk is all the way up here, 185s. It doesn't make sense to short 178s. But if you're saying that if it cracks the range, I'm not looking for a re-entry in that range, you can see that once it did break below the range, it did not look back for another almost 6 points there. So right there, boom, $6.25 on the breakdown of that. And a beautiful reversion back through VWAP happening right now on Circle as it makes a full circle back towards opening range highs. So here comes 75s almost on Apple, Sean. So,
Let's go,
boy,
Obi.
there's that long coming into fruition, and that Tesla, that 305 coming in as well. So yeah, a little bit of an early punch out on my part, but I'm going to wait for this 210, Sean, which again seems like it is well within range and almost inevitable at this point.
Yeah, we like that, man. We had that call from yesterday, of course. All right, man, here we go. The stock voting game right now has Robinhood at the top. So let's go look at that. We have Tesla here with 20 mentions. We have Palantir moving up the leaderboard right now. Circle. Thanks, Fabian. This is really a lot of fun to have this right here. And this is what it's calculating, man. Anything that hits in here is going to get added. So anything you put in there, use the $sign, use your symbols, and I'm going to look at this at 10:25 We'll see what's on the top right now. Webull, BBAI, Wolf Speed's here, Circle's here, Palantir, Tesla, and Robinhood. So again, I'm just going to minimize that, and we'll definitely have a look back and see what you guys want to talk about right there, because often I'm distracted, man. I mean, we've got these winners on. We're actually trying to print out some money here, trying to, make good for the family and do the best. So sometimes we do miss out on reading the chat. So I do want to thank Fabian and all of you guys for helping out with all of that. So yeah, Robinhood's maybe on a little bit of a move down here. Again, we saw where we were yesterday, and we took all of those levels out, heading in here into this morning. Nice little level hold of the pre-market low and yesterday's kind of support area of 93.50. So you guys voted for Robinhood, and here it is right now, up 5% again. I traded SoFi. Well, I looked at SoFi and have my dip buy possible. We'll look at that in a second. Looking at Apple breaking 210, I think it's probably a long. If we break there, and we can get a little bit longer if that does happen. So that could be something that we look at. There's Robinhood really pushing back in now, as well as the market a little tipsy here. Could tip over. Oh, shoot. The TQs are at our level right now. Good. All right, so this is that 1850, that level that we wrote down, 8250, sorry. So I'm going to try it. I'm just going to punch some 47s right now. This is the level that we wrote down. Let me go figure out why we liked it. Yeah, yesterday, right into there. So we get into yesterday's closing prices of $83. That's kind of what we were looking at. Now, I don't want to throw money away on the short just because our levels hit, but we did hold there at 8250. So I'm thinking that maybe we'll try to run this up to 82.65. I'm not going to hold this all the way to 83. Apple's the one sort of letting this go. So we could be wrong here on the futures, but let's try it. We wrote it down. We like this level, but it could get up to 83. I don't want to hold it up to 83. So my stop right there, we just did a little bit of work there. I think 82.65, somewhere into here. And this is yesterday's pre-market, after hours levels. So maybe 82.75. Something in there, 82.80. I just don't want to hold this all the way up to $83. But there it goes. Nice downside push here for the futures, but still some work to do on this trade. As there goes Apple, man, trying to get back upside. I'm going to put an offer just in front of 209.88. All right, Obi, tell them the good word.
Yes, sir. So guys, Prop XP, level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Trade directly on our platform, sign up and try it for free. Start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. All right, guys, so it seems like Tesla is still on its way to continuation as it pushes higher and higher. 305 halves now trading on Tesla. So, oh boy, that 300 bounce came in quite nice. Sure, we violated the 300 by a little bit there. 304s potentially at the lows, and then coming all the way back up. 306 is on the horizon. Can we get to 310? I have no idea, but let's see what's going on with the small caps with the Dara.
There's not a ton of super exciting small cap runners that I found anyway, but the IWM is certainly running this thing, going from red to green. Nice bottoming tail candle, and now we're poised for 4 straight gorgeous 15-minute candles here to the upside, heading into that 216 level, though. If you do zoom out, still have lower highs and lower lows for the Russell. Here is PGLC. This is BioNexus Gene Lab. This one was briefly halted, announcing that the appointment of Chong Set Fui as CFO and Principal Financial Officer. This was last week, last Monday. I didn't see any more news for this, but 5% short float and a fairly recent news catalyst, BGLC on watch. Then we have Verica Pharmaceuticals, VRCA. This one announcing a second amendment to one of its existing licensing collaboration agreements, 18% short float and a previous runner here. Then we have CLRO on watch. This one was actually on our watch list this morning, just over 500,000 share float, so very small float, announcing a one-time special stock dividend to be paid on July 18th for shareholders that are with the company by July 11th. Lots of laughter happening at this ECB conference. Fed Chair Powell is still here. Sounds like everyone's having a good time. nothing really huge about the economy that has been said right now that is worth noting. Christine Lagarde of the ECB did stand by Fed Chair Jerome Powell and said there's really no one on this in their group of Fed bankers that would do anything differently from Fed Chair Powell with regards to rates in the U.S. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for all of that. I mean, yeah, these rates are going to be an interesting, fun time here as we go back and forth, and wait to find out how mad Trump gets when the rates don't get lowered again at the next meeting. That should be hilarious. But look at this. I don't know, like Obi, this has been a great opportunity here to trade these last little whiles. There's 82.50, right? I mean, this is, again, I know we're a broken record, but we have 3 trades written on here today. That's not even the right one. That's from yesterday. We have, I don't even know where it is. Here it is right here. We've got the TQs at 82.50. Right? That's the trade that just came in right now, and it's printing quite nicely right here. Go find the sticky note at Trader TV Sean, but there it is right there, 82.50 right now. You know where we're at?
Where are we at?
Jeez! Oh boy, Obi. I miss Neil being here, but I like having you here. This has been a great move down. Seems like everything we're touching right here seems to be working out quite nice right there, as there goes the futures trade. So whether or not you're trading Big Bear AI, AMD, Apple, the futures, there it goes. We just cashed out right there. High of the day, low of the day right there for that. And as we had mentioned, we were also starting to steam out of Apple right there, because you're not going to go short the futures and hold on to long Apple. We did mention that there could be a trade of Apple through to 10. So now, ladies and gentlemen, 3% of Apple left. So there we go. So we're going to figure out what's going on to the downside right now on the TQs. And bye-bye. See you later, alligator. As there goes the TQQs. Great to have everybody here. Thank you so much for hitting, the like, the subscribe, and all of that. Keep going with that. We do have right here, I do want to show you the stock showdown one more time. We just have a few more minutes. Get your votes in right now. Robinhood leading the way. There's over 300 mentions right now. It's Robinhood, Tesla, Palantir right here. This is what we're doing, 204 right there I have written down, but these are all the mentions. UNH looks like is getting a couple mentions as well on that. So, we're going to look at the stock voting in just a couple minutes and see who wins. But so far, so good, man. It's been, like we said, a good day here trading. Exiting out of the TQs. We still have half of this position. I'm going to get out of one more piece here if we can, in and around 81.95. I just put a bid, see if we get a little bit lower on that one too. Okay, Nvidia's plummeting, fine. Thank you for pointing that out. We do have the AMD short, which is right back in this area. Let's just hold it. We should have reloaded that short, but we didn't. SoFi as well, fading off of that 18.50.
Yes, sir. So we got a behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool. The dashboard tracks your progress in real time, live stats, profit, and more. You can break down every trade, see your entry, exit, and how it played out on the chart. Check the certificates page for your full summary, achievements, and payouts. In this clip, that's Michael T. He's already earned over $75,000 in total payouts. Trade the Pool gives you the tools and the capital to go further. Ready to level up? Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. All right, guys, the market's kind of took a little bit of a pullback there, and I was telling Sean, I'm like, yeah, Apple has more than enough oomph to kind of do its own thing, but we're getting a little bit of a pullback underneath that 210 for now, so I got it on watch. I'm starting to dabble. Obviously, I started to dabble a little bit earlier, and funny enough, I was like, yeah, Sean, I was looking at the futures, and I'm like, this might be a good place to get short Apple, and it's starting to give me what I want to see as well. But guess what? The better trade, probably on the futures, dude. Come on.
Thanks, dude.
Got to get good. And you know what? A little bit every day is what we're going for here. So there's some selling coming in on Apple finally. Oh boy, that's an aggressive push. Let's see if we can take out some of these prior lows here. So what do I got with the prior low? Prior structure low, 208 halves. So So you know what? That's the next bus stop there. Let's see if we can drop some passengers off at 208 halves and then continue on our way back down into VWAP. I'm being patient. I'm seeing the market tailwind on my side. I like that. NVIDIA on my side as well. I don't know how much of an effect that's going to have on Apple, but the market's definitely pulling back in. Let's see if we can get a crack of day lows, a little bit of a continuation of the trend we saw coming into the open, a little bit part of the overnight session as well. So 208 halves is what I'm looking for here, only about 10 pennies away. We're making a little bit of a beeline down into VWAP right here. That's a little aggressive, might be a little too hard, too fast. For me, too far, too fast as well. But you know what? I really want to be wary when I'm asking myself that question on something like Apple. I'm going to be a little bit more patient and see if we can get that VWAP. We're coming in pretty close. If buyers sustain and this price hovers above VWAP and we pick back up, I think I'll have a little bit of an answer as to whether who is in charge. But oh boy, the futures, they're telling us who's in charge right now. There might be some sellers.
Yeah, we feel pretty in charge over here of these positions. I mean, now we have $1 almost in this futures trade that we just put on 15 minutes ago. So I'm going to start to get, I mean, it's a good thing that we had half left. We have been getting some more out here. Now that we're at the low of the day, we really, really like this call right now and see if we can get even lower. And there it is, man. We get, again, the high of the day, the low of the day right there on the TQQs. What's up, Adara?
Here's JMIAs. You can tell this one got shook up a little bit a couple candles ago. Jumia Technology, I'm seeing as of a minute or two ago, it looks like there is some takeover interest in this company from Axion Telecom, according to Bloomberg. So JMIA potentially takeover target as reported by Bloomberg. Also here, nothing really to explain in the market-wide news. Fed Chair Powell is still talking. When asked if he would stay on as a Fed governor after his term as president ends, he said, I have nothing for you. So he's not going to acknowledge that. Other than that, there's really nothing to explain this pretty sharp drop right now, guys, to pre-market lows for the NASDAQ. Back to you.
Yeah, that aggressive bid on Apple brought us right back through 209. So this is what I mean. Again, Apple has more than enough ability to kind of do its own thing, as we see it has been doing that. And the action on Apple is getting pretty aggressive there. So we got bought right back up into 209, 209.40. So again, got to be a little bit more aware of that and see if we can kind of see sellers push back in and around some of these levels. Do we make a lower high? That rip down and the rip back up. Again, really fast down, really fast up. Maybe potential direction there on that price action. But I'm going to be patient. I think the tape is a little bit more telling as of right now. And the market's taking a strong pullback as well. So again, Apple doing its own thing. I want to know what you guys are trading. Make sure you guys make sure to put it up in the chat, and I will make sure that we kind of take a look at it here. Tesla finally with a little bit of a curl coming in, so going to be patient for that one here. Market with a little bit of a bid, and Apple rips all the way back up. So I don't know, not really looking the best for me right now. But like I said, more than willing to give it a couple tries. I've already gave it one try just to see if it'll come in here. But that 210 could be very interesting if that does come in.
Yeah, so again, there goes the market. We're going to get pretty light and stay pretty light on that. So we did say that we would have a little bit of a review here. And I just want to show you the tickers that have won. So I will move over and start to, I was just trying to scan through. Robinhood, Tesla, Palantir, BBAI, UNH is down here, Wolfspeed. So I'm going to look at UNH. We'll have a quick look at Circle as well. And then, you know, maybe we'll restart the poll here for the last half hour to see if there's any other names that, you know, people might be interested in. Again, we're going to go to Adair for crypto in a second. It's just look what's happened to Robinhood right there. You know, the crypto moment was yesterday for this company. And again, I felt like a little bit of FOMO in this name for sure could have played out today. And it looks like that is what wound up happening there for Robinhood. So yeah, downside play there for Hood. And yeah, trying to bounce now, I guess, off the 200 period. But that's a downside mover. Adara and Obi, as they mentioned, both looking for shorts today, possibly possibly in Circle. That came up into that 186. And if you're looking for shorts, then you should be short right there, because that came right back into a perfect short level of your pre-market high and already gave us an indication there. So I feel almost bad to not be short myself right there, 185, 186 for Circle. So, all right, it's a crypto minute. It's with Adara, and she's at the desk.
Here's BTC poised for its second red day. We're still kind of oscillating. We've been for like a week now in this 106,000, 108,000 area yesterday, making a high just below 109,000, but giving it up right now. We're trading around 106.6. We do have some news in the crypto space. It's worth noting right now we have some of these leaders of central banks around the world talking with Fed Chair Jerome Powell of the U.S. at this ECB banking forum. And basically we did have Andrew Bailey, who is the leader of the Bank of England. He basically said that one of the biggest things with stablecoin regulation is the fact that the way we view it needs to be is certainly of note, because if it's going to be purported to be a dollar and act like the dollar, act like currency, it needs to be proven through tests that it can behave like a currency. So kind of interesting talks here with regards to the role of stablecoins potentially, just I guess from leaders across the world. BTC, though, certainly a little bit of a push to the downside. And it's worth noting as well, these crypto-related equities are trading differently from one another. They're not all trading in tandem. Ethereum down about 1% here, hanging on to that 2,400 level. It's been trading around there for a while. BNB down 0.5%. Solana down more than 2%. Cardano down 2.5%. Doge almost 3% to the downside. So lots of weakness across the board in crypto, really no matter where you're looking. Back to you.
Yeah, Apple coming right back into those highs and kind of chopping us up a little bit there. So got out of that one. That was aggressive kind of push
like
right
the
back
210
up.
break?
Yeah, of course. I think that 210 is well within range.
All right.
Sean. I do definitely like that. Again, looking for a little bit of a hold underneath. And it's clearly showing me that, yeah, we did get some selling coming in, some aggressive sellers, and got bid right back up. So I'm like, all right, I can do a little bit better by being like, all right, well, if we're going to stall and push back up, maybe at least take a break even and then see if it can kind of come back in to re-engage. I did re-engage here, but it gets stopped out almost right away there. So going to be a little bit more patient here and see if it kind of comes in. But that 210 potentially is well on the horizon, I think, Sean. Again, you can see those back-to-back candles, the trend is holding, everything is doing well. And even with the market, with that aggressive push back through lows on the NASDAQ, the ES hasn't really quite got there just yet, but Apple didn't really quite make a strong sell-off or relatively as strong of a sell-off there. And then as soon as that bid kind of started to look like it might be coming in, Apple just rips back up to its highs as well. I kind of want to be wary of that, and still trading a little bit higher and higher as well, printing fresh new highs on the day as well on Apple. So that's what I got watching on Apple. I don't really see anything too much stronger to anything else that's too much more, I guess, interesting to me. But again, I don't have a lot of eyes on the market. And I think that's something that we can definitely accomplish a little bit together as well. So if you guys want to throw up some of the stocks that you guys are looking at and potentially think there are good opportunities on those, throw them up in the chat. I am still looking for where the next trade is, Sean. Those TQs, oh boy. On that short?
Yes, bro. This is now $1 and change, $1.10 there off our. We're 3 for 3 with our posted trades, and we're really having an absolute banger of a time right now. So yeah, all good over on this side. So yeah, TQs. There it is. There's another fill. I don't know what to tell people, but it's been a great opportunity. What's up, Tia? What's up to everybody there in the chat? Maybe we'll do a roll call when we get back from Adara.
Is the market. Fed Chair Jerome Powell and that ECB forum just ended. Lots of applause. Seems like it was a success. And it is worth noting, Fed Chair Powell a couple times did kind of either skirt questions or indirectly address questions with regards to what is happening, of course, in the U.S. He said that he's not going to comment, as I mentioned earlier, on whether or not he'll stay on as Fed governor after his term as Fed chair ends. He also said that the Fed needs to stay out of political issues. So interesting commentary there from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. As he mentioned, only 10 months left as Fed chair. Back to you.
We just got out of, that's hilarious. We were sitting there saying, we want to be flat heading into 210 in case that is the top, right? So we just got out at 209.90 right there, which is the exact high of the day. Was I at 89 or 90? Normally I'm not at 90s. No, we're at 88s right there. We don't sit generally at that exact level, but anyways, there it is, Apple right there. Boom, out now of Apple. Trade finito right there, and it was a good one for sure. All right, man, we said, we've got TQs, AMD. AMD, come on, man, we just took that out at 137.50. I said I would hold that. This right there, that's $3 in the money. Apple was $3, $4 almost as a winner. And then boom goes this dynamite right to the downside. We still have 20% of this left. This might be a good time to see who's in the chat. Hey, thank you so much, Gabrielle, there. I'm by far not the best, but I do appreciate that. I'm here for some kind of reasons. I just got to figure out what that is. So hello to everybody. What's up to Jane Keller there as well. Dreamscape is here. Gabrielle's here. Tony is here as well. Hello to everybody. Yo, Chef Joe. What's up, Chef Joe, right there. Great, one of our only guests that I've had on the After Hours show. What's up, Pitchbull? Pan is here as well, man. Ironclad Traders here. Miggy Mo is here. What's up, Miggy Mo? Yo, what's up? What's up, Jin? The Roaring Griffin is also here. So thank you to everybody for being here right now. Anybody waving gets a what's up. What's up, Borat? Borat? No, Bora. Right there. Yak is here as well. Gworev, your boy Joe, coming on very, very soon, Gworev, so you don't have to worry about that. What's up, Dr. J and everybody? Look, man, it's been a great show, man. We're 3 for 3. We're up more than we were yesterday at this point, that is for sure, but it's been a good one. When you're 3 for 3, man, you should be having one of those kind of days, but these futures, man, are still bleeding and going a hell of a lot lower. The trade of the day, I'm not sure which one I'm happier with. I think this was a banger there on AMD, man, to end that trade out with, but again, thank you so much to everybody who voted. Thank you so much to everybody who's been in the chat today, and again, we got to get a few more likes going, that's for sure. 1.4K right now on the like side, over 8,500 of you watching. So again, a big shout out to all. Happy Canada Day to everybody here north of the border. And yeah, we're doing our best to entertain today. And we do have Adara over at the desk.
The volatility on AstraZeneca, AZN. The Times reporting that the CEO of AstraZeneca wants to move the company's listing to the U.S. So as AZN might, I guess, be moving to a U.S. listing. Can also, you obviously can trade it in the U.S. as well, but interesting stuff here for AZN. Back to you.
Very much. Yeah, that Apple finally potentially coming back into VWAP here. 208.22s I have sitting on top at VWAP. So let's see if that can come in. Not that far away, only about 40 pennies away. So I'm already starting to kind of cover a little bit here, knowing that, again, how strong is Apple on the day? Pretty strong. I'm trying to counter trend, and therefore I do have to be a little bit more nimble. I can't expect it to get to VWAP every single time, but again, as nimble as I can be, I am going to try for sure here as it pulls back in. Oh boy, there it goes. There is a lot of fills coming in here. So I was sitting on the halves as well. So let's see if we can break some of these prior structure lows. This aggressive bid that we literally just talked about, again, coming in and around these prices, 208 halves. Let's see if that buying can potentially come back in here. But like I said, VWAP incoming pretty close. I did well to kind of re-engage. I saw that push into 90, and I'm like, all right, well, yeah, I like it maybe even better now because in my opinion, I guess, I think that could have gone right away, and it didn't. It didn't go right away, and the market started to pull in a little bit harder as well. We got that second 15-minute candle with 5 minutes left, sure, but we're getting a beautiful continuation.
Palantir's getting crushed.
ES is not as selling off as aggressively as the Nasdaq, but oh boy, we're coming into the downside. And Sean saying Palantir maybe as well.
Yeah, Palantir ain't no friend of mine no more, man. Palantir right here down huge. Obi down to through 130, man. What kind of an idiot would have bought that the other day at 131? Put hand up. Yeah, right there. But yeah, nice move to the downside here for.
More.
Just buy more. No. Remember what I told you? I was buying because I thought that was a crazy move there. And then even yesterday, I was even saying to you, remember, I was like, that doesn't mean that it can't just go right through that level. But great trade on the short there for Obi as he goes dollar hunting. You're hunting for that great little short there. We've still got the short on the NASDAQ, which is absolutely printing down. And like we said, man, we don't have any long ideas today other than Apple. So we had the AMD short, the Tesla short, and the futures short. AMD we should still be in, but we are not. All right, what's up, Adara?
I mean, we have actually a lot of sectors that are up, and this is once again one of those sector boards where you really see the extent to which tech leads the market. Downside push in the NASDAQ especially, and downside push in a lot of these big tech names. Electronic technology, with the exception of Apple, is mostly to the downside. Broadcom, GE, AMD, NVIDIA, all red. Technology services here, Palantir is mentioned here in that 130 level, down about 5%. This was the top performer in H1 2025, the first half of the year, in the NASDAQ and S&P 500. Today, though, giving back a little bit of that move. We also, in terms of strength, there's quite a few sectors. Finance has some green. Retail trade, with the exception of Amazon, looking pretty good. Consumer durables, with the notable exception of Tesla, very strong. Health technology, strong. Consumer non-durable, strong. Health services, UNH, one of the weakest names of the year so far, up 3.5%. Communications looking good as well, and non-energy minerals. So there is some strength here in this market, even though tech would make you think otherwise. Back to you.
Yeah, that 208's now coming in. So I think that, I don't know, I liked it a little bit better there, but I might have covered a little too early. So again, added a little bit here on top of the anchored. Let's see if that'll potentially come in. But again, I'm getting a little wary here. If we're going to hold VWAP, like I said, I am on the counter, and it seems like it's Apple's being held as if it was sitting on a counter on top of this VWAP. But you can see the market is aggressively pushing back as well, back to the downside as well. So you know what? If Apple's going to chop around like this, I'm going to be a little bit more patient. I'm going to get out and just reassess there. A little bit of a lower high there, because again, the ad was a little bit speculative, but I want to participate with the sellers as well. And oh boy, that Tesla right there, again, got out on the first sign of sellers. We did get a little bit higher, but we're pulling all the way back into that 300 level right now, which is now also confluenced with the VWAP. So, all right, we're flat. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. And oh boy, those TQs, Sean, they're looking like they're dumping pretty hard. 22.7.
We're starting to cover though
right now. Yeah, those again 22.7s. Where will we bounce? Who knows? But again, like I said earlier, definitely showing us who is in charge are some of these futures. Oh boy, NVIDIA to the downside. NVIDIA's gone just back to back. A lot of these semis kind of selling off as well. Yesterday we saw the one name that was distinctly different than the rest of the semis, and that was SMCI. So let's take a look at what that one's doing. And I can tell you already because I have it all pulled up. They're all, oh boy, what chart was that? That was Circle. Okay. So Circle giving us a little bit of a shake and bake, but you can see SMCI today pretty much in line with the action that most of the semiconductor space is doing. SMH, you can see here, give us a nice perspective. Sellers definitely in charge. NVIDIA as well, AMD as well. But there is one that is not like the others, and that, guys, is Intel, the only one with a little bit of a bid. Again, that selling came in pretty aggressive yesterday, and a lot of relative volume in the pre-market as well. And it seems like, as of right now, no more selling left as the market kind of bids a little bit lower and lower with every passing minute. Intel is doing the complete opposite, bidding a little bit higher with every passing minute here. You can see day highs at 22.58. It's currently trading at 22.57. It's only a penny away from those levels here. So that 300 coming in here on Tesla as well. I don't know if it's going to hold, but that short was quite nice. And it's a good thing I covered Apple in and around this VWAP. I'm going to let it chop around a little bit more to see if we get that continuation. But honestly, I'm looking for a potential bid to show back up in this market. But knowing how sellers have been a little bit more dominant, yesterday as well. In some of these stocks, when they do step in, I do want to be wary of that. Maybe we're just consolidating for the next leg down as well. So there goes the next 15-minute candle. Let's see if we can crack 22,700 on the NASDAQ.
All right, thanks, Adara, for the update on BMNR. A lot of traders want to look at this one again. A $250 million private placement yesterday to start up an Ethereum treasury. So again, this has been sort of the trend in some of these smaller cap names to get popped. And there it goes. So I would say that you'd want to fade this, but up 54% again here today. You know, short. Ouch, hopefully that didn't land on anybody's foot. BMNR, you know, I would say if we break this 45, you want to get out of here, right? Like, I just, when you're talking about raising these treasuries, I mean, you're completely kind of going against whatever your stock, like this is Bitmine, so I don't really know what they were doing before this, but you could see, man, this was like a dollar name, and then this happens. So I would just say, like, be careful, because it's also a play on what Ethereum's doing as well, right? I mean, if you're gonna have a treasury and start holding Ethereum, what if this thing goes down 10% or something, ETHA? Now it's healthy, everything's fine, but this is also down 4%. So it's like Bitcoin's down, you know, that Bitmine. I just think you got to be careful looking at some of those stocks. And I do appreciate, you know, the talk about that in chat. But for me, it's like when I have a bias like that, I think it's better to stay away, honestly. Wow, these futures, dude. Oh my God, this is starting to become a nice day, man. My new favorite day of the year, Canada Day. No, it'll be probably my favorite days of the year are my kids' birthdays and my wife's birthday, and then Joe's birthday. Nice. So yeah, there's a nice move up there for UNH as that just continues to go upside right now through 323, a good little level there. UNH, yeah, breaking out, right? I mean, you go back, the reason why I wanted to sort of zoom back into that, or zoom out, I guess, was that's 327. That's sort of 325, 326. So you're getting into those areas right now. I think if you've been long throughout the day, look to see about getting something out on this most recent pop. You just popped about $1.50 with the market doing this. You could get a move higher if the market does find its bottom. So I think we're going to get at another piece right now of TQs. So that looks like that's coming out right there again. We just looked a little bit at UNH. I would assume Robinhood's coming back in again, yeah, or as well. This is at a key level there too, right? Like, what about this 93 area for Robinhood, right? I mean, that's hitting right now. We do have some names going through. BBAI is down to 640. That's a loser there today. NVIDIA, AMD is the biggest loser that I should still have on board. I mean, if we still had this on board, it would be an O-day moment, an oh boy moment for us on that one. But we're really happy with the way we've been trading here today. Yeah, Robinhood, man. Maybe let's see if Robinhood wants to go back up and take out this 94.50 area. I think we can do that. If Robinhood goes back up, takes out this 94.50 right there, let's go long. So that was like a little bit of a base there that has broken. Robinhood, just a little weak right now. I'm going to go long 94.50, Robinhood break. Long, it's going to be my next trade. Robinhood 94.50.
Oh boy, yeah. Sean, I'm honestly, like, I am in search of those bottoms too. So if you guys see any nice ones, point them out. And I will like to get involved for sure. 207, so we started to break a little bit of prior structure here back to back. We held that VWAP with a little bit of a lower high underneath 208, so I'm questioning whether or not this VWAP is going to be a little bit heavy. The market's catching a little bit of a bid here, so again, Apple, very strong on the day, but starting to give back a decent chunk of the action on the day today. About I would say over a 50% pullback of this push back up. So again, keeping it on watch. Let's see what the market tailwind kind of brings us here. Okay, so I see you guys chiming in with the bottoms that you're looking at. Mara. Okay, we can take a look at Mara. ARM, I got ARM, and Apple shorts. Hey. Juan saying I might be a little too late. Guess what, man? I've been shorting from 209s. I'm just looking for the continuation through VWAP as it gets lower and shows me who is in charge. I'm just trying to do the best listening that I can, and I do the worst when I'm not really listening. So I got to do a little bit better with that here. So as of right now, we can take a quick look at some of
Palantir's down 10%
as well. Say again?
No, it's not. Palantir's down 5%.
Palantir. Okay, yeah. No, Palantir as well. Okay, yeah, let's take a quick look at some of those stocks that you guys mentioned. And oh boy, Intel continuation upside. That's going absolutely crazy here. So I'm going to get out of
Intel
that.
is?
Yeah, look at this is Intel right now.
Okay, that's an oh boy
So
moment.
that is definitely an oh boy moment. And you know what? I think I might be able to get a better price on Apple, so I'm going to get back to that one a little bit later. 300 chopping around here on Tesla. Absolutely crazy here. So you guys were talking about Mara. Let's take a quick look at Mara and ARM here. Oh boy, yeah, okay. So I don't know about a rounded bottom, but that reversion's coming in quite nice, or it came in quite nice back into VWAP as well. I'll be right back with, we're gonna pass to Adara.
Just be aware here, Donald Trump is speaking right now outside of Alligator Alcatraz. There's nothing news-based happening right now, but we know anytime questions can happen, that comments can be made. He's also speaking at 11:05 a.m. at a roundtable discussion, though given that it's 10:50 right now, it's unclear if that's going to be at the posted time or if it might be delayed. Here's the U.S. dollar, which is maybe trying to make a bit of a bottoming tail candle on the daily chart. I was saying, I don't know if I was saying this yesterday, I certainly saw this yesterday. It has been one of the worst first half of the years for the US dollar in a very long time. So first half of 2025 was pretty bad for DXY. Let's see if we can bounce a little bit here. We certainly are trying to hang on to that 96.3 level. Low of days here, actually below 96. Mentioned earlier here, we are still seeing heavily September is the first day, or first time, I guess, we're going to get this rate cut. We're going to have to wait and see if that is the case. Fed Chair Powell today saying that most Fed governors are seeing later this year as optimal for that first rate cut. We know there is a small percentage who says July. To that, Fed Chair Powell commented that it could be July. It's going to have to depend on the data. They're not going to rule it in or out as of right now. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara, for that. Okay, let's just see what we wanted to talk about right here quickly. All right, so we're covering more on the futures. There was, oh yeah, our Robinhood trade. We're waiting for that. Let me just see. I was really close to thinking about this 130 right here on Palantir. You know, like I'd rather it be near some levels, like breaking through the 50 period, which is 131, to get that. Looks like we can cancel our Robinhood. We might have had the right level there, but it fell off at 94.50. It didn't get through 94.50. So I'm not gonna be here because I gotta go. Well, and I don't have to go, but I'm gonna go see if I can do some laps again. But I don't mind that trade if we do break through it. It's just right now Robinhood is at the lows and extending the low of the day here. So there goes Robinhood turning red. Oh, I want to look at SoFi again because that was another name that fell off. We did get some out of this yesterday. I know Mitch was on talking about continuation play. Kind of disagreed with him there, but we'll wait to see what happens with SoFi a little bit there at the top. A name that I want to get longer in my, oops, AMZN, a name I'm already super long. I almost think, before I make stupid comments, like I almost think this is maybe my largest position right now. My largest position is the S&P, really? My largest position is the S&P 500. Jeff, you're coming at 10:53 here. We got Jeff Mendel coming in a minute. Amazon, looking to get longer on this. So if we can, really get hit to the downside on Amazon, then that could be a play for me. All right, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good friend of the shows as well. Jeffrey Mendel. Let's bring him on and see what's going on with the OTC markets. There he is. Hey, Jeff, how's it going today?
How's it going, guys? Happy Canada Day.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, right there. It's been a good one. I did get out on the links last Friday, so I'm getting ready, all prepared out.
I think all of Instagram saw that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And all of Instagram sees some of your posts as well, I think, when you're having a great time with your little one. Congratulations again on that. That's really special. Always puts a smile to my face when I do see that. All right, update. How's the overnight trade going? Any updates on that? Any symbols that are maybe leading the way overnight for you guys?
Well, first of all, thank you. Things are going pretty good. So we are, we are now in our third month of trading listed names overnight on Moon ATS, and it's a lot of the typical names I think that you would expect. It's SPY, Nvidia, Tesla.
Okay.
And then also, it's funny you were talking about Robinhood. I see that come up a decent amount as well too. And so overall, the overnight space over the past few weeks, I think, has actually seen a little tick up in activity. There's new participants announcing that they're getting involved in it as well too, and that should continue over the summertime. Right, lots of buzz on this, and it should keep evolving. Obviously, you guys are a big part of it as well too.
Yep.
When when it comes to providing access and trading and it, and then also OTC overnight, which is a brand new product out there to the world. And over the summer, I think we'll start seeing names like Luck and Coffee,
Right.
DD, BYD, Nintendo, Roche, Adidas, maybe some Fannie Mae. That
Right.
should really
Okay.
start to take off as well too. And a lot of the names that you see on the, you saw the
Oh, right here,
most
market
active
activity. Yep.
piece in the marketplace. You're gonna see a lot of those names trading overnight as well too. And
Fannie Mae right
it's
here.
really kind of at the beginning stages of all this. So.
Yeah, I just want to show
Good
people if they do want to get more information. I mean, I really like your website, otcmarkets.com. I click on here, Moon ATS, and we can see national market system here, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Right there. Has there been a time when you notice the volumes are picking up over there more? Is it almost as soon as the books turn on at 8 o'clock? Are we looking for, obviously, news possibly from President Trump and things like that? Is there a more hot time during the evening that traders might want to look at Moon?
Well, during a news event, like with an announcement from Trump or something like that, right? It's more consistent, but then definitely towards the later end is more of a sweet spot as well too. So after midnight is when a lot of there's a lot of additional kind of order flow that comes in the marketplace that has to do a lot with just timing. On the other side of the world, right? When people are awake, when people are active, when they're looking at their phones and looking and picking their spots and looking to get into names.
I just wanted to show again. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Once more retail, like in the U.S. and Canada. I know that Wealth Simple made an announcement as well too up there. Shout out to those guys, right?
It's funny because Jeff,
with Robinhood and everything like that.
I actually had a friend of mine here. They made a play, I think it was on NVIDIA earnings, and he texted me actually right after the earnings call and said, "Oh my God, I love the fact that this is moving around, but I can't get out until tomorrow morning." And I was like, "No, you can get out." Using, again, he was using Wealth Simple, so that's great. I didn't even know that announcement happened. So congratulations on that one as well. And look, even if we just talk about the current market that's happening right now in OTC markets and then being open. We talk about the website that we like. There's Luck and Coffee. There's DD, Fannie Mae, Rolls-Royce, BYDD, Nintendo. I mean, some of these ADRs, SoftBank as well, right? Like, there's a lot of big names. And I actually just called up the Luck and Coffee level 2. And you guys are right here on the level 1 bid, right, with OTCN. So now it's disappearing. But you can see markets flowing, lots of liquidity, 1,000 shares, 1,800 shares, 1,800 shares, 100 shares. So lots of opportunity to trade many of these different names over there on your OTC market spot. So, yeah, look, what are your plans for July 4th? You heading up to the cottage? You got anything on the go there?
Hanging out with the family, man. That's it.
Man.
So,
I saw you on the boat ride, man.
With your July 4th.
Yeah, actually, that's a good call. I don't know actually what I'm doing. I don't have too many plans going on. I'm trying to get these Coldplay tickets. That's for next week. So I'm trying to weasel my way into that as well. But yeah, not much. Yeah, same as you, hanging out with the family. My kids are actually away for a week next week at a sleepover camp. So the wife and I very, very pleased with that for sure. But I saw you, man, your little man there driving the boat. That was pretty sweet. That was awesome. So pretty soon he's going to be captaining you. You sit in the back and relax and let him drive. But you ever seen Coldplay live? Or what was the last concert you were at?
Last concert that I was at, Metallica.
Tough one. Oh, that must have been
Metallica.
sweet.
Yeah.
Was that at MetLife?
I don't know why that was so hard for me to think of, but yeah, awesome.
Was that at MetLife?
Absolutely amazing. No, it was in Tampa.
Oh, in Tampa. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah.
You're a man
So
about town. All right, Jeff, look.
It was a 2-night show. We only went to one, but
Fantastic.
Awesome.
That would have been an amazing. I hear AC/DC's touring again, so maybe we'll try to check them out. I have Oasis tickets. They're also, I think, coming to your neck of the woods, doing like 8 shows in North America. But all right, Jeff, look, I just want to make sure that everyone checks out OTC Markets. Moon is definitely up and running there with the announcement, I guess, on Wealthsimple. When is that starting to trade over on Wealthsimple? Is it today or?
I didn't say they're trading overnight. They're trading overnight, right?
Wealthsimple's trading overnight. Okay.
Yeah, come on.
Hopefully
stop
soon.
putting words in my mouth. Come on.
No.
I'm gonna get hurt for this one.
We're manifesting. You know, that's all. We're talking about what a great opportunity it would be to get you guys hooked up over there. So, all right, Jeff, thank you so much again. Thank you for coming here on Canada Day, and happy 4th of July to you and yours as well.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Jeff Mendo from OTC Markets, a great friend of the show. Thank you, Jeff. It's more and more important every single day that we look at overnight trade. It can give you key levels. We now have Moon, we have Blue Ocean. There's a lot of different opportunities there to trade in the after hours. And I mean, if you're trading in the after hours, maybe you might have a $1 and $2 winner, like what's happening right now in the NASDAQ. We are absolutely falling off the face of the earth right now. We've already switched it over. My guy Joe's already short Google. You're still short Apple. We're good to go over here. It's been a great day. Obi, thank you so much again, man. We're having bang up trades here. You're about to get another great show, midday show from Sharif and Joe. So thanks to Jeff for coming out. Thanks to Mitch for coming through. Thanks for Sharif and Adara for that opening show right there. That was fantastic. Thanks Andre, Fabian for working that board, man. That calculating the top tickers has been a big one. We want to appreciate that. Ramin as well for running all of our socials. And for the guys in the back, man, working obviously so hard and not stopping. So we appreciate that. We're going to get this all done, man. And then when it's done, we hope to impress every single one of you. Thank you so much for watching us here at Trader TV Live. But you're not going anywhere. What? We're going right now. Joe, let me throw over to you guys. Take it easy over there, my guy. It's going over to Joe and Sharif. It's the midday. Are you ready, Sharif? All right, here we go. It's midday time. It's them. Ciao till 2 p.m.
Guys. The New World Order, baby. Come on, man.
And NWO. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That your boy, Joey That is your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And I don't know what is taking so long. YouTube, let's go. What's your play on Tesla after the recent volatility? Buy. No, I'm not buying Tesla. What's going on, everybody? Where are my people at? Brandon, we got Juan Padilla. We got the names back. It's no longer functified. Other Zink, Dingleberg, Ashraf. We got Sundar Pichai. What's going on over there? Jacques, Mary S. Lyman, Valerie, Petrov. Shout out to Bora. Evan, trading today for Dang. Tomorrow, shout out to A-Hole. Pelosi's Stock Insider, one of my favorite names in the chat. Kobe the Kid. Levi Corbett, we got May Reyes, Kirk D, we got P.O. Parole officer? I thought we weren't meeting till next week. DJ 2 a.m. Andrew Chow, Kirk D, Adrian G Talk 5150. And if you don't have that number right, you got it wrong, baby. Shout out to Brown Lightning and Fiddlebeck. Dinkelberg, Yummy Thai Foods and Aliop. Who else we got, man? West y'all. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Shout out to you, Donkey Trader, Anna Trader. Who else we got? Life's Too Short to Miss. Bang. We got Liddy Bands. His bands are so, lit. It's fantastic over there. Who else, man? Sports and Stonks. Shout out to Tsunami Trader, Matthew Santa Cruz, Ron John. Why not? We got Go Bills. We got Jesse Ramirez, Happy Zombie. One more, Joseph. We got a dollar bill, yo, a dollar bill. Shout out to the Brack IPs. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning. Guys, let's talk a little. Let's get right into this. Never mind what I got going on with Google here. That's fine. But Apple, I want to talk about Apple, and I want to get involved in this name here. And I'm going to pull up my TA from yesterday, and I was getting prepared. But that's the issue, right? You can come up with all these ideas, but if you don't execute accordingly, then it all means essentially nothing. We break this trend line we were talking about yesterday. We were talking about Apple. It only needs a little spark, something positive, some form of tailwind, and then sure enough, we could get that to break out here. I'm going to log in right now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you already know, right?
Yeah. Do we have anything? Am I sending it to anybody? We're going to a
He would have
dare.
told me. I think
All
he would have told me.
All right, we're sending it to a dare, but we're going to talk more Apple
No,
here.
I don't think. Are we sending
yeah,
it to a dare?
I got it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Are you signing?
Yeah, because that's how he told me to tell you,
Okay,
smarty
all right,
pants.
all right. There you go, sir.
Yeah, you're good.
Hi, guys. I just want to let you guys know that near the end of the main show, I believe during when Jeff Mendel was talking, we got some more comments from Donald Trump about Elon Musk. So people were asking, he's been criticizing the big, beautiful bill. Do you think he can sway the vote? And Donald Trump said that he's not at all concerned with Elon Musk's criticism because he'll just get dosed to look at Elon Musk. And if he does that, they'll save a fortune. The stock actually, if anything, reacted positively to this for whatever reason. Tesla, nice little bounce here off the lows, about a $3 bounce off the lows for TSLA, even as CEO Elon Musk could potentially face an investigation from the group that he used to run. Back to you.
Fake news.
Fake news. You are
Boom.
fake news.
All right.
Hold on. Yeah, before I
go,
send it
go,
back
go,
to you there,
go.
Sharif. 220, I think it's going to be in the works of Apple. I'm not saying necessarily this week, but at some point, because we're just going by what the options market is telling us, right? We're not making any other thing other than we're breaking out. The options market says that we have the highest level of open interest at 220. Well, Joe, why are you saying that we're going to hit possibly 220 in the near term?
Yeah, Joe.
This is let's zoom in. There's going to be even more telling because I'm on like a far expiration because I was looking for contracts myself. Okay, second that. So 215 may be in the works. And then 220 is another concentration of open interest. So I eat that. Sorry, I was on the wrong expiration cycle. 210, there is some overhead. Let's see how we react. 44,000 open contracts. But if we sit on the backside of this and traders start really covering, that's when you can get that gamma squeeze. Okay, so keep in mind, if we reject 210, then that's going to be this call wall right here. And then on NVDA, why did we reject, 160 so aggressively? Well, look at the size. 139,000 open contracts. We did the exact same thing last week. And what is NVDA doing this week? Too much supply at 160. The demand isn't there. No one wants to own NVDA this week higher than $160. And now we're trading at 153. All right. So what do we want to do? Come next week, we want to see where that 160 concentration is now lying. Is it going to start to cool off? Or is it going to stay where it is, lower on strike prices, or higher on the strike price, or raise on the strike price? All right. If it raises, guess what? Now we can have some more room. What's the term I'm looking for? Path of least resistance. And then, sure enough, if we do head higher, then you can correlate that with what's going on with the options chain. So that's what we have for NVDA and AAPL, Sharif.
All right, your boy Joey already dropping hot fire to start the show right there, hence the bangs. All right, let's talk about what I'm involved in right now. Yeah, and by the way, guys, as you see there on the screen, we're obviously in the midst of the construction for Studio 8. We got 3 individuals today. Today's a holiday, a national holiday. Yet we got 3 people working. We're working overtime, obviously, for the show, bro. It's just that's the way it is. That's the only reason we're doing it.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys for coming in, man. Shout out to, I don't know his name. I found out the other guy's name. Russell. Super easy, like Russell.
Oh my days, Sharif.
What's going on, Joseph?
Look at Google tanking right here. Yeah.
Go.
Here, screen, please. We got, oh my days. Let's go, Google. Not good news. I'm sure Sharif and I are going to touch on this subject a lot throughout the session, but what an absolute tanking move here. Wow. Do we ever wish we had significantly more, as the narrative usually goes when you have a big time move like that? But here we are. We're short Google off of this specific signal right here. Gorev, check this one out.
Get it, Corey.
Boom. Inverted hammer right above the volume weighted average price with a bunch of selling pressure within this zone here. You come back, you have the inability to crack this downtrend line, and you're holding some of these levels and areas relatively well. What is that? The pre-market low. What do we do right at the pre-market low, Sharif?
What?
We add to the position.
Okay.
All right, so there it is. We get that initial move down. We're holding on to the original, but then we went 3 times larger than what we did on this entry right here on Google, and now we're getting that move to the south side. We're short from 175.03, my guy.
All right, man. Sounds good, Joseph. Good look there. All right, so the one I'm involved in right now is DBI. This is not up that much, nor has it done that much volume, but it's got a good looking chart pattern, and initially it has had support at the volume weighted average price. We're long 5s. I'm taking prints at every penny, so we'll see how this one wants to end up running, whether or not it retests that high of the day at around 273. This one's not the most most exciting one, but I got to tell you, the small cap gappers, I don't want to say that they're light on the day. Wolf just showed up here to my, that's why, because it's above 85 pennies. Yeah, I'm looking at the scanner. I'm not really too happy with the small cap gappers on the day. I'll show you what I've got over here. So I just worked into BLMN as well. So let me just set my stops and my orders for this one before I go into the side chart. So this one's gonna have to hold 60 pennies because it's been holding this consolidation area for a hot minute. So let's go ahead and throw out my stop just below 60 pennies, and true to form, we'll give it room. And then we're at 69, so we gotta basically take basically at every penny. So we'll set up at 77s as well, see what we get there. So let's bring in the side chart and have a look at what I'm looking at right now. So VOR, I almost punched into this one, not a bad one. This is a holdover from yesterday. It's a multi-day runner. It's at the 10 EMA, but it's been putting in lower highs now for about 20 minutes and lower lows at a key technical area. So I'm keeping my eye on that. RCT is gonna lose its spot on the side chart anytime now. CTOR above the volume weighted average price. I'm looking at picking this up likely at 88. That's where VWAP is. It's already below the 10 EMA. So I don't really know how to feel about this one. My last line in the sand for CTOR will be VWAP. IREN as well. This one was at the volume weighted average price. It's losing it, so it's been putting in lower lows and lower highs since 10:20. So that's 50 minutes deep now of a sell-off with no support to be had here at VWAP as it's below it. BLMN, that's the one I'm involved in right now. I perceive this one to be bull flagging with an upward tilt. It's obviously got higher lows, not necessarily though higher highs. So that has me optimistic that we could get something aggressively through that 9 3/4. That is essentially the high of the day, 976 on the day. And IREN I already spoke about. OSG likely will lose its spot on the side chart anytime now as it's lost the volume weighted average price decisively, might I add, going all the way down to about 980. VWAP's at around 1015, 1020. Last but not least over here, NAIL. NAIL, this is a buy. Look at this, Joseph. Buy program galore. You got to love this. But you know what happens to the buy programs around 11, 12? Pap. They get shut off, Joseph. Pap was right. So we'll see how this one does. It's also quite expensive, about 59 bucks, 60 bucks, give or take. It's up a respectable 12 and 2/3, percent on the day. The last time this one even glanced, even looked the way of the 10 exponential moving average was right at 935, and it's getting extended away from it now. Now, sometimes that usually means a bit of a sell-off is coming, and sometimes it just doesn't, okay? The buy programs don't get shut off, and you end up making higher highs and higher lows. Throw it, and you feel stupid for not having punched in somewhere along the line, but you gotta respect the rules. Otherwise, you know, what is the point of doing this whole thing? Anyway, DBI, we're taking a whole bunch of prints now as this one moves into 69. Next one, Adara, we're waiting at 70. What do you got?
Yeah, right. We have Netflix on watch. I don't have any news on this, but I do want to mention it because, I mean, the whole market's dropping. Netflix went from near all-time highs around this 1342 level. Currently, we're trading below 1300, so NFLX extremely weak. Sharif, you just talked about buy programs. NFLX maybe looks like a bit of a sell program. I also have some news for you guys on META. Meta on watch. The company's introducing centralized marketing campaigns, expanded AI support, and calling options for businesses using WhatsApp. So more WhatsApp developments here for META. Back to you.
Show them what you're looking at.
Come
there,
on,
man.
pull up the screen.
Show them what you're looking at, Joseph.
I don't know if this is real
Why
or not.
are they teaching these things to fight
man.
Joe? Like, have we not watched Terminator? Have we not watched iRobot? How many movies does Hollywood have to make for us to
listen. Watch the creator. I think the creator, Sharif, you love AI, you love the humanoid robots. You have to watch the creator. It's such a good movie.
Tell me a little bit about it.
So essentially, what happens is a nuclear bomb goes off in LA. They have a bunch of humanoids, right? They've really adapted, so like robots live amongst humans.
Okay,
Short story,
fair.
all right?
All right.
They think that a droid set off this nuke that destroyed things. So anyway, LA.
Okay.
So anyways, now they have a machine that just goes around and destroying populations of the robots. But really, it was humans that set off the nuclear bomb.
They blamed it on the robot.
Yeah, but there's this little girl that they created her, and she's stronger than all the other robots, and she's like the chosen one, like Anakin Skywalker, to destroy the machine that is just like obliterating all these things. Yeah, and it's such a good movie. It's like legitimately a good movie. So it's like, at the end of the day,
shades of Fifth Element a little bit, like where that, like, you know, she's super strong and smart,
No,
like that redheaded one.
I never seen that.
Okay,
one.
well, yeah, Bruce.
No, I'm talking
My
about
bad,
the creator. I'm talking about the creator, Fabian. I think that's just such a phenomenal movie. Like, it's a legitimately good movie. Don't spoil it. Well, it's already too late now. And I think you should, if you're gonna watch anything, I know I gave you a couple good suggestions with Sacha Baron.
Cohen, yeah. Oh, those were really good, really good. They weren't cringe at all.
No.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna mention which one you talked about there.
What does it rhyme with?
I'm not gonna say.
It rhymes with Juno. And there you go.
Why do you do that? Why do you do that, bro? You're gonna get me in trouble.
But no, it's a good movie, I think, and it should be watched for sure.
Okay, all right, I respect that. It's just, you know.
Yeah, I understand where you're getting at, but that's why we get pals and stuff like that, right? But here we are. This is what we got cooking up on Google, guys. I only have one out left here. Really nice short to the downside. We were talking about that the Anthropic and the OpenAI deal possibly with Google. Is that going to, I mean, with Apple, is that going to potentially hurt Google? And we're seeing it today, down 1.5% there, Sharif.
That piece of crap Apple is actually finally getting a bid. I got to tell you the truth, though. You know, I got all the excitement. It's very nice. There's some details that were left out. The details that were left out, Joseph, this is more of a backup plan for Apple. Yeah, the OpenAI Anthropic thing is if they can't get their in order in-house. Yeah. Because they've been trying to make this in-house LLM for a couple of years. Obviously, not without success. Otherwise, we'd be seeing it, right?
Yep.
So we'll have to wait and see whether they can get their stuff together in-house, and if they can't, who do they end up relying on? Who do you guys think that they should go with? Do they go with Claude, Anthropic's large language model, or do they weasel over to the kind of the safer bet, Joseph, which is the ChatGPT, the one that I use? I know you have your preferences there for with Copilot.
Sure.
I don't think Copilot's being discussed, but you know that's kind of OpenAI adjacent, if we could kind of use that idea.
I mean, two solid points there.
Go for
Mitch said it this morning as well, to all the cash that they have on the sideline. And then Katina Man also added the point that they have essentially haven't spent too much either.
No,
on
they
AI
haven't.
spend. So it's like, okay, we really want to play catch up now. We have all this cash that I was mentioning. When you have companies that have $100 billion of free cash flow, it's only a matter of time until you get a couple positive tailwinds. And then sure enough, later in the day, we get that catalyst that broke through the ranges. And I said,
Funny enough, you said it.
Yeah, and I'm like,
you were talking more from a buyout perspective, but it's nonetheless, it's the same idea.
Exactly, and you and I were also talking about Apple's biggest acquisition was the Beats by Dre back in whatever year it was. I think it was the teens for $3 billion.
Yes, sir.
Right, so.
Yes, sir. All right, we're doing it frickin' live right now on my very good friend here, DBI. We're gonna layer orders. That's the way it is. So we're taking prints at every penny on my friend DBI, which was a very obvious volume weighted average price hold, whether or not it continues to hold, and then gives me all the prints that my heart desires. Boom, we just take another one right there. We'll have to wait and see. Here we go, right up to 72s. That's my next level. I'm waiting at 72s, and then 73s is the high of the day. So be on the lookout here for a break above HOD. Shut up, woman. And then we'll keep an eye out on the high of the day break and whether Siri is interrupting me, Obi. What am I supposed to do? So quick here. I got stopped out of a newer position, VOR. I tried to take the volume weighted average price retracement, got in at 84, got stopped out at 79. So we'll take a 5-penny hit quick as you like right now on VOR. That'll be the first loser on the day. We'll look to do a little bit better. So keeping an eye on 72 here on DBI. Simultaneously, we are taking prints here on BLMN. This one I'm in at 69er, and now up to 77 we go. That is where I'm waiting. So it's got to cross 77 for me to get the print. Above that, we're going to be waiting at 80s. So let's pack our patience here on DBI and BLMN, see if we can kind of get that big move upside Ike Turner and Siri. I don't even know what that means, but it doesn't seem like it's a good thing. So I don't know how I feel about that. But anyway, BLMN looking good here. Very respectful of the 10 EMA. In addition to respecting the moving averages, I perceive this to be putting in higher lows. I feel like it might just be a matter of time until double sevens gets taken out. 977, the high of the day on that bad boy. And then we're still waiting for that print on DBI Joseph at 72s as it zigs and zags. Nail, though, I got a guy. Oh, so before I get to nail, you guys have been asking me to cover B. BMNR, I think it is. The one from yesterday. Allow me a moment over here. I believe that is the ticker. I'm just trying to find it on my scanner, and it seems to have disappeared. BMNR, yeah. That's a holdover from yesterday, and that has a good catalyst for it. I believe this is the one that was hoarding ETH. Where are we today on BMNR? We're up 85%. Yeah, okay. So we're taking out levels. Super expensive, obviously. You know, I always say don't hold these ones overnight because, you know, usually they're around for a good time, not a long time. But there's always exceptions to the rule, and this is the one, Ob. Look at this thing. It's going to take out 64, Ob. Look at that beautiful 48 hold. You did get wicked in and wicked out, but that was a very clear area where there were buyers at $48. Look at BMNR. It's going to take 100%. The buying on this one is very aggressive, but the spread is even more prohibitive. It's like 30, 40 pennies. Yeah, get it, Adara. Adara is pumping on the spread. So keep your eye on this one. I'm not going to be trading BMNR. It's just too expensive and too hard to manage risk. We're continuing to take prints on BLMN, and we're continuing to take Prince Joseph on DBI. So happy with how this is.
Nice, brother. Good looks there, guys. So there it is. We only have one more out less. I mentioned this earlier. We did take a stab on IBIT, but relatively small size here. Even though I did add into this position, and I was gonna take a stab, and I was gonna take a second entry, but I'm like, you know what? No, I'm gonna be patient and wait for this Google short to come in. I think IBIT's gonna be, our Bitcoin itself is gonna be in a little bit of trouble in the near term. From what I'm seeing from a daily price action, we're really struggling at 108. And we can't seem to breach it on multiple attempts, and we're just continuously forming those lower highs. But this was the short. If I took the second entry, obviously we would have been cooking up a storm here. But I had more conviction within the Google trade. There, yeah, exactly. I had more conviction within the Google trade, so I just wanted to focus on that more. Even though it was a squeeze here, you get that squeeze type PA, and then you make that big time move down. So. Thesis right, timing just a little bit off, and that's really important when you're trading. So things may take multiple attempts, but Los Polios, way to get out on 210 on Apple. We talked about that call wall there as well, too, guys. Coming right into play, Sharif. The 160 call wall on NVDA coming into play, and we want to continuously use these levels. And Gorv, that's what I was referring to. When I see size like that, yeah, you can get those reversion type plays back into the volume weighted average price. But in my opinion, the sellers are dominating the session right now, right? I think that's kind of hard to debate, with the exception of maybe UNH. And check the aftermarket show with Darren and I when I mentioned UNH was going to be a solid play and Apple a continuation, because UNH's daily price action is like, okay, like, it's only a matter of time until I think it broke out there, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you've seen the chart today. It's been on a move here.
Can we see the daily?
Yeah,
so we can get a quick gander of where we're at?
Exactly. Oh. And then you can see that we're holding this base at 290 relatively well and slowly starting to curl over, and then now you're kind of getting that break there. And I mentioned the next step is heading into this gap, and then look for about a 60 to 70% fill of this gap, and then that's a solid trade. Right.
Absolutely agree with you. My buddy's probably going to be super happy. I told you my
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully he was grabbing some more down here, or are doing something, some cash secured puts. Michael Noss and I were talking about those last night as well too.
Hey.
And just the benefit of not chasing this market all the way up here, but having the ability to create some passive income and then waiting for those stocks and the underlying assets to come into the price where you actually want to own. Well, it doesn't hit your strike price, those close out of the money. Well, congratulations, you still made a little bit of cash on the side, and then you just roll that contract over until eventually you do get that fill that you're looking for. And that's the beauty of cash secured puts. There's you can make some good money on it, and then you own the stock at the exact price that you want to.
Well said, Joseph. Yeah, who's that in this? Todd Kowal. Solar stocks are moving. Aren't you right, brother? Holy cow. Some of them are actually really moving here. You have a lot of the penny stock solar names that are going gung-ho. I'm just going to show this quickly over here, Assassino, if I can. This is my solar watch list right there. So you have Nova, which is now an 8-penny name, up 33%. SunQ, that's up 200%. But you have some of the more common names like your Run, CSIQ, which is Canadian Solar, FSLR, Enphase up 4%, Sedge up 4.16, TAN. I know Adare likes that one because it's spready. All right, so we're going to keep tabs on that one. We'll keep tabs on solar, man. I think the reason why it's up, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, you guys will know a little bit better here, is that some of the senators are trying to eke out some exceptions for these solar stocks to actually get some of these government subsidies if they meet some sort of deadline, something like that. I heard something about it this morning, ever so briefly. Didn't get the full story. But again, you know, I don't believe in this solar story, at least not for the moment. Long term, I think that the administration, you know, has kind of made their bet. The current administration has made their bet, and if things change, I'll change my tune. But I don't think that that will be the case, at least not for the moment. And if that's the case, that's a big ass headwind that you've got to keep dealing with here. Excuse my French there for a second. All right, DBI, Joseph, we're doing it freaking live. All right, higher highs, higher lows. We're taking prints at every level. Let's go ahead and weasel out at 75, and then by extension of that, we'll weasel out at 77. It is the high of the day right now. DBI 275 HOD. Keep your eye out on that one. I'm continuing to take prints as well on BLMN. This was not as explosive, showing me 82s right now. I'm actually waiting at 83. So another penny here, and hopefully we'll take another beak wetter out. Only 2 positions on for me right now, Joseph, because I really don't like the look of any other ones. Obviously, I like BMNR, but just too expensive and too hard to manage.
Yeah, fair enough there, guys. And I propose that the Trader TV live team, we just order a bunch of Uber Eats, and then we invoice it to Katina Man. So, Ramin, hop right on the Uber Eats. Let us know what we're getting, and then we'll figure it from there. Yeah.
Ram. Can we get some wings? Maybe like lemon pepper wings? You don't like wings? You don't control that.
All we got to do is order it. All we got to do is order it and then invoice it.
Yeah. Can you pay for it and invoice it on your account, Ram?
That's what we
like that, eh? That's why we're all putting it on her. See, your problem is you're sitting in front of us now. You've opened this up to yourself, Ram. Don't put on those headphones either. Those aren't going to protect you.
At all. Yeah, a big time squeeze.
We're bullying Ram.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll get the wings here coming soon. I know you want the zesty lemon peppers there.
Lemon pepper is so sick. Why'd you say zesty like that, huh? Why were you saying zesty like that, Joseph?
Like that?
What a guy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, we have fun here as always.
Yes, sir.
Blue cheese dip, absolutely. But a big time move back into Google here, into VWAP. Are we going to hold this down trend line? If that's going to be the case, then there can be an ad opportunity. Again, I only have about 10%. It's my last out here. And if it comes back to my break even, I'm just going to hop out of that there. So
man.
Yeah, exactly. So if we crack this here, then that trade might be done. So yeah, we'll be patient to see what's going on. If Google wants to squeeze, this market can most definitely rebound. But go Gorev go as NVDA is starting to climb back as well too. I hope you get VWAP just like Google squeezed all the way back to VWAP. But a relatively nice trade. We won't complain. We did get it out right at the lows, so that's a big time move.
It's a big time trade.
Yeah, if we get another opportunity to short it down here, Sharif, then I think we're going to be looking to.
That's a big boy trade right there, man. That's a big boy trade, and the ad. And the beak wetters, that's a fantastic look there, Joseph. Good job, bro.
Thank you.
Fantastic look there. All right, guys, we're continuing up here on BLMN. It's a good look. The next beak wetter we're waiting at 86s. It's already showing me 86s, but it's got a cross for the print. But look at DBI go. Up and to the right, next print 77s. It's already showing me 77s. We just need it to cross. A little bit more over here, and then we'll get the print. We've got shares on, so we'll continue to take prints to the high side. Very happy with how these trades have been executed, but obviously looking to do a little bit better. What is the next trade, right? So it can't be just DBI and BLMN for the rest of the show. We got to keep an eye out on these ones. What happened to my, BLMN? We're all out of shares on this one, Joseph? Bald. Yeah, that's the word, bald. All right, we're not going to say the other one there that you guys thought I was going to say. All right, so I'm going to keep my eye on that. So a couple of good trades so far. Really, the best looking one, though, is NAIL that I have not been into because it's just too extended and a little too pricey at the moment. 15%. What is the headline on this? I need to know. to fulfill my own curiosity here, Adara, finding out what the hell. Well, I don't even see anything. Adara, do you have anything on nail? Because I don't see a thing.
Semis, I'm not seeing anything on semis. In terms of nail, I know Mitch Hoke mentioned this morning, so shout out to the pool.
KBI,
nail,
maybe?
NAIL.
AB.
Is it NAIL?
Yeah, it is. I'm just looking at some of the home builders.
Yeah. So that's a little bit unclear as to why that's up either, because construction spending was actually down here in a month over month. It was a little bit lower than we were expecting. So unclear. I'm going to have to look more into this nail, but believe me, we'll nail down the reason this is moving, because that's what we do here at Trader TV Live.
I appreciate that, Adair. Thank you. Yeah, I'm keeping there's KB Homes. There's a bunch of others that I was just trying to look at. So it's an ETF, guys. It's a triple levered ETF for the Dow Jones U.S. Selectum Home Construction Index. So the fund creates long positions by investing in at least 80% of its assets in the securities that comprise the index and financial instruments that provide leveraged and unleveraged exposure to the index. Okay, fine. Fine by me on that. We'll keep an eye out, and if we get any other headlines, and if you guys have any headlines for us that explains this whole thing, go ahead.
I think I found something on nail. Right now it is just speculation I'm seeing on X, but so if you guys didn't know, IWM is up today as well. I actually mentioned this earlier, and it looks like both of these being up are being attributed to the fact that people are expecting we might get some cuts. They're both interest rate sensitive sectors. So I'm seeing that being attributed potentially to this move. Again, if I find any concrete news, I'll let you guys know. But the rate connection, especially with what IWM is doing, I'll pull that up for you guys right now, is certainly interesting. IWM here really strong today, guys. Back to you.
Absolute sense. Think about that, because you got two rate angles to the home builders, Joseph. You got for the financing. So if you're a buyer and you want to go out to get a loan, obviously lower rates are better for you and more stimulative. But also, let's not forget why we're not building anything in this country between 27 to from basically 2027 and 2028. But very few home starts in this country. How come? Because of the prohibitively high rates that these home builders got to go and borrow from, as well as some of the tariff stuff specific to us. But that's obviously not much of an issue for the United States, because they're not the ones who have to deal with that. But yeah, so it's a kind of a double prong or double-edged sword there that helps with these home builders. So keep an eye on that.
I mean, yeah, and I was doing a little bit of reading as well too, and there's too many of these micro units, and not enough of these single family units. So there's an abundance. There's too much supply of these 400 square foot condos that nobody wants with no view and everything.
Absolutely.
Like that.
And I was telling you off camera. Remember, I was telling you. I don't want to say exactly where it is, but near my place. I was telling you off the highway and off the subway. So you got the double edge right there. You got that. 2-bed, 2-bath, small. 600-700 square feet. South of $500,000. Wow. That was not possible.
That was never the case.
That was not possible during the pandemic, maybe even before, Joseph. So prices dropping a little bit for those shoebox condos.
Yeah, because again, I just mentioned there's not enough demand for those. People are sick of them. They want a view. We don't want shoebox stuff. And I'm pretty sure the province minimum is around 350 square feet.
I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, the province minimum is 350.
Interesting.
Feet, but nobody wants those. So yeah, we have an abundance of kind of these really small units in the city. And if you've ever been to Toronto, we have a lot of condos, and people don't want to buy those 500 square foot units because people are starting to have families and everything along those lines.
Absolutely.
So, and that's the thing. Now that's when you see the slight increase in those 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms that are 800 square foot.
Funny enough how that's happening all of a sudden, because you wouldn't usually fit a 2-bed, 2-bath in anything under 1,000 square feet. Right. But hey, man, that's just the way it is. That's just the way the cookie. But I got to tell you the truth, man. With the province, and this may not obviously affect a lot of people, but your boy Dougie, he really wants to create like that transit corridor to the urban areas, more urban sprawl. But the good news for that is, if you can get to downtown in a manageable time, you can weasel out to the burbs and live in a house, right? Most of us grew up that way.
I don't know too much about the Ontario line, but I heard it's not going to be too bad.
No, but that's still more Toronto, though. I'm talking about GO Transit, right? Where you have that dedicated daily service.
We need more angles, right? Because right now the GO is just kind of essentially east and west into the city, and then the north line. You got to kind of get hit in between the
Absolutely.
parallels, I think.
Yeah, we have 270 degrees of sprawl in this city. All right. Enough Toronto stuff, guys. Still keeping my eye on DBI over here as it zigs and zags. Still waiting to get printed at 77s. It went up to 77. That is a high of the day, but alas, it did not cross. So we're not involved in that print. But this disappointed me here. I was not aware of how many shares I had left, that is, on BLMN. That's my mistake, nobody else's. And this one is really going without me. Last Beakweather we got there was at 88. Now it's got a high of the day of 98. So I just missed out on a 10-penny move right there because I was not cognizant of the amount of shares that I had remaining. So that's on me. We'll look to do better next time. But I'm still not seeing any small cap gapper to my liking. I won't trade BMNR. It's too hard to manage risk on that one, especially on the show, and I don't want to have to be kind of throwing it to Joe every 2 seconds here so that I can manage this position. But this is on the tear right now. BMNR is on a rampage, and it's got a fantastic looking chart, at least on the 5. It hasn't even touched the 10 exponential moving average since it reclaimed it, I want to say, at around 10:55. So we're going now on almost 40 minutes of this really getting extended, and there it goes into the high of the day again, 73.14. This is up 115% on the day. And guys, if you think 115% was good today, take a gander at what it did yesterday. It was up 412%. And then it started running in the aftermarket. Why does it run in the aftermarket? Oh yeah, that's right. There's no volatility halt parameter. So this thing ended up running another 60% in the aftermarket. And then basically from the yesterday's close to right now, we're up 120%. So, or 115%, excuse me. So keep your eye on this one. If you're okay with trading these more volatile names, have at it. I perceive here technical support at $60. You have a pre-market rejection at that level. You also have the initial implied balance high right at that open there at 940. It spikes up to 60, rejects, drops all the way down to about 44.23, and that is essentially the low day. Since that time, though, when it made the low day, it's been putting in higher highs and higher lows. I picked this up maybe with like just very small size if it does dip back into 60 and shows me that the buyers are stepping in. So BMNR, an absolute monster yesterday, an absolute monster in the aftermarket, and an absolute monster in the pre-market today. And guess what? It remains a monster during the regular trading hours. So it's a monster at all times. Top pink tail candle right now, Joseph, ugly topping till candle, 74.80, so let's say 75, and it just dropped down into $68. Very dangerous, very volatile. I'm going to continue to say that. I don't care if I sound like a broken record, but I need to make that point very clear so that you guys get that these ones are dangerous so that you trade them accordingly. BMNR, Joseph, a monster. Oh,
beautiful.
Don G. Dangler. I like that name. BMNR has a BTC treasury worth $250 million. Their market cap at that level is probably an okay support. That's a very interesting way of looking at it. I like that. You're kind of looking at the fundamentals and you're kind of mixing that in with the technicals, and I don't mind that whatsoever. I think that is probably the best idea. So is this one BTC or is it? I thought it was ETH.
It is Ethereum.
Thanks,
that's what I was just going to come in to say. Yeah. They just announced that private placement to raise $250 million for that Ethereum treasury. To my knowledge, I'm not seeing that they're currently sitting on anything. I mean, if that's different, please correct me. But as of right now, Ethereum treasury, much like a lot of these small caps as of late, $250 million private placement, that was what led to the move yesterday. I
appreciate that, Adara. Yeah, and Don G. Dangler correcting himself there, saying, sorry, ETH. Yeah, absolutely, Don. Gotcha, my man. It's a good look, and we've seen this, the Michael, I don't know, what should we call it? Should we call it the sailor strategy?
The sailor strategy.
Right? You just add BTC or crypto to your balance sheet, and then you're good to go. The market buys you up.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if Ether obviously is obviously not Bitcoin, right? There's not a limited supply of Bitcoin, so I think it's slightly different. But by all means, if you can find a way and people want to start grabbing it, then you can start using it with the smart contracts. We know the likes of Microsoft was using them for their gaming sector with Xbox and everything.
I like the smart contracts.
I think they're great.
I think they're fantastic, and you can prove ownership of any product and Walmart transfer ownership next to instantaneously. Like, for example, if I own a piece of art, and you want to know if it's a legitimate piece of art or not, it can have that obviously in the smart contract.
Yeah,
and then you can prove ownership. Nobody can kind of come at you and say you got it illegally or anything like that.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen it in these smart contracts. One minute, Adara. We've seen in the likes of Xbox, right? So because there's so many components that go to making a game, they have these smart contracts in place that, okay, yeah, if this criteria is hit, if this is met, then each individual gets paid throughout the smart contracts. And then also with Walmart's supply chain is that you can go all the way back from where you've allocated that piece of fruit through the supply chain using some of these contracts to actually where it
fantastic. I didn't think about that.
Originated. Yeah,
Very
exactly.
smart idea. Go ahead.
Adara, what do you got for us?
Just be aware here, we do have President Donald Trump speaking right now from Alligator Alcatraz. It was supposed to do a business roundtable, or not a business roundtable, but some kind of roundtable. Right now, it's just 3 guys standing in a very loud facility, so that, to my knowledge, it's not the roundtable yet. But just letting you know, he is speaking right now. He's talking mostly about Iran, so nothing super market related as of right now, but it's always worth noting when he's talking. Back to you.
Derek, come back. Explain what this Alcatraz thing is, because some people may not know.
Without stepping into the political lines here, so basically,
that's fine.
If you
This
guys
is the
have heard of
midday show, baby.
Alcatraz, the prison. So Alligator Alcatraz is, as Caroline Levitt put it yesterday, it's basically a new detention center for immigrants who have committed crimes. And the goal with Alligator Alcatraz, you might be able to tell from the name, was to introduce dangerous wildlife or species as a bit of a deterrent from leaving said facility, because there will be alligators outside at your door if you leave.
We only need sharks with lasers on. I think that would be the next.
Not lasers, freaking lasers.
Freaking lasers. Yes. What is happening here?
What in the days?
Anyway, bro, it's all good. All good. Everything's fine, guys. I just think it's very, very, very unusual.
Very interesting.
Very unusual.
Okay, let's go through the options chain here, guys, and I don't want to hear anything else after this. All right. So yesterday, what was the high on Google?
What?
Okay, so in the pre-market until we opened up, it was around 180, 199. I think was the high, 180, and then sure enough, we're flushing. Where's the highest level of open interest on Google? That is going to be right at that 180 strike price. And everybody in the chat who was saying, Joe, why are you short Google? Well, yesterday I was actually long Google, and this is mostly due to this swing trade right here. Once I closed that up, I opened it up on Monday, and then I closed the position, 66% of the position on Monday as well. Too. And then you can still see I'm holding a little bit of Google right there, and that's what we have going on. Now, moving forward, that's just on X. We're looking at that options chain. Moving forward, it was only about 20 minutes ago when we were talking about Apple 210. What happened with Apple on that second retest? You get to a high as 210.20. And then sure enough, you reject off of that level once again here. So 210, 44,000, highest level of open interest. That is a call wall, a supply zone, not enough demand to absorb it. What happens? You reject off those levels aggressively, and then now you're heading to the low of the day, around 206.85, and that selling pressure has continued. Now, moving forward to another big-time name. Oh, I sound like a broken record, Joe. Well, we got to start utilizing these trades. We got to start implementing this within our systems. Los Polios already did this. He said, Joe, I was long on some calls on Apple from 205. I got out at 210 right at that call wall. Bang. Perfect. That's exactly what we want to do. What did we see yesterday on NVDA? You get that move up. You have the inability to breach 160, 139,000 times that by 100, and then the price of the stock. That's how much that's how much size we have notionally at that 160 strike price. Sure enough, what happens? We don't even look back. We can't breach 160. Not enough demand north of that. And that's why when everybody in the chats ask me, is it a good time to buy this, and that? Well, just understand what's going on and what you need to happen next week in order for that trade to start working out for you. I'm not going to say no to start allocating everything, but you don't go 100% all at one time. I mentioned this before. You have 10 grand that you're looking to put into a position, 2,500 here, 2,500 there, 1,000 here, 1,000 there, 1,000 here, 1,000 there, and then eventually you build into that $10,000 position. And sure enough, you always want to keep an eye on the options chain, because if it's telling you that we're not going to go higher than a specific number, you better listen to it, Tree.
You better listen, man. TER, says Jameson. Having a look, brother. Let me just weasel that on the top chart over there. TER. Okay, Jameson, I see you, sir. Look, it's only up 1.5%. It's a $90 stock. I won't trade it, but I'll look at it for you and I'll give you my honest opinion. So let's load that up. BMNR still holding trend, even though it had that ugly topping tail. Still not anywhere near the 10 exponential moving average. Let's have a look at TER, Teradyne, $14 2/3 billion market cap. Nice breakout there, Jameson, right at 11.15 off that 89.70 area. Now we're knocking the door of 91.5 with that 91 1/3 HOD. What's going on with this one? Not seeing anything here. Does it have anything from yesterday? The answer is no. Day prior. Thank you, Adara. Not seeing anything. Teradyne, they're an automated test equipment and robotics solution. So robotics. Amazon, Adara, I think, was talking about robotics today, talking about, they're going to build them in the United States rather than relying on Asia. The company designs, develops, and manufactures and sells automated test systems and robotics products. Segment includes semiconductor tests and robotics. Okay, so it seems it's a robotics story. I don't know why it's up. It's only up 1.5.
What ticker was it?
TER, Adara.
TER.
Yeah, Teradyne. Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate you. There goes the high of the day again, 91.34. Big boy moves on TER. Again, it's not a big percentage winner, but it's a nice breakout there. Good technical pattern with a bull flag forming. Seems to be between 91 and 91 1/3. I'd let it go below 91, but you're going to have to keep an eye on the spread as always. Okay, guys? All right, we're taking prints again here on DBI as it continues to make new highs. 79 now, the high of the day. We're going to wet the beak at 79, and then if we're going to print in the 60s or the 80s, it's going to be 69 or 82. I like those numbers. Guys, something's going on with Unity. It's like making noise in my ear. Okay, there, it went away. I don't know what the hell just happened there.
Test me out there, Fabian.
It's good now.
Okay.
Yeah, you can test him if you want, but it's okay now. All right, so DBI, keeping my eye on that one. Still got shares. Now I've put in another dip trade here for BLMN. It came into 10. 10.05 is the high. I'm looking for a bigger retracement and not just a whole 10. It only got to 10.05, so it's not like exactly a clear 10 by some distance. So I'm looking for a pull in to the 10 exponential. So I've set up a dip trade at the 90s. I made a mistake on this one. I got out too much too quickly. I was unaware of the shareage that I had. That's on me. So we'll look to do a little bit better by looking to get in at the right area. So here's what I'm seeing on my side chart. If I can show you guys why I'm looking to dip trade right there. BLMN. This is the 10 EMA on the 5, and the 10 EMA, as you can see here, just a lot of respect for the price action and the 10 EMA. And if you're a newer trader and be like, Sharif, bro, what are these lines that are showing up on your chart that you think the price is respecting? Well, brother, it's a great question if you're newer to trading, because it seems like all hocus pocus. But what's actually happening here is that there is automated trading systems, algorithms, mechanical trading systems, whatever, that are basing their buy and their sell orders off these lines. So it ends up being a self-fulfilling prophecy that everybody's looking at. Not everybody, but a lot of people are looking at them, and the people with buying power are basing the trades off that. So it's no no shock, or there's a reason why it's doing that. So that's going to be my move, a move off the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's my story. I'm sticking to it. Look at DBI go. It's a print factory on DBI right now. Higher highs and higher lows. We just got to 81 HOD. I'm waiting at 82. How many shares do I have left? We still got shares on, so we'll be able to take more. So I'm keeping my eye on DBI, turning it into one of the best small cap gappers patterns, I would say, on the day. Let's see if it ends up staying that way, Joseph. 282, that's what I'm looking at there.
Good look there, brother. So yeah, a couple people in the chat are asking me what specific names I am currently looking at. Well, you can see that now we're sitting on the backside of this downtrend on Google. So we got to keep an eye out on this, especially if we're going to look for the continuation to that downside. So as long as we can, if this does hold right here, then I won't be looking for that move. As soon as we sit on the back end of that, then there could be a potential addition to this short here. All right, so just keep that in mind. And this was yesterday's session, some aggressive selling here on Google, and yeah, and I right in the pre-market, as soon as I opened my eyes, I'm like, yeah, let's sell some of this stuff here all the way up at 180, and I'm like, yeah, because he's just following what the options market is telling you. Leave a little bit of a runner, and I think there's going to be a good opportunity to add. And it's the same thing with Apple, right? We have our TA done on Apple. We can pull this up from a daily. and it's just this downtrend. I was talking about it yesterday. It doesn't take much of a catalyst to get this thing going. So now if we start to pull back and we hold that specific level, well, guess what? That's when you slowly start to start grabbing shares. Those shares start working, Sharif. Guess what? You start to add contracts and try to make that position as large as you possibly can, especially if it's already winning. Use your shares to build the cushion, then hop into those leverage products, and then really get those exponential moves that you're looking for. And I think that's what's going to happen there in AAPL. So if we come into 105, then that's perfect. I grab a little shares here. It starts to climb a little bit higher, 105.50. We grab a couple more, and then eventually, once the thesis is really working around 208, 210, then that's when you add a contract or so, and then look for that move all the way up into 215 or this previous resistance zone that we're experiencing right at 214.54. All right, so that is my game plan. I tell you guys my swing trade out loud. Win or lose, I took a loss on some Bitcoin contracts, but it canceled out by selling some shares, so it mitigates that loss. But now Bitcoin is really struggling along that. So let's pull it up here, actually. It's really struggling at 108 here, Sharif. And now we're rejecting. You can see that we've now formed a shelf here right at that 105. So if you open up below this, I'm going to suspect that we're going to see some potential more downside in Bitcoin. And that's why I decided to get out. It's either we were going to break through that 108 with momentum and velocity, but that wasn't the case. We just continued to sell. We rejected aggressively. One day I woke up, it's like, oh, 108. I'm like, okay, we're looking pretty good. But then in a couple hours later, we're now back at 107 and 106. So I just told myself, all right, the trade isn't working how we want to. I'm not married to it in any sense, even though I do love the underlying asset. I'm just going to hop out. My objective is to put on good trades and make money, not fall in love with a particular name or a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I don't like falling in love with particular names.
No, exactly, ever.
BMNR, guys, halted to the downside. Now, the problem with trading on the Amex exchange on this one, oh God. Whatever, I can't speak. That's what the problem is. All right, BMNR, it trades on the Amex, okay? And because it trades on the Amex, we're not going to get the theoretical auction price. So we'll just get basically where it says tap right there. So I can tell you what where it's leaning to buy or sell orders. We're not going to be able to say that. So it's just halted at 63.42. The halt time, Joseph, 11:50.44. It's 11:51.44 now, okay? So we're 1 minute deep into what could be more than a 5-minute halt. So the volatility halts come in waves of 5. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. BMNR, I like this again off 60, guys, all right? That's the level that I'm looking at. I like it for price action support. I'm talking about that topping tail into 60. I'm talking about these topping tails into 58. So 60 would be where I pick it up. Whether or not I pick it up at 60, that's going to have to come down to what I see on the time and sales, what I see on the 5-second chart when it does make its way down there, okay? It's open. I don't see what the hell? What the hell? So that's completely wrong. So gave me the wrong time there. Anyway, it seems to be finding some support here. There's a buyer here at 62 and change, 62. So it's finding support at, okay, so it lost 62. Here we go, 61.50, back up to 62. So the bamboozlement, you know, I don't want to say it's that bad. This is certainly not too bad right now. So BMNR looking to hold 60 here. Let's see if it does and pops back up into that $65 area. That's where the 10 EMA is. So it's using now the 10 EMA as resistance, if I can say that so right here, 65 or so. That's where the 10 EMA is. Let's keep an eye out on this one. BMNR clearing 65, 66 now. So there you go. There was the buy, and up it goes into 67. This is one for the books right here. It was just at 61. Now it's at 67. Here we go. It feels like we're getting back to 70 awfully quick. 68 it is. BMNR, a big boy stock on the day. Trade this one carefully, though. Seriously, guys, for real, because it is quite dangerous. All right. So we got up to 285 now on DBI. That is the high of the day. I've got one profit taker left on this one, so I'm going to let this one go. I'll let it go all the way down into my entry if I have to. I'll see if it, you know, wants to work its way back up to 3. The only question really that I have for myself is here, do I add at 275? And why 275, kind of a random area? Well, that's where the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is. So We'll see. We'll see. I only have one out left on this one, so I'll just pack my patience and I'll make a decision later. I got into BLMN again. Initial entry here, I believe, at 98s or 99s. I've got another planned dip trade to defend 90. And that's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, so that's why my order is there. So BLMN, second trade on this one. First one profitable, but we kind of glitched a little bit and took it out too quickly, so we're right back into this one, planning to DCA more into that 10 EMA, which is showing me 90s or 88s, showing me 88s. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Last but not least, Joseph, CTOR, one that we kind of had a little bit on the side chart over here, but didn't say too much about because it had lost the volume weighted average price, is all of a sudden right back above VWAP. So now it's back in play. And it's already cleared the pre-market high with the high of the day being 520. It's showing 495 now. It's been above the volume weighted average price going on 20 minutes or almost, reclaiming it around 1135. So CTOR could be a nice squeeze above that 5. We know that 5 will be a resistance level for a couple of reasons. Psychological resistance, as we always talk about. But look at these candles over here. All of them reject off 5 before dropping down, then finally clearing that level. So there was certainly a seller at 5 initially. We'll see whether or not they show up there again. So that's a look, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, good stuff there, guys. I want to take a look at the top performing sectors, and we're seeing a little bit of a rotation here, Sharif. Leading the way, materials is up 2 3/4 on the day. So that's a big time move. XLB, guys, go check it out. We'll pull that up momentarily. Or actually, let's take a look at it right now because we can, right? XLB, this is the material sector ETF. And then sure enough, look, guys, we break through some key resistance zones, and then you see a big time momentum move there in the material sector. And then boom, this is parabolic, straight to the top side. This is crazy, Sharif.
Sir.
Only 3 red candles on the day there, are 4 if you want to count this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 there. So it's some
What
nice
is this,
move.
Nail?
No, XLB.
XLB,
Materials,
okay.
yeah, the materials ETF. Yeah, very interesting. Big time move up 2%, over 2%, 2.7% to be exact there, guys. And then we got XLV sitting in second place. That is going to be the healthcare sector on another big time move, up 2% here on the day, guys, with a low of around 134, and now we're trading around 138. So if you're looking to find signs of strength, even though it may be too late right now, this is what you got to go through. You got to go through these top performing sectors and see what's hot and then what's not. Consumer staples, XLP, looking pretty good today as well, too, guys. We're up by about 1.5% on the day. So those are your top 3 win, place, and show for all my pony and dog racers out there. And then utilities sitting in third last, down about 0.1%, XLU. Wow, I can go through all of these. So there you go. These are going to be the only 3 sectors. Is the bottom 3. We go with the top 3, and then we take a look at the bottom 3. And then we have the XLC, the communication service, down about 0.8%, and then XLK down 1.2, 1.5 there, guys. We'll take a look at XLK, and I'm surprised that I remember all of these off by heart, but there it is, down 1.2%. XLK still trading below the volume weighted average price in last place today, being led by the likes of NVDA, Google, and AMD.
Why is the market selling off so aggressively today? What's a lot of profit taking from the all-time highs? Because there's really no bad catalyst. There's not too much bad, right?
You know what? Michael Noss and I were talking yesterday.
Yeah.
And I asked him the question. I said, at what point do you think that this market is slightly overbought? We have NVDA up 80% off of the Liberation Day lows. We have the overall market up 30+% off of those Liberation Day lows. And he was talking about before. He said the market was waiting for a pullback that it never got to experience. And now I'm thinking, are we slightly extended, considering from a percentage gain that we're up there, and maybe we're.
What do you say?
He said, yeah. Well, he actually said there's still a lot of traders and institutions that are still short and have cash on the sideline that can lead this market to continuously run. So maybe in the short term we're slightly overbought, but in the long term there's still a lot of cash.
That's fantastic.
And individuals on
That's exactly what I've been hearing as well. A lot of money still sitting on the sidelines that could find its way. Some of it found its way into European exchanges. I don't know if you saw that. They made all-time highs as well.
There was a rotation as well.
And
I had a point, and it just slipped my mind that we were just talking.
It'll come back.
It'll come back. But right now we're going to Adara.
Yep.
Keep an eye on Amazon and some of these quantum players, because Amazon just announced apparently they're introducing Device Layout, a software package for computer-aided design of quantum integrated circuits circuits. Also, the Senate vote is now beginning on the big, beautiful bill. Not likely to be market related, but we know this has been something on watch, certainly for the economy, and you could potentially keep an eye on solar stocks with that in mind. Actually, we'll just do happening now here as well, because I just realized it's 12 p.m. and Neil will not do his lesson of the day because he's on vacation. So lots of stocks to watch today. Beyond this quantum space, I mean, there's been a lot of weakness in certain areas of the market. Let's talk about Netflix. Went from all-time highs, now trading around $12.80. This is down roughly on a dollar basis, around $50 on the day. So pretty bad look for NFLX. No catalyst that I could find on it. But one name that did certainly have a catalyst and is TSLA. Tesla on watch here. Elon Musk, CEO of the company, and his former friend, President Donald Trump of the United States, are engaged once again in a little bit of a war of words, with Donald Trump saying that he has no problem getting Department of Government Efficiency, formerly run by Elon Musk, to investigate Musk's subsidies. Really interesting stuff here for this market, that is for sure. Lots of these small cap runners as well. As Sharif's been talking about, BNMR. Tons of names on watch today, without a doubt, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying what you're seeing. Check us out every single day. Send you back to the guys.
All right, guys. Looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TraderTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to the top1futures.com. Start trading towards your next potential payout there, guys. And one thing that I also wanted to add, just me obviously because I like watching some of the individuals on CNBC, and our guy Tom Lee claimed that this is the most hated V reversal and recovery in the market. Why? Because what Sharif and I were just talking about, there's still so much cash on the sidelines. People were not expecting what we have been going through in the past couple of months since those Liberation Day lows, that the market would put in all-time highs. Katina Man said, yeah, the market's going to put in all-time highs relatively soon. I said there was no chance that it does it this year, and then sure enough, we're up 30% there. But yes, there's a couple people in the chat, and we have some super chats that we are going to go over. I will go over Whiskey Mike. We will go over AAPL for you momentarily. But first, we have to take care of these super chats. What's going on, family? Can I get some info on Ford, please? Sure. Let's take a look at F. Oh, wow, okay. Big time move in Ford there, Sharif. Only a couple red candles on the day, but a nice move from the low of 1079 to 1133. But I'm sure if we zoom out, this isn't going to be that pretty. Not horrible off of the Liberation Day lows. I would be suspecting a little bit worse, but here it is. There's some key resistance zones that it needs to break through. One thing to note is that the momentum, it looks like it's heading towards that resistance level, and if you can sit on top of that range, who knows, this breakout can continue and this move sustain. So that's the like on Ford. And once again, thank you for that $5
Thank you very much,
chat. Vaughn. One more thing. Yeah, exactly. Vaughn, thank you very much. And then we're going to go over APLD for my guy, Whiskey Mike. APLD, why is it rejecting a specific level? Let's take a look at the chain. And I mean, I talked to a lot of the traders in the chat. It's only a couple dollars to get options activity, the data program, right? So you may as well just go and spend that money if your broker allows you to do so. It's like $3 or $4 for all that up to market speed options data. It's well worth it. And if you put transactions, the more you spend in commissions, I'm pretty sure you don't even have to pay that. So it's up to like a couple transactions, and then that fee is waived. But for APLD, why is the spread so crazy, and why doesn't it move as much in the options? $10 call, $7.25. Let's pull up the actual underlying here on a chart and see what we got going on. Why isn't it that? I mean, it's a $10 stock, right? So don't expect this thing to move. Like if it moves $1, that's a 10% move in this name. But here it is. It's starting to cool off. What am I seeing from an options chain standpoint? Nothing crazy there, Sharif. There's no outstanding size of open interest. There is a little bit of a concentration relative to what we got going on here at 10 through that 11 area. But other than that, on this week's expiration cycle, seems relatively cool. We can zoom out and go to a week out. 10, nothing substantial just yet. Wait for that rollover. But overhead, sometimes, I'm not saying all the times the answers lie in the options market, but you can see that small concentration right here, and that might be causing some overhead resistance.
Would you believe me if I told you
You know, for 3? 3? Is
BMNR
that
giveth.
Is that 3?
Yes, and BMNR taketh away. Boom into the high side, Joseph.
It doesn't even, oh, you're out
It
of
doesn't
now.
even actually look that good. That's the thing, because the move is just so big. But at least I caught the bottom.
Not a partial fill on that. It looks like.
Can you believe that? And I wasn't even taking big size. Like, how the hell do you get a partial fill on that?
That's question.
Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Damn.
But yeah, this was a good one. Right up to 70. We got into 66 and change. Wet the beak, all the way up to 70. Happy with this trade, guys. I've been using, as I've mentioned before, on the top screen, my 5-second chart. I'm using the 5-second chart as kind of like another way of viewing the level 2 in the way that you kind of would use Bookmap. If you guys know what Bookmap is, it just kind of shows you where it's essentially a level 2, but it doesn't disappear. It stays there visually on the chart. So you can see where the buyers were stepping in, what the micro trend pullback or the micro trend is. So that was my move here on BMNR. I liked the buyer there at around 66.5. And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about here so you guys can get you guys can understand what I mean. If I can just bring the screen down. Why is it not letting me? There we go. So this is the 5-second chart on BMNR. They bought up right here. It got bought up right here, and that's where I punched in, right there. And so then I got a bit of a scalp, right? But, you know, this obviously is a risky trade, and that's why I really waited a long time before getting in. Anyway, we'll see. This one is still putting in lower highs and lower lows. It really has had trouble clearing above 70, so we're going to keep tabs on that. Separately, I'm back into BLMN. We just printed up into 9s there. That is the high of the day. I just went to peak at 7s. I'm waiting at 11s now on that one. DBI, still holding this one. Disappointed in myself. I got distracted. I did not add on the 10 EMA retracement into 75 and then back up into 82 it goes. So that was a mistake on my part. I was talking, and sometimes when, you know, obviously we're doing a show here, and you don't execute perfectly as you would be maybe on your desk when you're giving it your 100% focus. So that was an oversight on my part and a mistake by me. So we'll keep an eye out on that. And if it gives me another opportunity at the 10 EMA and I see everything that I like, I will be adding to DBI. Glaze Entertainment, drop in cash in the chat. Joseph, $10. Shout out to Glaze. Sometimes I print with y'all, sometimes I print solo, but love you guys. Can we see what's going on with Mister? Absolutely. You do not need to invite me to look at MSTR. Shout out to Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy.
Oh, wow, Google.
You want to cover this?
Yeah,
Google
go ahead.
before I
No,
weasel
cover,
into
no,
this?
cover the
Super chat?
Yeah.
All right, so let's just take a quicker view here of where strategy is at. I feel strategy's been locked in a bit of a consolidation lately. Let's just say since that triple bottom that it put in there at 230. We've been certainly getting support, Mr. Glaze, right at 360 there, with certainly some resistance, at least locally at 400. So I feel it's a bit of a $40 range and has been since we lost that $400 back in late May, right before my birthday there. So it's 360, as I mentioned, to the downside, 400 to the top side. That's the range that we've been in for over a month. With that in mind, let's now look at the 5-minute chart and see what it's doing intraday. So it's a bit of a sell today. You know, I personally would not be trading this one, but I know Adara does. Adara, do you have a look at MicroStrategy that maybe you can give them a better view of how you would trade MSTR? Because this is not my cup of tea.
Well, I actually did trade it today.
Perfect.
Is this intraday that they're looking for, or more long?
Intraday, Adara. Can we show Adara's chart?
Awesome. So I'll show you guys the chart. Fortunately, did not have the size I wanted on these, and I'm going to change my fill colors because I realized they are kind of blending in. We're going to make the buys a little bit lighter. I apologize for doing this on the fly, but I was nicely caught unaware, so I'm excited to show this. So here, as you can see here, lighter color, get in on VWAP long, add here, then we get stopped out as we break below VWAP. Then I flip short. When basically we break below that VWAP level, that is around just below 390. We'll say 390 because if it rounds up, it's 390. Took my first piece of profit here at 384. That's because we kind of broke below this previous area of support around 385s. Then we end up getting stopped out here at around 382s. Right now, to me, this is kind of a no-go.
Can you explain why you got stopped out there? Was that prior bar high?
It was a prior bar break here on the 15-minute, but even look, it's a prior structure break too, because that was the most previous area of resistance. If we break above that resistance, I have no reason to be there. Now, I also want to compare MSTR to another crypto name that I'm actually in right now, and that is Coinbase. MSTR right now is kind of in the middle of its range. It's not breaking out. It's not breaking down. Coinbase, meanwhile, my friend COIN, as you can see, I've traded this today, that's breaking down. We're breaking to a new low of day. So right now, if you're looking for a kind of spreadier crypto option, I would say Coinbase is more in play. By no means am I telling people to trade it. I'm just saying that compared to coin, I would say MSTR is a little bit more dormant right now. It's taking a little bit of a nap. So, maybe just let it nap, wait till it wakes up. For me, I think it either needs to break above that 382 or make a new low of day to wake up.
Thank you, Adara, for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go, my man. Shout out to Glaze. You got it from the spready trader herself. So keep your eye out on that. Joseph.
Yeah.
What's going on your side,
I
my
was
man?
gonna say, I was gonna show you this.
Show me.
You think we should do this?
Oh. Well, look, bro, is Ram gonna pay for it?
I'll pay for it.
Because I don't want to eat it if Ram is not paying for it,
I'll
bro.
pay for it.
You're gonna pay for it?
Yeah, and then, but we got to get approval from Katina, man.
Look at her coming.
Come, Georgia.
She was coming in hot there. I got a little worried. We're gonna get sushi?
No, man.
I don't mind
I thought we were
sushi.
going,
I
how do we
actually
go
don't
from
mind.
something masculine like wings to sushi?
Whoa. Okay, we've offended everybody now in the chat who likes sushi. All right. I don't think.
Wings are-
Yeah. There's a lot of protein in the wings. I don't think they're not masculine, but I just don't see why sushi has to be. I know it's emasculate. I don't know what's the
I'm not calling it
opposite of
demasculine. I just think wings are a little bit more, you know what I mean? Got the protein in it.
I do need the protein, Fabian, you're right, but there is protein in sushi. Not exactly big boy protein. I don't mind.
The wings?
I don't mind sushi. I'll get wings.
I'm not the biggest fan
I'll
of
get
sushi.
wings. Ram, you're causing a big problem here. Like, what the hell's going on?
Well, I was looking at the 100 wings for $149 with 6 flavors.
149, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get
At
fired.
Wingstop. Why? That's like $10 each.
It's a lot. I don't know. You should have messaged to Brendo.
Yeah, we'll see. We got to confirm with Katina Man first.
Yeah. Well, that's a beautiful thing, though, is that we actually have a way to build them. You saw it on S8. You know how to do it?
No.
I'll show you.
All right, then fire it up then. You know how to do it. You can buy them.
I'm absolutely not buying
that's
it.
fair,
I don't
that's
have a
fair.
debit card. I don't have any.
No Diet
anything.
Coke, FF. Man. We don't drink the pops. We drink water.
All right, I gotta show everybody this, bro. Okay, so Adara brought us this headline earlier. Adara, I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna have to load it up here on the gram. So take over for a second, Joseph, because this is really funny.
For sure.
And I think people may get a kick out of this.
All right, let's
Go
go. Yeah, so I mean, Google, this was a really nice trade here. From that move, holding that trend line. You can see it on the 5-minute here, guys.
Oh.
Ooh.
He's such a liability.
Yeah, we're not, but thank you for that
you-
one there, brother. We can't.
Oh,
repeat
wow,
that,
bro.
no.
Big Spile. How are we supposed to say that,
mean,
bro? Like,
you know what I mean?
Delusion is that, Big Spile. We
can't read
What do you say? Oh, hold on. Let me read it out to you, Ram. So I want to play this. Assassino. Can we show my screen? So President Trump, while touring Alligator Alcatraz, said the following. Biden wanted me in here. Didn't work out that way, that son of a
No.
He's unbelievable. And look at what's his name? Gavin Newscomb. Wasn't he calling him Newscomb during the election? All of a sudden he's buddy. Shout out to Christy Dome as well, obviously Department of Homeland Security chief there. This is fantastic stuff. Donald Trump does not disappoint in terms of headlines and comedy. Unreal, bro. Biden wanted me in here.
We could do that. We could get a bunch of, even though Sharif wouldn't have that, it is fan of the day, so we could get poutine. We could get a bunch of poutine.
I'm not eating poutine. Bro, what
I know you weren't
saying,
going to eat the
bro?
poutine. But
Poutine,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Are you kidding me? That's like
When was
1,000
the-
calories,
when was
and
the
they're all
last time-
carbohydrates and fat.
When was the last time you had one?
Like high school.
Lying.
Yeah, like New York fries. We would always hit up the
Yeah,
food court,
fire.
right? Weasel on over to New York fries.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, DeSantis, DeSanctimonious. My mistake. Sorry, Benton. I mistook one governor for the other. Ron DeSanctimonious. Isn't that what he was calling him, Adara?
Well, I was also going to say, apparently Trump was at one point floating the nickname Meatball Ron. I don't know if it ever stuck, but there were reports that was a thing at one point. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Adara. We want to make sure we get everybody's mean names right.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let me get the mean.
All right, guys. All right. Maybe we should have put a poll. Ram. Maybe we should throw up a poll.
Yeah, wings or sushi?
Yeah. We'll just see what
Throw
the
the
chat
poll
has to
up.
say. Wings or sushi? Assassino, are we able to put up a poll? Wings or sushi? Yes, okay. Assassino's going to throw it up. You guys will be able to vote. And then Ram will have to eat what the chat dictates. She will not get her sushi. No, you're going to have to return it, Ram.
Okay, no. You know what? Ram? I'm going to eat one of the sushi, and I'm going to grade it. You're going to get a salmon with Joe, and I'm going to give the sushi an honest rating.
Ram, you're supposed to be playing along here. You get whatever you want.
Yeah, you can be like, obviously.
Goodness
we're going to try.
gracious,
We're going to get the
pulling
sushi.
teeth with this woman.
What? So you're going to bring in the sushi. I'm going to try it on air, and then it's going to get its rating.
I didn't pick the place.
But
Mike.
It doesn't matter with the place.
Mike.
Yeah?
Mike.
So she said we're going to try it. I'm going to try the sushi when it gets here. I think, see, the thing in my, okay, we're going to Adara. Yeah, we're going to Adara. Enough of this sushi talk.
Get it, Adara.
I have news that is not about sushi. Keep an eye on TSLA. Apparently, PFA, I guess a local news agency, reporting that Tesla registrations were down 10% in France. For some reason, Tesla stock is pumping on this. But yeah, be aware, I am seeing apparently Tesla registrations down 10% in France. We know they've been struggling in basically every region of Europe that isn't Norway, where they're actually doing incredibly well. Back to you.
Jameson keeps talking about TER, and Jameson, my man, I mean, you're absolutely right. There's nothing to argue with about here. We're taking out levels, my man. TER is moving, and it's moving well. It's now 2 2/3, excuse me, up on the day, having closed a little bit below 90, taking out that 92 1/3 right now. It's not got the most amount of volume. That's certainly the case, but it's got a very respectable pattern right now, not even retracing back down into the 10. And as you can see, the candles that do come close to the 10 EMA on the 5 are being bought up. Case in point, these bottoming tail candles, all 3 red candles are bottoming tail candles. So shout out to Jameson. Good call out by you, my man. TER is the ticker, up 2 2/3. Now, back to the current trade at hand here. On BLMN, I got back in at 98, wet the beak there at 12s. Now the high of the day, a topping tail candle into 216. Okay. I'm going to wait at 15 because I'm a schmuck and didn't have a resting order. Joseph, how many times do I have to remind myself you got to have resting orders on these bad boys? So BLMN, we're going to put some at 15. And then guess what?
What?
We're going to put some at 20s. And then see if we can get a beak wetter in and around there. So guys, we're doing it freaking live right now on these small caps. We've been in 4 small caps today, 3 for 4 in the day. My only loser, VOR, was a small loser. So hopefully we won't make that mistake again. Keeping my eye on these bad boys right now. Make sure to vote, guys, because if you guys vote for Wings, Ram can't have her sushi. Yeah, so Wings is winning right now.
It's complete domination.
It's not domination. It's 60-40, bro. Calm down.
That's complete domination, in my opinion, guys. But no, in all seriousness, nice score. Way to hop out of some NVDA there. One thing that is starting to rip, guys, and it's dragging the SPY up with it. Can you guess what sector there, Sharif?
The SPY?
XLF, baby. XLF is helping drag.
Joseph, is it at all-time highs yet? Can we take a quick look at the
I should have got
we got to be wetting
first,
the beak there soon. We're very close. We're very close.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to probably hit that momentarily, so that's a good trade there. Celino actually owns some XLF.
Does she?
Yeah, I got it.
Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, obviously she's free to do what she'd like, but you know that your boy Donald wants to have a deregulatory push for these banks, right? The stress test was step number 1 to make sure that they could, hang. And then step number 2 is going to be in Q3 or Q4 this year. There's going to be a huge deregulatory push. And if that is the case, they got a lot more cash that they can kind of deploy in other.
Like we've seen in the likes of, I think, who was it, Goldman Sachs or something that got that?
It was ridiculous, Goldman yesterday, right? So what I'm trying to say is I don't think we've seen the best of the XLF push quite yet.
There we go. So bang, we like Jeremy Diamond and company, especially in that XLF. So maybe Treat's telling me to buy a little bit more. I know you're.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Bro, I've been holding this since January 2024. So to me, this one, it's a good one.
Buy any on their old dips?
I did not add to XLF. Okay. No, I did not. That's the truth.
Fair enough. But you can see how the SPY is significantly stronger than what we're seeing in the tech-heavy NASDAQ here, guys. And that's just because of the broadening of kind of the sectors. We're seeing the materials leading the way, healthcare sector, and then staples. But then we also have XLF starting to pick up. It is positive, only about 1/3% here. But still, that is helping the SPY be significantly stronger than what we're experiencing in the Qs because the Qs is tech-heavy. We got the likes of NVDA, Google is relatively weak today, and I haven't gone through the Mag 7 there, Sharif, yet. So let's do that. Amazon, my guy. Let's see what we got going on. Hovering around the volume weighted average price. Quite a choppy mess that we're seeing in Amazon. But then we want to look at number 2, and that is going to be Microsoft, as it is weak today, trading from a high of around 497. We'll call it 498 flat to a low of around 491.
All right, guys, level up your trading game with Prop XP. You get up to 1 to 200 leverage and a static drawdown. Scroll their site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. You trade directly on their platform. You sign up, you try it for free, and you start your trading journey. You also get to enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, not these bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, you get 50% off, guys, 50% off with code TRADERTV. The link is in the description, so be the trader, get funded, and join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here, propxp.com. Did I say Prop XP?
Ooh, say it one.
I think I did. So shout out to Prop XP. I'm sorry. All right. We're having a good time today. It's been a fantastic day. It's humid AF outside, but you know that we'll just have to take that. It's not my. It's humid and cloudy, bro. Like, come on. No, Joseph.
You know what I've been noticing here?
What did you notice?
It's living in the city.
Shiny.
It just blocks so much of the sun, and it's frustrating. So to find a solid patio, you either got to go on the rooftop or you got to maneuver around how the sun.
Well, absolutely. Well, that problem is for people like yourself who live downtown.
Yes.
That's not an issue for people who live midtown, or as Katina Man says, uptown.
Uptown.
So. No, but that was my issue with California, especially when you go to SoCal, like where my sister lives in OC. There's no high rises in OC,
beautiful.
so you're completely exposed all the time.
You're just cooking.
And it's the same thing as here. Like the sun can be completely no overcast, but there you don't have the protection of buildings and stuff like that. So I'm not a big fan. I need a little protection here and there, Joseph.
I see what you're getting at. One more thing before we send it back to you, Sharif. XLF is selling aggressively, and with that, oops, why can't I spell? SPY, yeah, it's not that difficult. It's a 3-letter word. Okay, so is there going to be a continuation on the short here in NVDA? I think we might get the ability to grab this trade. You can see there is some resistance right here, but I'm more or less looking for indecision anywhere around the volume-weighted average price. And then a continuation to the downside. And then someone in the chat asked me about a married put. I'm like, what is that? Is it collared? Anyways, I had to obviously just look it up. So essentially what it is, just to refresh my memory, is that when you're long stock, you just buy a put as well too. So it's just like it's kind of like a hedge against your position.
Is it the options wheel?
No, it's not the wheel. Okay. So it's like you're long stock, but you buy a put. So you're essentially short as well.
So it's a hedge?
Yeah, it's a hedge against your position, essentially. So basic stuff, I don't usually do that. I don't call or any positions or anything like that.
Isn't what options were for in the future, in reality, or like initially anyway, as hedges? Yeah, futures and options, were they not?
Yeah, absolutely. You just use options more or less just as hedges, but then there's so many ways you can utilize the contracts.
There you go, right?
So, yeah, but mainly used for hedging when you get into options writing. And then for an example, like the individual in the chat just asked me about a married put, that's essentially a hedge against your position. So it's like, okay, I'm long NVDA shares, but then I want to buy a put because I think there's going to be some short-term duration. So whatever you lose in appreciation from your stock, you gain an appreciation with that put. So it essentially balances off. Exactly. So just a basic hedge. And that's what I was referring to in the post market. That's how essentially you lock it. Excuse me, you lock in profits. It's almost the inverse of that. You're long the contracts, but if you want to lock in that profit, you sell the shares, right? So kind of the same thing, and that locks you into that price. So yeah, thank you for that mention.
Can I just look at something?
Yeah, go ahead and cover that there.
Sure. He wants to look at Circle. So here it is. Circle obviously has been very in the news lately. Today, no different. What the hell is this? What just happened here? Adara, any idea what the hell is going on with Circle here? No. What the hell is this? It just popped up from 182 seconds ago. Now it's at 189. So that's a flat top breakout there through 185. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks really technical. Somebody's been watching it today. It looks incredibly technical, just like a 185 breakout.
185 flat top break. Yeah.
As Sean mentioned earlier, that's also the pre-market high, but I have no news on it, so I can't comment further.
Well, that's well above the pre-market high now, but yeah, you're absolutely right. 185 flat top break, and we saw that ascending wedge. Fantastic look there, my man. I personally don't like this open print because it loses the volume weighted average price, but these subsequent retracements, look at that. They both held up at VWAP, all the while maintaining that 185 top. It looks like somebody got blown out there through the 185, and it did squeeze almost to 190. 189.87 is the current high a day, and that's the print that we're actually seeing right now on the current 5-minute candle. Be on the lookout, though, for 192. That was the top yesterday. It was the implied balance high, as well, the implied balance high, as well as essentially the high a day, 192 on the dot. So if we do squeeze above 190, be on the lookout. I'm not saying it's going to sell off, but be on the lookout for a possible 192 seller, at least initially, before maybe we get through that level. Circle is in the news today. They do have their own catalyst, obviously. They are looking at tokenizing a lot. We'll get to it when I do the news shortly, I think maybe in half an hour or so. But they're looking at tokenizing a lot of these equities. So you'll be able to trade these equities on the blockchain, very similar to tokens with almost no commissions. So it's been tried before. My understanding, which is very, very limited understanding, is that the Australian Stock Exchange tried it and then they backed down from it, maybe for some earlier technical challenges. Now maybe the technology is a little bit more developed and mature, so it works this time around. We also have already heard Robinhood doing the same thing, but they're doing it in Europe, likely to get around some of the regulations that they probably would have had to deal with the SEC having done that. Now we've seen, in addition to that, that there is going to be more regulatory clarity thanks to Senator Tim Scott and Senator Loomis about what qualifies under a token or a commodity and is therefore governed by the CFTC, and what is what's actually called a security, which is governed by the SEC. So I'm sure that will also have a lot to do with the regulatory kind of framework that's developed with this tokenization of stocks, so to speak. So great technology burgeoning. I love how things are changing. And I personally, I don't know how you guys feel on the other side there, but I think it's changing for the better. I happen to like the democratization of the market, so that it's not, just for the top cats. So we'll have to see if that makes any difference there. Before we go to Adara, just want to mention my positions again. We're back into BLMN here at the south of 10. We're looking to take the next print here at around, where are we waiting over here? 15s, then 20s. So we're back into this one. Then DBI, the other one that I've been involved in, we're still holding a piece. There seems to be a seller right now at 81 for whatever reason, and has been that way for a while. Adara LePage.
No, we're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Ad read here quick, guys. We got another behind the scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside one, you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you get to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com, scan the QR code, or check the screen. Adara, what do you got for us?
BEA on watch, spokesperson for the company, has been saying, according to Reuters, that Boeing does remain committed to its acquisition of Spirit Aerosystems. They're also going to be acquiring Spirit's plant in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Said that taking ownership of this Belfast plant is an outcome they've known was possible for quite some time. So BA here, nothing really crazy, but nice little push to the upside off of lows for Boeing. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Excuse me. Yes. Okay. So this is what I want to talk about Robinhood and just being slightly extended. And this is what I'm referring to. Michael Noss and I were talking about it last night. Michael Noss, Adara and I were talking about it last night. But after this engulfing candle, now look at the volume print, right? So this is extremely important to note. I think that we're extremely overextended on this name. You just blow past through those all-time highs, and then now you can see the volatility starting to pick up. The average true range is starting to expand. So keep that in mind here, guys. If you had the ability to sell at 99.07, then congratulations. I went across the board with all the traders here, and I asked everyone, should I trim or whatever? Obviously, just having a little fun with it. You got to manage your own accounts, but I just wanted to hear everybody else's opinion, and I think it's a good idea to take a little bit off, because if you do sell all the way up here, here and you get that 10%, 15% retracement, then guess what? You're buying this stock back at 75 or the 80s. It's significantly cheaper than what you actually bought it at. So keep in mind, extended big time here on Robinhood, in my opinion. Can we continue to climb higher? Absolutely. But same thing with the Lexa coin, big time news in the stable coin market, and then boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 big time days to the top side. And within this short span of a week and a half of trading, you almost, that is almost a 50% move right there, guys. So something really, really big. Not quite, I don't know why it's saying that, but anyway. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, it is. So there it is, 51%. And then here you go, you got a nice move on this pullback now, 33%. I think Coinbase is going to continue to climb. Start selling CSPs or anything along those lines if you have the ability to and you have the capital requirements. If you start putting into 320 into some of these prior resistance and support zones, I think you're going to be off pretty good. And if not, then congratulations, you get to keep a little premium on the side and then just roll those contracts over once again. Now, Google. Are we going to short this one more time? Let's see if we retest this trend. I think this is going to be a really big moment. If we come back into that specific area and then we reject the trend line, then you can take an additional leg lower. I don't think it's a positive news catalyst, considering what we've seen in the likes of Anthropic and OpenAI with Apple. That's bad news, and you can see that Apple continued to climb higher, but Google was selling off. We're down only 1% on the day, but at the lows we were down 1.5%. We went on a nice run. This is when we had that cybersecurity breach on Google. I'm just going to zoom out to the daily, and then sure enough, that's when we bought it. Cybersecurity breach. Okay, they get that sorted out. You put that indecision print with some volume in there. You get in at 167, 168, and then you ride that up. And then once you see that exhaustive type candle, then you go into 182 and you say, hey, you know what, Joe? I'm going to take 66% of this position off and leave 20% of a runner. I can add into this, or I can hold this position and wait for it to get into my break even. Whatever I decide, plan the trade the plan. All right. And then Apple. Same thing here, plan the trade the plan. As easy as it may sound, it's significantly more difficult than that, but here it is. We retest this 205 level. I'm gonna be getting in via shares. Once the thesis starts working out, we add contract trade.
All right, guys, you guys are asking about what all the noise is. Well, this is it right here. Assassino, are we able? Yeah, there we go. We're gonna move it around. So this is the entire build out of Studio 8. Now that wall right there that you guys see the chair leaning up, but that may not be there for much longer. See that black wall? It's gonna be kind of, that's gonna be one flat wall. Now we can't tell you what's going on there, but there will be some cool stuff. Can we pan a little bit this way? Yeah, there, just so we can kind of show the whole thing. I don't know if the camera goes all the way there like that. Yeah, all right, it doesn't. But yeah, that's the all the noise, guys. So we're calling this whole thing Studio 8. And the guys are nice enough to even be here on Canada Day. Obviously, it's not a stat holiday for you guys, but nobody goes to work today typically. And these guys are some of the hardest working guys around because they're here on Canada Day. So we thank them for that.
They only go to you only go to work on Canada Day when you want to make shmoney, and these guys are doing that.
Shmoney mans. All right, guys. So are we? No, we're not going to Dara, are we? I heard her. Okay. All right. So keep your eye here on BMNR. This is the one we were involved in earlier. Be careful here. It's looking like it wants to take out 70. So this did find support right at 60 bucks. In fact, that's not accurate. The closing print was above 60, did wick all the way down to 59 and change, but generally finding support at 60 bucks. That's a level we kept talking about because of that topping tail. But here we go. If we take out 70, I likely think we take out 72s. And if we take out 72s, where the closing prints have had hard time closing ahead of or above, we're going to take out 74.80 here, probably into 75. So BMNR looking like it's working its way back into that $70 area with an umpteen amount of higher lows and higher highs, starting basically around that $60 touch, right around 12.05. So it's been doing higher lows and higher highs now for almost half an hour. So be on the lookout here. This is the strongest name in the market right now, above $1. And you know, it's been a good one. It's been a good one. So keep your eye out on that one. couple of good trades on that one the last few days. DBI right back into the high. So 284 showing right now, 285 the high. We still have a couple of profit takers on this one, so we'll wait to see if it can touch 3 or what the situation is. And then last but not least, that other trade that we're involved in here, BLMN, we're back into this one. Initially in at 970, went the beak to 990, back in at 10, went the beak up there almost to mid-teens there, it looks like 15. And then we're keeping an eye on that high day at 1016. Joseph, what's up?
Yeah, Adara, did you? I don't know.
No, I didn't hear it.
You didn't get that. You got to send it to both.
All right.
Oh,
Adara.
okay. Let's go here. Trade review. Food review.
I didn't hear
Trump
it.
is talking right now during his roundtable discussion at Alligator Alcatraz. Right now, questions have not been supermarket related. There have been some questions about the big, beautiful bill. So keep an eye on solar. If I get any news, I will let you know. I'm listening to this conversation from Donald Trump here and this roundtable as we send it back to the Bash Brothers.
Oh, I like that.
one.
Okay,
Yeah,
get it, Adira.
Say it with your chest, man.
What do you got over there, Joseph? What are you looking at?
So I was talking with Gorb in the chat here. So you can see that NVDA is slowly starting to climb back towards the volume-weighted average price. So now we want to look for any form of indecision. The volume is slowly starting to stair-step down. That's a positive sign. So if we get an inverted candle or anything along those lines north of the volume-weighted average price, then I'll look for that short back into some of these ranges here. But a lot going on with the screen, as you guys can tell. And yeah, I'm on one side, I'm on the other side. What happened to the
you don't know where he's going to show up.
You don't know what's ever going to happen. Never let them know your next move. Also, go check that video out on YouTube Shorts there with Trader TV Live. But yeah, that's the game plan, guys. You can see that the tech sector is still relatively weak. And I didn't look at Meta today, actually, because we know that Meta's been on a big-time run, and I'm waiting for Adara to update the, okay, that's not, Adara, from at what point is my pick going to be updated at here? Because, oh, man, at the lows? No, that's not fair.
So worried about that.
You can't do it at the lows. Bro. That's crazy. All right, but anyway.
Why does it even matter, bro?
Shreve,
if you're printing IRL, who cares?
Shreve, I care.
Oh, God.
For the record, for the people who went long Tesla, one of whom is Joe, you needed to get to 390s before you're green on that. So either way, you might not like what you see.
No, no, it's okay, though. See, the thing is, pardon me?
I like what I'll see.
Yeah, I'm sure you will, Katina, man, because you're leading the way. So obviously he's going to like that. But anyways, what I'm getting at, when we do our picks for next year, best believe I'm not going to go with any form of acronym or anything like that. I'm going to win this thing.
Okay, bro.
I'm serious.
You're putting way too much stock into this.
I am.
All right, let's talk some real trading now.
That is real trading. I don't care. It's real picks.
All right, so let's see what's actually live right now, bro. Let's go. Come on, man. Let's see what's actually moving. All right, so NAIL moved down into the 10 exponential moving average. This one I tried to load up on the system, and it's actually not available on our system, even though it's an ETF and on the Amex network, so I wasn't able to load this one up. I was actually looking possibly for shorts here because this is one of those ones where there's an aggressive buy program that all of a sudden shuts off, and usually there's a nice mean reversion trade to be had here, at least into the volume weighted average price, which at least on my chart showing 59 and a fifth. So be on the lookout. If you guys can trade NAIL here, this one is losing the 10. I'd personally be looking to see whether it could lose the 20 or whether or not the money fills are going to be between, kind of like we've been talking about lately, in between the 10 and the 20. So keep your eye out on this one. Very aggressive move up, but usually when they have this aggressive move up, they have a, I don't want to say an equally aggressive move down, but usually it does mean revert a little bit. So be on the lookout for that one. BLMN, right back into that high day. I made a mistake on this one by not adding onto that retracement into the 10 EMA. I should have been adding there. I didn't. We'll keep an eye out on that one. And then DBI still possibly back into that 285. There it is, back into the high of the day at 285. This one I think could possibly squeeze to 3 if we can kind of get a little bit of a bid under us. Now the volume profile on this one has been kind of dropping. Full disclosure. So you're not getting that increasing volume profile that would support a possible $3 break. So we'll keep tabs on that and see whether the volume continues to whittle down. CTOR, I feel bad that I didn't execute on this one from one side of the equation, and the other side I don't feel as bad. Couple of reasons for that. One, it's a little lightly traded. So per 5,000 per 5-minute candle, it's got maybe an average here of 25 to 30,000 shares per 5-minute candle. That's not all that much. Second of all, it did lose VWAP. So it wouldn't have been the trade that I would have been gauging for. I would have certainly been looking for support at the volume weighted average price. The other side of the equation is that it's kind of double topping here at around 5 1/5. And so, and now it comes back into 5. Now, if it holds 5, this is a different trade because then that will be a higher low and it'll be another attempt at the break of 520, which you couldn't do around here at around 1215. So CTOR, I'm not taking this one off the side chart. We're going to leave it on. We're going to see how it does if it sets up in the right way. But we got to get some beak wetters. Oh, and we did on BLMN. Nice trade into that 1016 area. Now we're going to wait at 1020 for the next profit taker. Again, I made a mistake here by not adding on the retracement into the 10 EMA. This one has been very, very respectful of the 10 EMA. And that's all we're doing here. We're trying to put the probability on our sides. And the probability was it was finding support at the 10 EMA. So why, oh, why did I not add? Good question. Oh.
What is in this?
I actually don't mind. Yeah, I like soup. Thank you. That's
What is
nice
what
of
is
you.
this though? What is in it?
Looks like that is, what is that? Salmon, and that's cucumber, right? Oh, that looks so good.
I was thinking that was crab.
You want one?
I don't know. I might be allergic to shellfish.
Are you for real though?
Yeah.
Are you actually for
I
real?
swear, yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't lie about
I was
that.
gonna offer you one, brother. You know, I feel bad. You know,
You have to
eating
give
in
it
front
a-
of you and
you have
everything.
to give me.
like
I mean, well,
With
don't
no
eat both
food.
of them. Eat one, and then let me know if there's.
You
crab
want to
in
have
it.
your options open? I love it. All right, I'm gonna leave one for you. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be even nicer, and I'm gonna dip
you
it like
gonna
that
rate it?
so that you don't have to get
You can
grossed
double-
out
you
with
can
it.
double dip.
No, I won't double dip. You know, Seinfeld said not to do it.
All right. Then.
Oh yeah. That was good
All right.
stuff.
Give it a rating there. Is there
All right.
Is there crab in there?
Yeah. I wouldn't take the risk.
Yeah. I'm not risking it on here.
I can get you some Benadryl if anything happens.
No, that's okay. I
Shoppers
think-
across the road.
Yeah, it's close. So I'd be in trouble. There. Yeah.
It's not? Okay, good.
right, there you go.
Katina Man said it's not close. This is actually really good, dude.
Is it?
Can I say something, Ram?
Yeah.
The rice is a little, I don't know, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a little dry. It feels like maybe the rice is a day old kind of thing, maybe. Overcooked. Yeah, that could be part of it. Not too bad.
Oh, actually, what am I getting? I had lobster in Mexico. I
don't know what
can
you're
try
talking
this.
about. Like,
yeah.
how do you not know?
You ready this?
Yeah.
You
No.
ready? Whoa,
Careful,
whoa.
careful. Yeah, it's super sensitive there.
Okay, you
There
ready?
go. All right, I'm ready.
One bite, everybody knows the rules.
All right, Portnoy. There you go. Thoughts? You missed a piece there, my boy.
Mm-hmm.
How's it doing? It's not too bad. It's not the best I've ever had, certainly, but it's not bad.
Pretty good.
You gotta take that piece.
What is it? I don't know. It might be crab though.
What's that? Holy, that thing is for you?
Oh, that was good.
Jeez. I don't know. His last meal
on.
says Brian H.
Hold on.
I don't think so. I think
I'm gonna give it a 7-9.
I said, wow, that's
Seven-
deep. That's
no,
very
that's a good
specific.
one, yeah, 7-9.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it's like I'm gonna go ahead and say it's between 6 to 7. Like it's not too. A solid 6.5 says Ram.
6.5 says Ram.
All right.
Okay. Maybe I'm overrating.
I feel like you don't have too much sushi
No, I don't. I
experience,
don't have
though.
any sushi experience.
Well,
so
maybe,
that's
yeah.
the thing
Okay.
there.
Well, I kind of get that feeling a little bit.
7-9
But that's
it is.
okay.
7-9 is.
That's okay.
But that's a 6.5 cent piece of sushi.
I would
for
say
you?
it's around that, yeah, like Mandarin style sushi, like where it's not like niche to them.
All right,
But
hopefully the old,
yeah,
esophagus doesn't swell up.
whole esophagus, this guy, bro. Uh-oh. There he is. $100 super if Joe goes down with an allergic reaction. Start faking it, bro.
No, I
Start
can't
faking
fake
it,
that. I
bro.
wouldn't
I'm
fake
just
that,
playing.
man.
Big Spile, you're a joker. We love you, Big Spile, but I don't know why you want him to suffer, because I don't think, his throat closing and his face turning all poofy. You ever watch Hitch with Will Smith, where he he hooks up guys, he
It was
teaches them
with
how to
buddy who was on King of Queens, right?
Yes, I forget his name. Anyway, so he ends up going on. Say it again. Kevin James. Thank you, Katina Man. And so Hitch is like super, he's supposed to be like that slickster.
Yeah, I seen it.
And then he ends up going on a date with Eva Mendes,
Yeah,
right?
and then he actually
and then he
likes
like
it. Yeah,
eats,
yeah.
I guess, shellfish, and his face
Oh,
like
really?
swells up on a date, and it's like their first date, and that's not a good look. You know?
Sorry, Jeff. I don't know why I did. I didn't mean to do that there.
What up?
My friend. I just been on deleting people's chats for some reason as of late. Just instinctual, I guess. But I didn't.
Well,
didn't
he's
do that.
calling me a dork, so
Did he? Oh, I didn't
thanks,
even
bro.
see that. Oh, Jeff?
Thanks for watching, though, because I'm a dork, but you're still watching anyway, baby.
There you go.
So keep watching.
Hate it or love it, the underdog's on top, baby. There we go, Starbucks. A lot of people in the chat wanted to talk about Starbucks. Sharif, a big time move here that we're experiencing in this name. 4.3% on the day, and essentially hasn't looked back. So are we rotating, out of tech and into some of these secondary names? I like the kind of the breadth that we're seeing in the market. XLB, the material sector being one of the top of the class. XLB, and then you can see that Starbucks is also moving, even though they're not even related to those ones. But Adara, what do you got for us?
I have the TTV picks now. Everyone can rest and relax. They have been updated. And yeah, right now, Sean definitely in the lead here with Palantir. I want to clarify, I do these on principle. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I only update these once a month on the last day of the month as of the closing price on that date. So with that in mind, Palantir would be down a lot more now. Coinbase would be down a lot more now. Boeing, I think, would maybe be impacted. UNH would be actually up a bit more. So for the sake of parity, I do like to update these once a month, and that's why some of these numbers are not going to be quite exact. Tesla would also have gotten hit a lot harder had I done it today. So with that in mind, Sean, you're up 48.76% here on the year, by far the strongest. I am actually the weakest right now. Thank you, UNH. Down about 6.5% right now, and total returns here 11.24% for our picks thus far. That is the update that we get once a month, and again, I do it once a month just for the sake of clarity, and so I don't inundate you guys with updates. Back to you.
Still don't know why Brenda only gets 2 picks though.
Yeah,
he's got to feel the full brunt of like us, man. He's got to get 3, bro.
Watch out for me next year. I'm getting.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm making too much of this, bro.
I like it, bro. I think it's a great idea. I want to win. I don't even care if it's not for anything.
I feel you.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got, Joseph? Anything going on right now?
Google, we want to keep an eye out on what's going on here as we run into VWAP. Are we going to reject this trend line once again? Let's see, we're going to remove this one, and then we're just going to start to draw some new ones. We'll zoom out. We'll actually zoom in on some time frames, and then we'll hop in. But you can see that the trend line is still intact. So until we hold it on the opposite side, then I'm going to look to be shorting into that trend line. Again, one thing to note is that we failed to establish a new low a day on this push. So as long as we don't break this pivot, I think there's going to be another opportunity to get short here on Google. Now, what is the NASDAQ doing? We're starting to run into the volume weighted average price. What do we want to see? Okay, the strength and the genuity within these prints are significantly stronger to the downside. As we start to appreciate in price, you can see the indecision and the weakness, and especially the volume start to cool off as well too. So what are we going to look for? Any form of indecision or an aggressive reject of VWAP there, Shreve. That is my game plan on Google and on the overall market, the NASDAQ TQQs. I'll be using that vehicle.
All right, so a couple of updates here. BLMN is coming in to the, it's back into the 10 exponential. So the move for me here is if it loses that $10 area, we're going to stop out break even. How many outs do I have left on this one? Got one more out on both, on DBI and BLMN. I'm more likely to want to add deep to DBI at the volume weighted average price based on what I did last time. So 11 o'clock, we got long at 65s. That was a volume weighted average price. And you guys saw what it did. It got to 85s. Now it's losing the 20 and it's losing the 10. It is on the way to the volume weighted average price, which on my chart on the moment is 271. So I'm going to keep my eye on that 271 level. And in addition to that being VWAP, you also have initial price action resistance into that 72 area, 71 area. So there could be double the amount of possible support at 71, 72. So I'm going to keep my eye on that one. If it is warranted and I like what I see on the level 2, we'll add into that position. I'm less likely to want to add anything into $10 here. And if this loses $10 on BLMN, we're out. And there we go. So we lose that $10 bid, so we'll get stopped out for the last remaining amount, and this dip trade is no longer valid. I'm going to put my dip trade at 975, probably a little bit higher than that. Reason is, that's where the volume weighted average price is. So if we lose the 20, and we're at the 20 right now, because that level is 996. If we lose the 20, there's really no price action support at all. You're going to have to wait for the volume weighted average price at around 975. So first thing is first. Lose the 20 EMA on the 5, and then we're going to look for that 975, 9 high 70s on BLMN. I'm going to throw out my order right now on DBI for that volume weighted average price retracement, which I see at 71. So true to form, we'll add a little bit ahead of that level. We'll add into 72s to see if we get a front run, because sometimes that trade gets a little bit crowded. So BLMN on the way down, and nail. As I was telling you guys, this one, it looks like it's on the way down. It's already $3 plus off the high, and it's lost the 10, it's lost the 20. This could easily find its way into 59 1/3, where the volume weighted average price is. It could even go deeper, okay? We've seen this story before when there's a buy program on and the buy program shuts off, the shorts take advantage of that and they short it down to an oblivion. So NAIL, not available on our system, but keep your eye on it. If you guys have it on your end, this could be an interesting short to the downside. But again, use proper risk management, whatever that may be, prior bar high, whatever you guys have to do there to manage risk. But keep your eye on NAIL. Daniel T says QBTS. Let's have a look at Quantum. Adara threw Quantum on the watch list today. I don't think there was any specific catalyst on these bad boys, but they've just been strong. Let's have a look at QBTS. Okay, breaking out there, nice. Right above that $15 area, in the 15, it feels like it was a little top heavy at that level. It was above there, obviously, in the pre-market, double top into almost 15.5, and then it used 15 as a bit of a resistance level. You rejected it over here at 1040, yet again at 1105, and then finally you get a decisive break of that $15 level right now on the 1245 candle. 15 1/4 we go. Obviously, we're likely to encounter some resistance at 15.5 should we make it up there. But this is an interesting one. Thanks for Daniel T for pointing out QBTS breaking through that $15 area. Not a bad look whatsoever, and a name that a lot of people look at because Quantum has been in vogue lately. So keep your eye out on that one. I've got nothing else other than the DBI position that we're currently holding, and I'm looking at adding at 72s into 73 it goes. If it does lose VWAP, I will stop out, okay? I'm not gonna dollar cost average into an oblivion, just hoping that it might pop up. If it loses VWAP, we're gonna hold true to form and stop out there. Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. So I'm just running through a scan right now just to see what we got going on from a percentage metric and some other things. HCAT, but I want to see what some of the top volume names here as well too, guys. With Tesla has 95 million shares traded on the day, and then Robinhood has 84 million. So that's relatively interesting. Why is Warner Bros put in 49 million shares? Let's take a look at that one there, Street. That's very intriguing, and essentially has done nothing on the day. So there it is, Warner Bros. Putting in 48 million shares and then just trading sideways on the session. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Okay, so Liberation Day lows, you get a nice 54% move on that one. So yeah, I'm not going to be trading that, especially because you can see from that intraday price action, it's not tradable, right? Unless you're selling the tops and buying the lows. But this is what we want to focus on right now. This is a positive sign. Give this a little room. I think if we run into that pre-market high, or that pre-market low, then you just hop out of that trade, or even this specific pivot. I think that's going to be really important. So anything north of VWAP, I think you'll get that continuation. I know Katina Man was short from a specific level here on the TQs, and then maybe you get that curl over, he's going to reload, and then you look for that additional move towards the low of the day. And that's the game plan on that. Well, let's take a look at the open interest in the overall market to see if we can gauge anything and say, hey, this is why we're rejecting at this level. This is why we haven't exceeded this, and this is what can possibly be a base in on the potential underlying. So what was our high on the week there, guys? Around 552.88. What is 552.88 telling us? 552 more or less. Nothing substantial. 55s has more size, with only 8,000 current open contracts for this week's expiration cycle. But let's take a look at the put side for a potential bottom. And I'm not seeing anything substantial up until you run into 535. And I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case by the end of the week. I could obviously be wrong, but again, that could be a good floor. Oh, sorry, no, that's volume. So yeah, 540
540 has 10,000 open contracts, so that's okay. So keep an eye out on that for potential range, 55 to 45 in the overall market. Now, you can see NVDA is starting to head back through the volume weighted average price, but the volume isn't starting to pick up. That's a good indicator. Nice engulfing candle right now. And if we want to put it on a slope, you can still see it is slightly declining there, guys. So any indecision, that's when you zoom in, look at the lower time frames, and then look for that inverted hammer or that cross doji, anything north of this. And that's the game plan on the Qs and on NVDA, Sharif.
All right, guys. You guys are talking about Wolf Speed. Let's have a look at that. It was doing quite well to start the day. Got a nice bid there at the open. Right at the open, it pops up above $1.10. Drops back down, finds a lot of support at 80 pennies, where it had resistance here in the pre-market. Have a look at all these topping tails that go into 80 that couldn't close above 80. So resistance flips to support. Where have we heard that before? Oh, every technical analysis book ever. But alas, we're still south of that dollar, so I'm going to try to stay away from it. I don't like trading these ones that are south of $1. They're just a thickly traded bunch, and they tend to be hard to get good prints on. So I see what you guys are seeing, but I'm going to steer clear away from WOLF. But it's up a respectable 130% on the day. Let me just see if there's a catalyst on this bad boy here. Make sure that, it files for bankruptcy, so naturally, Joseph, it should go up, right? So here's the headline that I'm seeing on my news blotter. Wolf Speed surges 80% as it files for bankruptcy. Silicon Carbide wafer maker said in a statement late Monday that it had filed petitions for reorganization under Chapter 11. It added that it expects to emerge from Chapter 11 by the end of the third quarter. Said it expected to reduce its overall debt by 70% or around $4.6 billion, continuing to operate as usual through the process. Okay, so maybe because they're going to get the Chapter 11 protection now, maybe the market's a little bit bullish on them. Adair.
It has a big short float, too.
Oh, yeah, well, that
70,
certainly
70,
could help, no question about it, yeah. Are we going to Derek? Because I heard her say come to me. Not yet, not yet. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know Donald Trump's taking his last question at the Alligator Alcatraz round table. Then I guess they're going to wind that up and get out of there. So just be aware here. Alligator Alcatraz round table wrapping up here with President Donald Trump. He just said he's taking the last question. Back to you.
Thank you for that. So it's been a little bit of a slow mover on the day, I think. There you go. NVDA is starting to squeeze back up into 155. And then someone in the chat, Stevenson was saying, hey, should I be buying NVDA up here? And I'm like, that's really your call, right? Like for me personally, what I see on a call wall, and I went through the example of just not going all in at once, is just slowly building your position. But just keep in mind is this, right? So if we sit on the back side of that, I'm going to use within this first half an hour range, 45-minute range, in order to determine, okay, this is the downtrend. We've now come back into VWAP. Let's see what happens if we have the ability to get north of this, or we start rejecting around this specific area, all right? So just continue to monitor that, see what's going on, what is the tape, and what is the volume profile telling you? Are we going to be prepared to turn around? If this closes as it is right now, then I will most definitely be looking for a short. So the selling pressure, you get buyers to push it up to 154, and then now sellers are pushing price back down. Any form of indecision on this specific candle or in and around this neck of the woods, then I think that could be a potential good short opportunity. Your risk profile is defined. You can just get out as soon as it breaches it to the top side and give yourself a little bit of room as well too, all right? So keep that in mind. If it gets strong, you can see the strength in the tape really start to pick up as you start to hit the ask, and traders and participants are getting more aggressive. Keep that in mind. But in order for you to get short, you need multiple indicators to come and correlate in your favor. So the weakness starts to step in, you're rejecting the downtrend, and then also the tape starts to pick up, and the volume isn't also starting to accelerate to the top side. So those are my game plans. I'm going to continuously go over them until they either don't work out or we find ourselves a trade there, Sharif.
All right, added to the DBI trade, if this loses 70 pennies, we're going to get stopped out, showing 72. That's where my price, well, I added at 74, is it wasn't giving me the 72 add, so I moved up my my entry a skosh. But if it loses VWAP, that's it. And so if it prints 69, that means it's lost VWAP. So we'll see what this one does. Added about like a third of the position that I added initially on this one, so we won't give up too much if it does lose the bid. So DBI added into that bad boy, but I want to show you guys that nail continues to sell aggressively off the top. This is all red now with one only green candle manifesting there at 12.35 since we put in that top candle at 12.15. So down we go. I was trying to tell you guys that this could be an easy 59 1/3 short off that 63, and we could see more than this. I mean, VWAP may not be the bottom here. It's not available in our system. It's an ETF. It's what's it called? A builder ETF from the Dow. So NAIL will look like a buy program to the high side into 63.09. Now down into 60, was below that momentarily, below that $60 level. BLMN as well. This one lost $10, so we stopped out break even on the remaining amount after the ad there. But here it comes again now, losing the 10, losing the 20, into 987 it goes. I think I'm going to give this one another try at the volume weighted average price. Now, this is a bit of a risk, and here's why I feel that way. There isn't too many interactions between BLMN and the volume weighted average price on the day. So I'm just guessing that it may find support at VWAP. Now, I don't think that's such a bad guess. It's a calculated guess, but there hasn't been any retracements into VWAP, that white line on my chart that says, okay, well, I know that the buyers were stepping in. That algo program that's running on this one seems to buy it every time it works into VWAP. We don't have that on the day, so it's a bit of a risk to see whether or not we get a VWAP bounce on BLMN in the same way that if you're looking to go long on NAIL and you're looking to go long at the volume weighted average price, you don't really have too many interactions between NAIL and VWAP, save and except for this one print over here at 1010. And that was it. So yeah, kind of a bit of a risk there, keeping my eye still on DBI as it drops below the volume weighted average price momentarily. Seems to be finding some support at 70, but anything below that, we're going to be gone. I'm not going to DCA into this one and then hope for the best and get the worst. So BLMN just pulled in a little bit closer with that candle low now at around 981. I think it behooves me to throw an order out there. I'm going to put it at 77s for a possible dip trade on BLMN. Let's have a look at there. We're going to go small shares on this one because I don't want to give out too much. Let me just have a look over here. We're going to go 77s. And come what may, show me 85s and 86s right now on the bid. Oh, I think we got a super chat. Michael Webster, my man. Can you guys take a look at Wolf? I literally just looked at it, Michael. You just rewind like maybe 2 minutes or something like that. I just went through the entire thing on WOLF. If you have that feature on YouTube, you should be able to do that no problem. Thank you for the super chat very much. $2 buy. Michael Webster.
Yeah, I used to know a Michael Webster. I wonder, are you Canadian?
I don't know. Go Bills. You need a bottle of Trump's new fragrance. Only $249 a bottle. Okay, I don't even want to ask. What is it called? Someone let me know what is it called? No, Adara's going to look it up. I just know this is going to be funny. We'll wait and see what we get from Adara on that one. Did you see all of his, remember his trading cards? And
who's?
Trump's,
no.
They're fantastic. And he was like selling them during the, what's it called? The election. Go ahead, Dara.
Trading.
So I'll read you guys the release. Apparently they, and much like if you've seen how Donald Trump posts his True Socials, it's actually kind of written pretty similarly in terms of capitalization in unique places. So these are the only official fragrances, capital F, by President Trump. The website is called GetTrumpFragrances.com. That is the name of the website. It looks like the fragrances themselves are called Trump fragrances. One of the bottles is called Victory 4745, a reference to his 2 terms as president, and that one is $249. And so there's some other titles. Yeah, Victory Cologne apparently already sold out. I'm just reading as I talk to you guys. Victory 4745 seems to be like the main one here, though, Sharif.
I don't know what to say to that.
Which one are you getting? Which one are you getting?
I don't know, Joseph. At $249 a bottle? Buy 2, you save $100.
Is that the?
I gotta smell them first. I mean, you can't really answer that.
I know someone in the chat who would be buying those.
Was that right?
Yeah, it's that one individual's name who's an all Trump forefather god.
Yeah, he probably he was buying the trading cards.
That guy's
for sure.
buying the trading cards
Right.
there. What do you got first?
I hear an RUM go. This one just got a little bit of a pop. We know this is one that is kind of carefully watched by retail investors. Just a minute ago, we had I think the CEO here, Chris Pavlovsky, posting on X that their Rumble ads has undergone a major update from a UI campaign creation change to intelligent targeting. So basically, they're working now on some intelligent targeting on their extended network. Keep an eye here on RUM announcing some new updates. Back to you.
Why are you laughing over there? It's just giggler. Well, I'm assuming the fight thing was from when he got shot, right? So, because remember, that's what he was yelling. All right, guys, waiting for this DBI trade to either stop out or pop back up. We're long at 72s. If it loses 70 and print 69, I'm out. It has been lower lows and lower highs ever since that not topping tail, that doji candle at 1235. It's now 103, and we've been putting in lower lows and lower highs since that time. So if it loses VWAP, that's the end of the trade on DBI, and we'll give back a little bit, obviously, having added into that position. Keeping an eye on that. Are you buying your alligator Alcatraz merch, says Mike James. I don't think I'm going to be buying any merch, man. I didn't buy any of the trading cards. I didn't buy Trump coin. I didn't buy anything like that. They're just not my thing. I'm not looking for any, what's it called, any souvenirs from this administration. I'm just happy to be part of it, be watching every day, and get to trade the volatility. It's a lot of fun, and obviously Donald Trump makes these markets move. No question about it. So that is good enough for me.
Did you see your favorite public transit system is opening up a merchandise store?
The TTC?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Remember that? You see Drake wearing that old TTC, that purple like Auburn?
No, I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's in one of his music videos. And then
really?
like the people that actually owned the jacket, which was like extinct from like 20 years, started selling it on Marketplace for like $1,000.
Way.
Yeah, it was insane. It made no sense.
crazy.
Everything was fine.
Yeah,
there's your guy in the chat, man.
Yeah, God Emperor Forefather Trump himself. Yeah, that's what I said.
He's buying it, baby. He's punching long. I love it. Shout out
to him.
What do you got, Joe?
Yeah, I'm looking at Amazon. I know a lot of people in the chat have been mentioning Amazon. So yeah, I mean, the thing is though, you got to take into consideration it's slightly choppy, right? Like I don't see anything breakout-esque. You really want to see that volume start to pick up. And then when you punch through some of these zones, that's when you can really look for a trade. Or you want to get the lower end of the range, right? You don't want to be buying the tops here with the anticipation that we're going to get a breakout, especially with how the overall market has been trading. So, yeah, just looking at that, this is the support level right at 218.61. And then here it is, the resistance, we'll call it right around this neck of the woods, 220. Yeah, we may be sitting on the top, but one thing to note is that the volume isn't picking up. And if you want to hold this, if you want this breakout to be sustained, then you want to see that continuously gradually get larger and larger and the strength start to pick up on the tape and on the volume profile. So keep an eye out on that. And then we also have the likes of NVDA starting to reject this level. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that just yet, but I've seen some pullback here, but if it cracks that, sits on the back end of this, then you might get that continuation. And Gorev has been long from the lows there, so now you're north of VWAP. So really nice look. The Qs are starting to recover as well too, Sharif, so I'm keeping my eye on that one. And I know someone in the chat was mentioning, saying, hey, IBIT, Joe, I told you to short it. Well, I did take an attempt on IBIT earlier in the day. It just didn't work out for me. And Google, I told you guys I just wanted to hyper-focus on what we had with Google. And there it was. I was essentially short from the top. It just wicked me out. I didn't give it enough room, and then sure enough, you get that flush right after. But that's okay, because I was like, let me hyper-focus on a name that I think I have some more conviction with it. And that's going to be in the likes of Google. So you can see we enter the trade, indecision print up here, rejects of the pre-market low, you get that move, you don't crack through the resistance zone here, and then that's going to give you the opportunity to add. And then as soon as it comes back to our break-even, Sharif, we get out of the trade, and Google is slowly starting to climb back. At one point, at the trough of the session, we were down 1.5%, so a nice 1% gain here on Google. We're only down 0.5% on the day.
I like it. All right, we're gonna do the news. Anything you want to do before we jump in the news?
We'll hop in on the news train.
All right, just before we do, I got something here. BMNR is coming down aggressively. BMNR, here it comes. So there was buying initially at 59. We've talked about this level before because of this level over here, this this price action high right into 58.59. It found support initially, but look what it did. Since it found that support, lower highs and lower lows. So how many times do we get a retracement into this level before it gives up the ghost? Be on the lookout here. BMNR headed down quite aggressively. This one has been, it's been good. It's been good. I mean, can't say anything bad about this. It's been a couple of days that it's been running, but certainly off the highs on the day. Careful trading this one, guys. It moves dollars at a time with a $3 banger on this one, quick as you like. And from quickly, it can take $3 from you. You can take from it. It can take from you is what I'm trying to say there, okay? So be on the lookout. Now, I'm 1 penny away from getting stopped out here on DBI as it's got 3 candles now that have, 2 candles that have closed below the volume weighted average price. So 69 gets me out of this trade. And then just before we go to the news, I still have this dip trade here at 77s waiting on BLMN. It seems, though, to have found support at the low 80s, 81 or 82. And in fact, the current candle right now, which is a doji candle, actually made a new high. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. I don't mind adding or getting back in, into BLMN, but I'd like it to be at my level. VWAP showing me 76s. I'm waiting at 77s. Maybe I should move up my order and take it in the low 80s. So that's what I'm looking at right now. And then now we'll start the news and talk about what's moving these markets on the day. Here we go, baby. Start off with Robinhood. This one has been an absolute monster as of late. Joseph's got a banger trade on this one. We're going to show out Joey options for that. Fantastic look there, Joey, on Robinhood. But today it's a little bit of a different reason why we're moving up. So Robinhood will launch tokenized versions of over 200 U.S. stocks and ETFs, but it's going to be for European investors starting June 30th. It already started. Investors can trade tokenized shares of major U.S. companies like your Apples, your Teslas, your Nvidias, all with zero commission because it's running on the blockchain, right? So these digital assets will be on a blockchain ledger, aiming, at least the idea here is to lower costs and increase access to U.S. markets abroad. Robinhood plans to tokenize shares also of privately owned companies. How many times have we talked about wanting to be in an OpenAI, wanting to be in a SpaceX or many others like Stripe, for example? And that's what they're going to be offering you here, which I think will raise some regulatory issues, but we'll have to see, let the regulators deal with that. Tokens will be available for eligible European customers, Joseph, starting this summer. They're building their own blockchain in order to handle this. So you got to love that because it's probably going to be transferable and you can use it for other things. The company will launch crypto perpetual futures as well for Bitcoin and ETH by the late summer. European users will be able to trade perpetual contracts with up to 3 times leverage. Now, this is all Europe, right? But you got to assume that this is the first step before it finds its way into North America. Canada is often looked at as kind of an experimental grounds. We had a Bitcoin ETF way before you guys had a Bitcoin ETF. The reason it wasn't thickly traded because the volume was crap, and a lot of people don't know about it. Robinhood to begin offering crypto staking as well, Joseph, for ETH and Solana in the U.S. Users can earn rewards by pledging crypto to support transaction validation. The move comes as rivals like Kraken scale back staking due to SEC enforcement under the previous administration. Anything you got, Joseph?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the tokenization of a lot of these names is going to be really big. That's also going to lead into the 24-hour trading. I think that's going to be the objective, make it significantly easier. But also the tokenization of these names it essentially eliminates the settlement period because when you buy something, you officially don't own it for, I think it's about 3 trading sessions. But now with the tokenization, you own it instantly.
Yeah, why do we still have that T+2, T+3? I feel like we got better technology than that. In any event, let's go on. So that's Robinhood there. And then obviously the issue that's got Tesla, well, maybe not the only reason that it's down 4 1/3, but Trump and Musk. The feud has reignited. All right, so what happened? So Elon, Trump reignited a public clash with Elon suggesting that DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, which Elon spearheading initially, could actually investigate the subsidies that some of Elon Musk's companies are getting to quote unquote save money. The feud comes after Musk criticized the big beautiful bill and vowed to politically unseat lawmakers who support it. You guys know what the primary is. Obviously, it's your country. And he's looking at basically supporting the opponents or the competitors for the incumbents in the next primary. Trump suggested that Musk received more subsidy than any human being in history and implied that without federal help, Musk's businesses could collapse. Tesla's ability to mass produce robotaxis could also be implicated by regulatory decisions from the Department of Transportation. And SpaceX has a light contract amount there with the U.S., Joseph, about $22 billion in federal contracts, which could also face scrutiny there. Not a good issue. Musk escalated his rhetoric over the weekend, calling the bill utterly insane and predicting political consequences for its supporters. He threatened to primary challenges in 2026 and mocked the current system as Porky Pig Party, reigniting calls for a new political party. Yeah, he's got away with words there. So a bit of an issue, obviously, as we had seen this in June. Look, you gotta appreciate how Musk sticks to his guns, and quite frankly, you know, what do you think this says about both guys, aside from the obvious?
That you can easily kind of mess with them mentally, in my opinion.
Fair. Okay, that's one. Do you have a more positive view, or is it just negative?
No, I wouldn't say I have a negative. I mean, I wouldn't say that's necessarily negative. The fact that they can easily be, but positive. I mean, good on Elon. I mean, he's going to continue doing what he wants to do. I mentioned before how, from a scale standpoint, I think they have the ability to outpace Waymo in autonomy. But as for what Trump's doing, he's too unpredictable. I don't know. One day he's happy, the next day he's not. So I don't know. I can't really say too much about
what
that.
I kind of took from this was, it seems like even if I throw money your way, like you. I feel like nobody, it's hard to buy Donald Trump. Even if you throw money his way,
you can't buy
he'll flip the script on you. And same with Elon. He spent a bunch of money behind Donald Trump, and all of a sudden he's like, look, man, you know, now I disagree with you politically. So it's like, you're with me today if you're doing what I like, but you're not with me tomorrow if I kind of don't like what you're doing, which is kind of good and bad.
Who was he beefing with at that one time when they were saying they were offering him money or something for advertising? I think it was, and he said, "I bleep." He's like, That
was the CNBC interview with David Faber.
It was a different one. I think it was with Sorkin. I think at the time.
That's the DealBook conference.
Yeah. So it was with Sorkin.
Yeah.
He was with Sorkin. He's like, "You're trying to blackmail me with money?" Like,
I did say that to Faber, so he probably said that on two occasions.
Yeah, you're trying to blackmail me with money? Like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care. So he's like, that was the one he said, go bleep yourself.
Yeah.
He said,
he was talking to Bob Iger. Bob.
That was at the
That was
Bob.
DealBook.
That was exactly.
I think the other one with they tried to offer me money, that was David Faber.
I don't care was with David Faber, but go bleep yourself was with Sorkin.
Gotta love it. All right, so each guy super mercurial.
Are we still on thing? On Tesla?
We can be.
With Tesla. Guys, tomorrow, make sure you tune in. I forget what that. I think at 12:30, we're gonna have something big, some on-the-ground stuff coming straight from Austin about the autonomy. So, guys, make sure you tune in for that quick interview. It's going to be very interesting on how the autonomy landscape in Austin, Texas, the front lines of this whole EV race and autonomy race.
And this is Joseph's friend, by the way, who's actually in Austin, who's been nice enough to come in and talk about this. Obviously, it's super important with the robotaxi launch, and he gets a first-hand view.
Exactly.
So appreciate that, Joseph, for organizing it, my man. Appreciate that. All right, guys, let's do talk a little Apple here. So Apple in early discussions with Anthropic and OpenAI to use their large language models for a revamped Siri voice assistant, being reported here by Bloomberg. The tech giant is asking them to adapt their LLMs to run on Apple's cloud for testing. No final decision has been made as to which provider it will be. Talks are said to be still in the exploratory stages. Apple previously announced that Siri's AI enhancements are going to be delayed to 26 with no specific reason given. We know why it doesn't work. This has triggered, obviously, an internal shakeup with heads rolling in the AI department and now Mike Rockwell taking over Siri development amid reports of dissatisfaction with prior leadership. Craig Federici announced plans to make Apple's internal AI models accessible to developers. So now they're looking at it from a customer, from the retail side, as well as from the development side. That I can appreciate. Apple may also offer OpenAI's code completion tools with its Xcode developer software, creating a dual ecosystem here of proprietary and third-party AI. We'll have to see how that all works out there. So Apple still up on the day, about 1.25%. Anything on that one, Joseph?
Well, I mean, Sharif, I don't know how much more I can say about what other than what was going on yesterday. It only took a little spark, right? We talked about the previous largest acquisition of Apple was Beats by Dre for just under $4 billion. Now, Anthropic has a valuation of around $14 billion. Are they going to have a complete stake in that? No, I don't think so. But they have the cash. They've been lagging. They see in the likes of Mark Zuckerberg starting to grab talent pools around him in the likes of Scale AI and Alexander Wang. Do you think Tim Cook and company start to do the same thing?
I think if they do, you're not going to hear about it in the way that you hear about with Zuck and stuff like that. They seem to be very super surreptitious, very undercover with how they do things. We'll see. We'll see. You don't hear too much about, you know, Apple's hires and stuff like that. No. Yeah, not that I've been seeing.
What's a buddy's name who's working with Sam Altman now?
Alexander Wang? No, sorry. Something. That's the designer, the Apple designer.
Yeah, you know who I'm
forget his name.
It's relatively close to Dan Ives.
Yeah,
something something like that.
Adira, are you here? Oh yeah. Oh. What's that guy that moved from? He was with Apple, now he's with OpenAI for the design. Johnny Ives. Thank you, Adira. Thank you, Adira.
Not Danny Ives, Johnny Ives.
Yeah, close. You were right.
Close, right? So, there you
and no S, just Ives, Johnny Ives.
Johnny Ives.
All right. Let's. So we got a $10 super chat here. You want to cover it?
Sure. Yo, boys. GC on the GJ on the show at Obi. What are your thoughts on SPY triple top? I don't know what GJ on the show means. Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Oh, good job. Thanks. That one blew past us there. Yeah, triple top possibly. Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. Obi, this one's more or less directed at Obi, but he's unfortunately not on right now. So there it is. Triple top. I don't see the triple, but I'm seeing a double, Sharif. I don't know how you feel about that one. Multiple touches at 618 right there. So double top definitely coming into play.
Yeah, you got it right. You got it right there, man.
So thank you, Joshua.
Thank you very much
for that, and good job. I guess I gotta be on more social media because I didn't.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Adira, what do you got for us?
What I have here is Zillow, Zed, apparently Axios reporting that real estate brokers are happy with a provision in Donald Trump's big beautiful bill, which actually could allow some homeowners to have tax breaks should the bill pass. Zed, nice little push here to the upside. Back to you.
Hey, thank you for that, Adira. Let's go on to Palantir here, positioning itself as a possible next AWS. So Palantir is marketing its Foundry program as the ideal infrastructure to build the next AWS. In a tweet, global head of commercial Ted Mabry urged startups to build it on Palantir rather than compete. Positioning the platform as a launch pad for complex AI applications. Palantir itself, though, actually uses AWS and, in fact, runs on AWS. So viewing the tech stack more as complementary rather than competitive. It's an interesting look there. The pitch, it came in response to a founder who cited major obstacles in enterprise AI, including long sales cycles, complex integrations, costly scaling. So Mabry claimed Palantirs are already overcome a lot of these issues that founders are having to deal with through years of deep specialization, enabling what he calls faster deployment and lower friction. So not a bad look at all for Palantir. I don't know what it's up, if it's up or down on the day, but an interesting down 5%, Katina man, but still a very good way to kind of pitch your AIP platform there as a possible, you know, a cloud provider that you can build anything or you can build software on. Joseph, any comments on Palantir?
Sorry, I just had a technical issue here. Palantir,
going,
we know Palantir is a beast, but yeah, I don't know what happened to my platform. I was trying to do something, and then there we go. I just had to reboot it.
Take your time.
Yeah. I mean, we like Palantir from a technical standpoint. Is it slightly overbought? I think so, especially with the likes of Robinhood as well too. If you want to, this thing has been on an absolute monster move, considering from those Liberation Day lows is what I'm trying to get at here, and just referencing from a technical standpoint, like look at this, a low of 66, and then now we're trading over 100% from where we're at right now. So a big time move on Palantir from the trough here to that peak. It's so embarrassing. Thank you. 120% right there. So yeah, you can't go wrong with Palantir. I think a lot's down the pipeline, and we all know what kind of person Alex Karp is.
Absolutely. Well said, Joseph. Circle next on the list here, guys. So Circle has applied to the Office of the Comptroller of Currency for a national trust bank charter. If approved, Circle will establish the first national digital currency bank, that's what they want to call it, focused on regulated digital finance. The charter would actually enable Circle to offer custody services to institutional clients for tokenized assets like both stocks and bonds on-chain. Despite the charter push, though, Circle does not plan at all to alter how it manages USDC, which is a stablecoin that it issues, which remain held at major traditional banks. A federally regulated charter would help Circle align with new federal stablecoin requirements, strengthening that regulatory credibility. And Anchorage Digital remains the only crypto firm with an existing national charter, placing Circle in rare company if approved. So you gotta like how Circle's thinking about this. We kind of talked about this. Offering these traditional assets that are securities on the blockchain. When we talked about Robinhood, they're doing it out in Europe. Looks like, they're trying to, Circle that is, trying to take the bank path in the United States to be able to do the same thing. So we're going to see what they do here. But not a bad look for Circle. It's been selling off a little bit lately.
Yeah, but this, and I talked to you about this before, this stablecoin, and that's what it is. It's essentially a revolution. You're seeing mass adoption of these stablecoins in USDC and USDT. And then I also showed you this graph here earlier as well too, Sharif. So this is the stats behind stablecoins essentially right here. All right. So settled on the chain in 2024, $33 trillion.
Crazy.
In T-bills financed by USDT and USDC, $152 billion. Who's the primary holder of USDC? It's Circle.
Circle, yeah.
Exactly. Outstanding supply, $253 billion. But I think what is really important when we're looking at growth cycles and we're looking for kind of that expansion is buyer-to-buyer transaction growth from 23 to 25 is 30 times higher, and I think that's going to continue to grow.
Very interesting. So you're bullish.
I think how could you not?
Yeah, exactly.
Because from an international standpoint, I think it's the way to go because substantially less cost.
We've talked about this. We've talked about all the good tailwinds that come in with that.
Makes it significantly easier than what it. And I'm surprised. We're sitting in 2025, and you have to go to Western Union to send some money to your family.
You can tell that's just dying to be disrupted.
It's dying to
Absolutely, be disrupted. I agree with that 100%. Joby soars on Middle East air taxi progress. I happen to love this headline. Joby completed piloted tests and delivered its first aircraft to the UAE. It's targeting a 2026 launch for air taxi service in Dubai through a previously announced agreement with the Dubai Roads and Transport Authority. It holds the exclusive rights for air taxi operations in Dubai for 6 whole years. Derek, just give me 1 second. Is it breaking news? Go ahead.
Mention here GEV with actually some nuclear news. Apparently, GEV, Renova, Hitachi Nuclear Energy, and Fordham are signing an early works agreement to advance potential deployment of the BWRX-300 small modular reactor. So keep an eye on NNE, keep an eye on SMR, keep an eye as well here on Oklo. Any of these nuclear plays could be on watch. GEV, Hitachi, and Fordham signing an early works agreement to advance the potential deployment of a small modular reactor. Back to you.
SMRs, baby. Yeah. SMRs. Ontario's building them hand over fist.
That's good.
Yeah.
At least we're doing something,
your boy Big Dougie wanted to power all the energy we're going to need to extract all those resources from the Ring of Fire up in Sudbury. And so he's been building up a storm. Good. Started in the north of Ontario. Yep. Hopefully it weasels its way down south. Reason is it's scalable, Joseph. You can start with a couple of reactors, and then you can add. Right, you can add as many as you want to meet the energy needs you need.
I'm sure your guy, Mr. Carney, is going to start liking that.
Oh, carbon tax is all over that. And I feel bad even calling him carbon tax.
Right? You got to take that back.
Yeah, no, I'm very pro Carney. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. He's doing excellent.
I said this
Didn't
before.
vote for him.
I like, yeah, exactly, same.
Yeah.
I just like the fact that you're not going to get that kind of social figure, right? You're not going to get that individual.
He's not talking about that at all.
He's not. He's like, yeah, you know what? I just got work to do. I'm not going to be on Truth Social. Yeah. I'm not going to be on X. You're not going to see me do
He doesn't want to be that.
Exactly. Yeah. He doesn't want to be that.
He's a banker,
and I like
bro.
that quite. I think Canadians like that as well, too.
Canadian sensibility. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about this Joby headline. Sorry to cut that off. Joby is constructing its first vertiport. Yes, there's something called a vertiport, but they're still making it at the airport. So with 3 more coming to the Palms Jumeirah, downtown Dubai, and Marina. So they're going to have 3 different areas where you can take off vertically and land. Also signed a 2024 agreement with 3 Abu Dhabi government departments to expand regional presence. So if you guys know how UAE is, in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, same country, very close together. Earlier in June, the Saudi Arabia committed $1 billion for 300 eVTOLs. The firm was an early Joby backer, participating in the company's Series C round. And U.S. President Donald Trump, we already know, signed an executive order in June supporting pilot programs for these electrical air taxis. So not a bad look for Joby. I happen to like this industry. We'll see, if it can actually generate money and whether it can be a sustainable business, but very nascent, very early. Joseph, any comment on this?
No, yeah, I think it's just the growth of I guess the human society, right? We're on the ground. We have a 2D transportation system. I think it's time to go 3D, and maybe eVTOLs can help that as well.
Sign me up, bro. Where are these eVTOLs?
It's either like tunnels, it's something, right? We can't just continuously stay in this 2-dimensional kind of transportation system. We need to either go up or down.
There you go. Yeah, I know, right?
There's
too much traffic down here.
Too much traffic everywhere, man.
All right.
Gonna continue.
This Amazon headline is kind of a nothing burger. So let's go on to Chinese EV makers, guys.
Oh, yeah.
They all of them reported deliveries today, and they were all good except NIO. Even though NIO's is still, not too bad. NIO delivered about a little bit less than 25,000 vehicles, which was up from the 21,000 they delivered, but below the estimates of 26. So, I mean, they missed by 75 cars. Let's calm down here, right? The guidance was for 26. They delivered, about 1,075 cars. Calm down, Sherry. XPeng delivered the best of the bunch and has been the best looking chart of the bunch, no question about it. XPeng delivered about a little bit less than 35,000 vehicles, which tripled from that same time last year when they delivered about 10,700. That was last June. They beat guidance easily. Li Auto, the last of the bunch here, reported about 36,300 deliveries, which was down from the previous month, but beat expectations. I'm assuming it was down from the previous month because a lot of people bought that MPV, which is their first fully electrical vehicle. If you understand about Li Auto, you know exactly that it is not a hybrid, but these onboard gas engines charge the batteries, so you get that full EV experience where you're going to get the torque immediately. It's not like a gas-powered engine in feel. BYD, though, the real king of the Chinese EVs, delivered 377,628 passenger vehicles, of which 206,900, give or take, were all electric. They're growing big in Brazil, says Assassino. I happen to know that, brother. They're growing big in the Middle East as well. And Assassino, believe it or not, they're now outselling Tesla in Europe. Yes. So these Europeans are looking more to these Chinese EVs than they are American. And that is something that Tesla does need to be worried about. For Q2, BYD reported, so this is Q2, not just June. Q2, 1.13 million vehicles, of which 606,000 were fully electric, likely topping Tesla's 385,000, which we're going to get any day now. We still haven't gotten Tesla's Q2. And year over year, BYD's June deliveries are up from 340,000. That's 606 compared to that 340. So BYD continues to take the cake. They're doing it live. They're doing it well.
They're doing it real
and
live.
We'll have to see, man, how long this goes on for. But BYD, geez Louise, bro. Lucy Rott says BYD's trash in Brazil. We hate it. Waste of money.
Wow.
Look, your comment got hidden by Streamlabs, but I think that that's a fair comment. It's your opinion. You don't like it. I respect that. But, the market seems to think a little bit differently than you because, well, they're buying the cars, right? So we'll have to wait and see, whether or not that's sustainable, Joseph. But BYD, holy cow.
Yeah. I mean, with BYD, we're just seeing that growth, especially over the past couple of years. It went exponential, where the point where they're selling more cars than Tesla in multiple regions.
Easily.
Yeah. So just watch out. People want that cheaper alternative. I mean, Tesla, I'm sure, is a fantastic vehicle. You can ask Katina, man. But if people have the ability to pay 10, 15 grand for a brand new car, I think they're going to do it. So
you know what a lot of people are doing? They're bringing them in through Mexico. Yeah. And then they're registering the car in the United States. So it's like if you were to buy, let's just say a regular Nissan in Mexico, and then you want to register it in the US, there's a bit of a transfer. So that's the one way to dodge the 100% tariff. So you register it, so it's a registered car in Mexico, and then you re-register it in the United States, say that you're moving, which is kind of a catch-22. The only issue with that, Joseph, if you have issues with the car, no BYD dealerships in the States. You got to go down south.
You got to be mechanically inclined, or
I wouldn't even touch it. Are you kidding?
To fix it. But good thing it doesn't have too many components, right? It's electric.
Well said.
So just a battery.
Well said. Yeah, but you know how these
There's
electronic
other things
systems
exactly too, right?
Someone in the chat here was saying Desvolt, BYD in Mexico has a lot of issues. It's great to get these feedback points from you guys, because to us, the only thing we read about these Chinese EVs, or the only thing that we know, is from what we read. We don't actually have any firsthand experience with any of these Chinese EVs. Now, that said, a lot of these American kind of car reviewers, social media car people, I'm talking about Doug DeMoro's, I'm talking about some others as well. Forrest, I think one of his name is something Forrest, I forget his name. They're super bullish on these Chinese EVs, especially the price points. And the thing is, the Chinese EVs are not copying American designs. They're now leading in the designs, whether or not they have, the longevity of where the car needs to be, so they break down easy or what. We'll have to wait and see. But the design components, what's included in the cars, is just superior to anything that we're getting here, and especially the price point. So I feel like we rightly should be protecting our companies. Now, if you look at it from a completely capitalist perspective, this is not the right thing to do, because competition benefits the consumer, right? But we gotta also look at the jobs that employ a lot of these people, and those make up.
Absolutely.
Anything you got? Because I'm gonna.
No, continue there.
No, because I'm done the news.
Oh, you're done the news? Yeah, I'm sure at the market, a lot of interesting stuff, guys. And I told you, stick tuned tomorrow. We're gonna be talking some more EVs, what's going on with Austin, in Austin, I should say, etc. So yeah, be sure to. The gear-driven garage. That's not very nice to say now, is it? Now I'm gonna have to put you on timeout because we don't accept that type of language around here. But yeah, here it is, guys. We're short the queues right below the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get this continued move down. We are getting a bounce back in NVDA. Google's bouncing back, and that's what I'm saying. When you're short in the queues, you got to look at the space around you. So what is Meta up to? Put in a weak day today. Relatively weak and looking like it wants to continue to climb lower. So there it is on META. Let's pull it up and see what we have from a percentage metric on the session. Yeah, okay, so down 2.5% here on the day. That's a 1 minute. That's a nice rebound off of the lows up into 722. And then I know we talked about how 97% of Meta's revenue comes from ad spend. So just keep that in mind. If that starts to cool off, watch out. But I think this name is definitely on the right path, and especially the war path, to try to win and grab as much market share as possible in this artificial intelligence race. All right, guys. So that is Meta down 2.5%. Drag the market down for your boy. And then let's take a look at Microsoft, the #2 company in the world here. MSFT down 1% on the day. And see, that's the thing here, guys, right? Like, if you're asking me, and if I'm being totally frank with you, as I usually am, I don't know why I say that all the time, but like this move that we've seen on Microsoft from the previous earnings report is not sustainable. I just don't think that this price action is sustainable, in my opinion. You can go across the board and ask people who are significantly more experienced than I am, and I wouldn't be surprised if they agreed with me on what I'm saying here. That is a too steep of an angle. You go from, okay, let's say this is the earnings report day to where we're currently sitting at. I mean, from a percentage metric, it's nothing super crazy. It's 27%, but just with no healthy pullback in this price action, just be careful, because if we do crack this trend line, I know Obi would be looking at this trend line, and then now you're on the back side of it, you can potentially find a short on there, and until you reclaim it, then that can most definitely drag the market down with it, guys. And we can take a look at the Qs, because I am short it, and I do believe that we are near-term overbought, considering from these Liberation Day lows, we're up 30% as well too 34% more or less. So this is a big time move without seeing that 2.5% correction in the overall market. It's something that you want to keep relatively healthy. And then that's what I was talking about earlier as well. So if the likes of Apple, so now that they have a positive catalyst, if that just continues to start to accumulate and they get more of these headlines coming out that favor them, then yeah, they can start to play catch up in the likes of Amazon, Apple, and Google. But you need to be patient and wait for those things first. We talk about how the tariffs are really impacting Apple right now. Until some things start to clear up on that, it's great that they're starting to look into partnering up with OpenAI and Anthropic. But the tariffs, the 25% on the iPhone is not too good of a look right now. Things can most definitely change. But I think Apple's headed in a step in the right direction. We get some more. If they decide to strike a deal with Anthropic or OpenAI, then watch out for the stock to climb significantly higher. But right now, we got a couple other headwinds that we need to worry about. See if we can hold this trend line. If it does so, then maybe you can get a bounce into the middle of this gap down range and then look to start to take some profits around this 215, around this previous resistance, and then head into there. Right? Once you get those tailwinds, then that's when you can really scale that position there, Sharif.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that, and then that's what I got going on here. I'm going to pull up the TQs here momentarily, and then I'll send it back to you. Sorry. So yeah, let's see if this can work. We're short. We break the lower end of this range, 81.10. I think that's going to be an important level right there. We get through that, then I think 81 can be in the works.
All right, guys, out of DBI break even on the last remaining amount. We took a couple of beak weters there at 76 and 78, rejects off 80, puts in a lower high. That's my invitation to get out. That's not why I'm in this. I don't need lower highs. Now, what will be decisive for those who like to short these small cap gappers, myself not included, is a break of this key level here, because then you'll have a lower high and a lower low. So look for the break of 68 or 69. You could see this possibly retrace, maybe down into that $0.50 area. We did have some support at the $0.50 area over here. We'll have to wait and see. Or it could find support at 60, 63, 64, where we also had some support initially. So DBI on the way down. I'm not seeing anything that I really like right now in small cap gapper world. I just finished going through the scanner. Nothing really doing here. It's really WOLF that's still really running, and there isn't much else other than that one. So not going to be in any trades that I don't like at the moment, but we'll look at WOLF. This is a look at Big Bear AI, which was not a bad short off the volume weighted average price. Did not see this one. Well, obviously it didn't make its way onto my scanner because it's a little bit down on the day here. Yeah, 680 or 679, I guess, was a closing print, kind of rejecting that volume weighted average price. But Big Bear AI has been a monster lately, so a day or two pullback is nothing on that one. Let's pull up WOLF, have a look at this. Yeah, this is above VWAP, guys. But look, I mean, it's not really, it hasn't even attempted the dollar break since the rejection of the dollar over here really early on, right at 10 a.m. So maybe this one runs later in power hour when the volume starts coming back in. But currently, Wolf right now, under 95 pennies, where it seems to have some resistance, is not of interest to me, despite the fact that it's up 130% on the day. So we'll keep tabs on that. BMNR, another one that we've been talking a lot about. We had a trade on this one earlier. Also, kind of putting in that lower high. This could be a candidate for a flat bottom break where you get umpteen amount of lower highs over here only to have support at $60. We mentioned that $60 level multiple times, and every single time it's had a retracement into 60, it's found support. That's the good side of the news. The bad side is it's this. These lower highs here are what's operative, in my opinion, which could make this one a candidate for a flat bottom break through that $60 area. And by extension of that, you'll likely get a move below the volume weighted average price right now, which is at 57.50. So tell me what you guys are looking at in small cap gapper world, because I'm not seeing a whole lot, sadly, moving at the moment. Just having a quick look here at the scanner up top. And the issue with a lot of these ones too is, even though they're up nicely on the day, maybe 15, 20%, which I don't mind, the volume on a lot of them is kind of crappy, which probably makes sense because, you know, maybe a lot of people have a bit of an early week with this being a shortened week, Joseph. So keeping an eye on BMNR. Last but not least, this one, CTOR has been giving you possible dips off VWAP, but again, very lightly traded. The volume is just not supporting it, and it feels like this one is also putting in lower highs. So CTOR in the crap list like the others as well. So yeah, sadly, Joseph, nothing running here in the later part of the day in small cap gappers. Let's have a look at let's bring in the watch list. Let's see what's moving in on the proprietary side watch list over here. So we'll have a look at the different sectors, and then we'll see, if there are any outlying movers on the day. Nothing really here in EV land. Rivian, Lucid continue to drop, not their day today. ADRs are a mixed bag, but mostly green, with XPEV looking to take the cake here. Joseph, fantastic look lately for XPEV, up 3 1/3. NIO's up 3, Li Auto's down 1. So the market not liking that miss by Li Auto. MicroStrategy is the outlier here, Joseph, down 5 2/3 in the crypto area of things. In the military defense, you have, KTOS. What is this company that I threw on here? KTOS. Kratos Defense and Security. That's down 6%. Likewise with Palantir. That one's down 5. Raytheon down 1. Otherwise, they're mostly green. Let's move down the list here. These are the memes. Nothing doing out there. Cybersecurity names. They're all red today with that. Where's Pandub, that piece of crap? It's down below 200 again. Unbelievable.
What's our guy CrowdStrike doing?
CrowdStrike down as well, Joseph, below 500.
See the daily on that thing?
It's a fantastic looking daily.
Yeah.
Zscaler is better though. I don't
Is
know
it?
if you've, hands down. So this is a good look here on Crowd.
Okay, let's compare.
Percentage-wise?
Metric from
Let's go
Liberation Day.
So Liberation was this one, right? We'll go with the closing print, Joseph. We'll go like that, and we'll go into the current price right now. We're up 63%.
Okay, 63%
All right.
on Crowd.
Let's weasel over to Zscaler. And then we'll go Liberation. Yeah, I tried to tell you, brother. So the closing print, Joseph, 90%.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, not a bad look. So Zscaler's been good lately.
I don't know anybody who just got that.
No one. I don't know anyone. No one at all. You didn't want the notoriety. He's good. I know you are. All right. What else we got over here? We got C Limited down in FinTech world. Joseph down to the tune of 5 1/3. That was a bit of an outlier there. Upstart and PayPal, decent days. Nothing doing. Meli, Mercado Libre down 4%. That's that big kind of FinTech company out of Latin America. Good. It's very expensive, $2,500 stock. Adara, maybe you want to take a look at MELI. You probably.
That's too spreading. That's too spreading.
Yo, but let her make that decision, bro.
All right. I'm sorry.
We're playing.
Oh, whoa.
So I did pull up the
Look at that,
spread because I was
airflip too.
curious. So right now, $11 spread, only about less than 400,000 shares traded on the day. I need a little bit more. Honestly, the $11 is not what freaks me out here, guys. What freaks me out here is the lack of volume. That type of very wide spread with no volume, if you get stopped out, you're getting sailed away. That does not look good here. I do not feel very free to trade Mercado Libre with that spread and lack of volume, though I will say I can still read the spread. I just don't like how little volume it is.
That's fair.
You take 10 shares on that, you're down $100 right off the get.
Exactly. You said exactly.
Right off the get.
That's the way it is, Joseph. You live dangerously both ways. Let's talk a little biotech here, Joseph. Moderna getting another little tailwind there, 5% today. I don't know what it was yesterday, but they had that COVID flu vaccine nonsense yesterday, and today they're up another 5%. Very few names in biotech pharmaceutical world are actually red. Only Eli Lilly, which is essentially flat, 0.08. Everything on my watch list here, Greensville in biotech world, essentially with Moderna, Amgen kind of being the leaders there, at least on my watch list. What else we got? We got Snapchat. What the hell? 8 3/4%. Nice breakout there for Snap on the daily.
Well, they had a catalyst the other
They did. Adara put them on the watch list today. They're on the watch list. Go ahead, Adara.
I was going to mention they had a nice little positive analyst note. Basically, I believe it was Wells Fargo. You can read about this on our watch list, Trader TV Live. But basically, Wells Fargo actually says that they are raising their expectations for Snapchat for Q2, the coming quarter, but also for their forward quarters and even further guidance. So we have long-term bullishness on SNAP coming through from Wells Fargo. That was the only catalyst I saw on this, but clearly all the stock needed. Back to you.
Dara for that. Keep going here down on the list. Roblox down about 4%. Not a bad day for Roblox. I mean, it's a volatile name. QuantumScape, we got that headline last week from QS, and that was that big move there you're seeing on QuantumScape, taking out $8, coming back down though into 6.5 to the tune of 4 3/4 today on the day. Joseph giving back a little bit of that move. As we talked about earlier though, solar getting a nice day. The TAN ETF up 3 2/3. You got Sedge up almost 8% here. Enphase almost 4. FSLR, for whatever reason, bucking the solar trend down 1 1/5. CSIQ Canadian Solar up 1.8. Sunrun up 9 1/4, almost 9 1/3. So solar strong on the day in case you're looking for a stronger, what's it called? The sector there. Joby's down 6.5%. So I want to know what the short float is on Joby because it feels like this one is a bit short heavy here. 15%, a little bit less, 14.5%. That makes sense to me. It takes out $10, double tops at 11, and then the shorts are panicking, so they add a little bit more down to 6 2/3. But I like the trend on this, as you can see. The higher lows are what's operative to me. So whether or not it's down 6 1/3, I like this stock. I like the industry. I think it may be capital intensive initially and may not be immediately profitable, but it is the future. I don't see us driving on roads, forever and ever more. Anyway, last but not least here, Joseph, going down the list, you got Macy's up 5, whatever, for 5 1/4. Lululemon up 2 2/3. Dick's Sporting Goods up almost 5%. So retail having a decent day. You should tell Shopify that. I don't know if Shopify is retail though. 1.5% in negatory. Ville here is Shopify. Shout out to Canada. So yeah, so that's
shout out to Coinbase as well too. You're going to be able to use stable coins on Shopify.
Absolutely.
As a payment
well said.
processor.
Totally forgot about that. Well said. Yeah, so that's the look right now. But a couple of 12 minutes left or so on the show. Before we send you back to the Katina Man and the Obi is the one.
Obi got barbecue for lunch, he said.
You got barbecue, eh?
Yeah.
Beef brisket with sandwich? Beef brisket sandwich. My man.
Is that your favorite cut there, Obi?
Yeah. Ram, do you have any more sushi over there? You have 3 pieces? That's it? I'm going to leave them for you. I was going to ask for one, but I just want one. I got the wasabi over. Oh, you got the wasabi? Yeah, you didn't pass any wasabi, woman. I didn't get any wasabi on my first bite there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come visit you later.
Come visit her. Yeah. Get that sorted out over there.
What happened to our wings, by the way? We didn't get anything.
Well, no one was down. We went on the sushi train instead.
Well, yeah, we ate one sushi each.
Yeah.
Fantastic look there.
Yeah, but I think I'll be honest though. I think you swayed on me a little bit too because I was on the fence. I mean, there was no fence play from me. I was strictly wings. But then you heard the likes of sushi come into play, and you're like,
I gotta tell you, yeah. I think I was wrong on that one.
I think I was wrong on that one. Come on.
Yeah, sushi it's too it's too much.
We went to wings, and we could have had 6 flavors, right? I mean, I know you would have went
I would have went the lemon pepper route, but that would have been it for me. Jamlocky, look at ATAI. All right, Jamlocky, let's have a look at that because I've got nothing right now. I got to tell you the truth. Nothing that I'm liking. So ATAI, let's have a look at that. Okay. Look, it's not exactly a breakout or anything like that, but it's up 24 1/5%. It's a small cap gapper under $1 billion market cap, about 500 million or so. They are a biopharmaceutical company. You got to love that because good volatility. What I like on this chart, and I'm mixed about this, is you got the higher lows, and they seem to be basically respecting generally this trend line. But you're not really getting the breakout. And if I had to tell you the truth, I would not trade this because it's below the pre-market high. So you double top there at 610 and 615, likely when the news hit, whatever the catalyst was on this. Comes up to about 307, 305, something like that. Rejects, drops all the way back down to about 2 1/4. And the high of the day is 290. So it's below the pre-market high. It's obviously had trouble with 3 in general. So unless we get above 3, to me, it's a bit of a riskier trade, but not a bad look at all. And if you're looking at buying it off the lows, that could be profitable as well for you. So shout out to Jamlocky there. What else are you guys looking at in the chat? Let me know. David saying Tesla keeps going down. My 300 put option yesterday up by 27%. Shout out to David. I'm not even going to try to say your last name, brother. I don't want to butcher it, but let's have a look at TSLA. What are we at? Oh. Yeah, you know, we're not tanking, but we're certainly off the lows, generally holding that 300 area. It's found support a couple of times, David, at VWAP, most recently here, 12 and 1205. Now, we're kind of straddling VWAP on the 145 and the 150 candle that we just opened up on. It's been lower highs, though, brother, but higher lows as well. So, you know, not for me today. And besides, I don't trade these large caps. So, interesting look on Tesla. Do you have a look?
Tesla, yeah, I've seen Tesla. We were talking about it not too long ago. Tesla, I mean, I thought that we were going to have that move where we cracked that 360 level, Sharif. It doesn't even seem to be the case.
I think he did.
Right, so 360, 370, we'll call it. I thought this was going to be the move after this is the rift right here between Donald and Elon. And I thought after this move that we were going to go there, but it said, we're going to reignite that rift. And we got deliveries coming in too, so that's going to be really important. I wouldn't be surprised if they miss, to be honest with you, Sharif, but who knows? It depends how much they miss by. And how much is it going to send the stock. But I mentioned, look for any form of indecision south of this shelf, all right? So that's that. I got to hop out of this TQs trade here as it's now coming to my stop, and the market is squeezing. So yeah, that trade didn't work out, but that's okay. Our Google trade, which we'll do a quick review before the end of the day. This was only my third ticker that I traded on the day: Bitcoin, Google, and now the TQs, which we are currently hopping out of because I want no part of this, especially if NVDA, which is sitting on the backside of the trend, decides that it wants to squeeze. But this is what I mean: substantially larger than any loss that we took here throughout the session. And there you go, you get another pop in the TQs and the Mag 7 leading the way. And I'll say it all the time, and I'll say it every day. If you're thinking that you're going to short the overall market and not look at what the Mag 7 are doing, good luck. All right, so I'm just going to be frank and stern about it, because I don't think it's a good idea whatsoever to think that you're going to go counter market when the likes of NVDA and the larger mega cap names are starting to climb. So
I'm not going to tell you what this stock is, and please don't look at the top, right?
I'm not
but look at the chart, Assassino, if we can.
Yeah, okay, I'll look at the chart.
Look at the chart. Just don't look at the ticker, bro.
Yeah, can I look at the numbers on the side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You want me to zoom in a little bit so you can see it a little bit like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 318 high.
318
What is this stock?
Wow, that's a tough one, man.
I don't think
can I get a sector?
But it's going to give it away because there's not too many players in this sector.
Okay.
That's why, right?
Okay, yeah, I have no
It's
idea.
travel.
It's travel?
I'll put that. That's the best I can give you.
Oh, is it booking?
Hold on, Adara, you're cheating.
I'm not cheating. I just think I have a guess.
Go.
Is it RCL?
It is, of course, RCL. Yes. You know who told me about this?
Who?
Your friend Jose. He's been trading this.
Look at CCL too.
See, but this is all-time highs.
Yeah.
This is all-time.
Oh, our
Joseph,
guy Michael Noss was talking
can I
about
tell
it as
you
well, too.
from the Liberation Day lows
Yeah.
to today's close? This is by the way, Joe, an $85 billion company. This is not a small capper.
We're
up 91%, 95%.
Man, it's like those are Robin Hood numbers.
90, yeah, exactly. 95% on your friend
Jay,
RCL.
let's take a look at CCL as well.
Can I show you NCLH?
Yeah, it's probably hot garbage.
Hot garbage compared to it. Like, you're at all-time highs, and this one is just barely back to the midpoint of the range here. Can't even break out through that $22, $21 area.
one
But
wants those
let's look at your CCL friend there. I remember when this thing was like $9, bro.
No one wants those Norwegian cruise lines.
I don't know. I've never been on a cruise, so I have no idea. This is CCL. It's not a bad look, but it's no RCL.
Yeah, what do we got from Liberation Day lows?
From the Liberation Day lows, we're at 15. Now we're up to 28. So yeah, same look, Joseph, about 95% off the lows. These cruise lines really did recover in a way that I didn't expect. Fantastic look on CCL and RCL, not so much, and CLH, but that's okay. Let's look at the weekly on this one so we can see if we're at all-time highs. We're not even close. We're not even close on CCL.
Close.
This thing, these are July. Oh, that's 17. So we got to get all the way back to $70. So CCL is not even close. And there's technical resistance here at 40 and 45. And before that, Joseph, we're looking at 30 as well, where we topped out during the pandemic and the highs of 2021. So I don't know what the hell RCL is doing, but they're doing something right.
Something right.
And that's the weekly there on RCL. So these are all-time highs.
Did anybody see that documentary on the Carnival Cruise Line, the Triumph? It got stuck in the middle of the sea for like an extended period of time.
I saw some people fell out. A girl fell off a cruise ship yesterday. and then her dad jumped in after her,
Obviously, all day.
And you got to see how far back the safety boat had to go because the actual cruise ship had left them.
Yeah.
They were just there in the middle of the ocean.
The cruise ship
No, I know. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying it was. It must be like. That's terrifying for me, anyway.
Yeah, the poop cruise is right there.
I just see a lot of videos online of people fighting on cruises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go, really, eh?
You're locked in on a boat. So your op is going to be in your face
like
all
right
week.
there.
Why do you have an op though?
But I mean, I've never
It's supposed to be
personally.
a jovial
Apparently,
time.
like these things are like skyscrapers on water. They hold a lot of people. Like there's 6,000 people going on cruises.
Well said.
So yeah, that's very interesting stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of open water, and so I don't know if I'll be going on.
No,
No.
I could go, but I've just never gone. My
Like I'm
parents
cool
go
with
all the
boats
time.
and stuff like that, obviously. But like if I'm swimming in open water, not a good thing.
Not in the middle of the ocean, bro. No, like if like that was a harrowing experience.
Even on lakes.
No, I don't mind the lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just can't see what's under me, right?
I get that, and it's a little bit nerving, but you got to know what the facts are. And
There's lamprey in there.
what does that mean?
You never seen a lamprey before?
I don't even know
Oh,
what that
dude,
is.
they're like leeches with fangs.
Oh, yes,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
You don't want it. You don't want it.
I don't want that smoke.
You don't want that smoke.
No, thank you. Nathan, hi, Sharif and Joe. Do you think that the deliveries is already priced in? You're talking about Tesla deliveries, I'm assuming. So in the article that I actually read today, they were comparing BYD's deliveries to Tesla, and they didn't know what Teslas were, obviously. So here we go. They're estimated. Adira, if you can fact check this for me, because I don't want to say anything incorrectly. The Tesla estimated delivery is supposed to be 385,000. So I don't know if that's accurate. Go ahead.
I was seeing 392 is the estimate, but I'm actually seeing a lot of individual analysts guess a little bit lower. So it's probably somewhere around, I would say, what you're saying and what I'm saying. I think we're both right. It's just because hard estimates are always kind of hand-wavy.
Makes sense. So if your question is, are they priced in? Well, I'm assuming that they are. And if we get anything above or below that, the stock will react in whatever direction we end up beating or missing. So yeah, to answer your question, yes. But there's always the outlying event where it comes in substantially better or substantially worse, and you have a move in one direction or the other. So yeah, I think that the second the information gets released, the market discounts it into the price right away. The market's super efficient. We've seen this over and over and over. And yeah, so to answer your question, yes. What do you think about that?
Sorry, Sharif, I was typing something.
No, it's okay. Well, we got to go
I had
there.
Fabian in my ear.
No worries.
Or thing in my ear.
Assassino.
Assassino. I got to do something here momentarily.
Are we going to Adara?
No, we got.
Okay, we'll take time.
Yeah,
All right.
we got something we got to cover here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Looking to trade futures like the Nasdaq, SPY, or even here we go, Bitcoin. Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start funding your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next big payout there, guys.
All right, guys. It is now 2 o'clock. We're going to send you to Adara, I think, because, Adara, you have a headline? I do. Okay, she does. And then the big kahunas, Obi and Sean, will be on. I'll see everybody shortly at the green screen.
Hey.
I just want to let you guys know we have a bit of an interesting headline on META. Wired here just reporting that apparently in an internal memo, CEO Sam Altman of OpenAI is actually slamming Meta's strategy and also dismissing its recruiting efforts, basically saying that Meta is acting in a way that Sam Altman finds, quote, somewhat distasteful. He just assumes things will get, quote, crazier in the future. So Sam Altman definitely not a fan of the recruiting efforts of Mark Zuckerberg. Pretty aggressive here, trying to get AI talent. In case you missed it, we have Mark Zuckerberg poaching AI talent from a variety of companies, including OpenAI. So just keep an eye here in META. Sam Altman of OpenAI apparently expressing some concern in an internal memo to OpenAI employees. Back to you.
I want to get one of those. What's up, everybody? I want to get one of those like sort of bumpers for the afternoon show.
I'll be out of your way.
You know,
Like what?
like how they have one for the midday show.
Oh yeah. Like the intro.
Yeah.
That would be
It just
cool.
flips over to
Oh,
us.
that's so
It's like-
awesome. That's so
it's
awesome.
so like
Yeah.
uninspiring.
Gotta
Bro,
have that.
Zip it over there. JoJo's like, nah. This guy wants everything for himself. And he was getting heated about not showing up the percentages there as well over lunchtime. That was too funny.
Percentages
but,
on the update? Is there?
I want to get you next time we do one of those picks. We're gonna add Obi in there. So you pick.
Well, I don't think you guys are ready for that. That's what I'm
we're
saying.
more than ready.
Like I'm observing, I'm watching
Well,
how
I
your
know
guys'
chat.
picks have gone. I don't think. Let me just say, you guys are not ready for my picks.
I'm at 49% in 6 months.
Yeah.
That's not as good as what you're up to. You're up to. You would have picked. You would have picked Bitcoin, and that's down. I think since we started that.
I mean,
bet.
hey man, listen.
We
like,
should do a second half one. Is what I'm
like
saying.
Joe. Why didn't you put Robinhood on there? Robinhood is up over 100%.
Bro, you can't have.
There have been.
Oh, but you're dealing in the
multi-hundreds
past,
of
my
percent
guy. You're dealing in the past.
year.
I want to. Okay, so give me a pick now for the second half. Let's
I
go,
don't
Obi.
know, man.
Now
I
you
gotta-
don't know. All
No,
of a sudden-
let me run my scans. I don't know. It's half the year has gone pretty well.
But right now we're
gotta
running our
run my
mouth.
scans.
I want to
boy.
know the plays.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to say anything unless I run some.
Okay. That's fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I don't want putting you on the spot right now, but you have a play that can be up more than 50% in 6 months. I think nuclear could be one. We just talked about right now getting some more nuclear deals. We say GE Vernova was a great pick by Neil. He had that one. That was absolute. Look at GE Vernova today down though, and I heard the midday show talking about this symbol, or maybe it was a dare. I heard either way, on the midday there, GEV, down 6% today on some kind of a story, but that's a great level coming into 5 bills. I mean, we sort of barcoded here for a while. I really like this, but look at the hot fire this stock's been. Talk about some names that, looking to get into some names since the tariff there, that bottom 260 or so, that's a double right there to 520, almost right on the knot right there. So nice 528 all the way from 260. That's been a huge winner this year, man. GE Vernova. I mean, I guess if you got it up here, it's not, but if you would have got it somewhere down there, GE Vernova, nice play. And then Palantir, man, me and Obi and I were sitting here, and I was just short the NASDAQ right here. We actually made some money on it before it wound up going to the top and stopping us out. And I was going to choose shorting Palantir at VWAP or shorting the market at VWAP. And Obi and I were both sitting here. Obi mentioned Netflix. You were looking at some of that. We can talk about that in a couple minutes. But there was Palantir, the same opportunity. We'd still be $1 or so in the money. I mean, we would have cashed out on the way down, that's for sure. But still holding some of that. So let's wait to see. The weak names continue weak despite the market taking out VWAP. Palantir still underneath. And then Apple had a little topsy-turvy day as well there. We tried to go short there. We went long and then we went short. No, we never went short. What am I talking about? We just went long and got stopped out on the 210 break back below. So yeah, we haven't done anything really in the midday since we've been back. We're chilling out here, having some good times. Went for some walks. We're right beside Queen's Park. Yeah. And you heard the cannons going off there for Canada Day.
Yeah, they were firing some cannons there.
They're loud, man.
They're really loud. I mean, I was sitting in the back, and I just heard like boom, boom, and I was like, maybe that's because sometimes when the garbage bins come and they get slammed, it makes a really loud noise. I was like, okay, maybe that's what that is, maybe once or twice, but it kept on going like 5-6 times. I'm like, I gotta check this out, and I'm like, I remembered. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Canada Day, there's celebrations going on. The park was full of people, and yeah, there's some good demonstrations happening. So.
Yeah, a lot of fun times. We're gonna try to go to some fireworks tonight, so we're gonna see. I think it was 10:15 or 10:30 or so. So that's okay. We'll see if we get some spots.
Where are you guys going?
We packed up. Well, there's Centennial Park in Etobicoke that's having fireworks. Yeah, I'll probably do that. But also they have Rib Fest. So yeah, we got to figure out, maybe we're doing something like that for, I don't know. The kids are always out and about, man. It's like, I have no idea. Like yesterday, my daughter's there. She comes home. She had, they went to Wonderland yesterday. And when she came home, it was like 7:30 or something. She's like, oh, I'm just going to go out, ride my bike with my friend, blah, blah, blah. So she goes out, rides her bike with her friend. Then she comes back in and says, oh, we want to dye our hair pink or something. We had just this little dye. They just dye that. It's nothing. It's not really. It's like washable stuff. Okay, we're going to her house. Okay. I looked down at my watch, it's like 9:45. I'm like, where is she? Not home yet, 10 years old. Oh, she's still at her friend's house. Okay, well, let's take the dog, go for a walk, go get her, things like that. So it was like, summertime.
Yeah.
Summertime feels. You're not really on a schedule. Now that they're out of school, I have zero, I feel like my wife probably has control, but zero control of time now. Yeah. Because before it's like, okay, you got to be back in. It's 9:30 or whatever. I mean, depending on how dark it is outside and what they're doing, of course. But it's like you got school tomorrow. They know that they need to be in bed by a certain time or be ready. But now it's like free for all. So, what are you gonna do?
When I was 10 to 12 years old, I think I was probably on my computer late.
Yeah. Well, my son is that.
Just gaming. Yeah. We watched play some games online with some friends, or probably till 2, 3 a.m.
That's what he's doing.
And then my parents would come into my room and be like, "Why are you still up?"
Why are your parents still up at 2 a.m.?
Because they probably heard me.
Oh, they
probably heard me.
That's my problem. Is we say goodnight to our, my 13-year-old, and he's always on his PC, right? And it's not always, and I was like, turn it off. It's midnight, and he does pretty good with that. But yeah,
I would go to bed and then I would sneak.
Yeah, of course you would, Obi. I mean, that's perfect. I'm sure that's
spoofy man.
I'm sure exactly. I'm sure you're the original spoofy man. Spoof your parents. Put your pillows Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You seen that?
Yeah.
Great movie there. Put the pillows in there. Get all ready to go. All right, Sharif's at the screen. This is where we go over the rundown, all the names that potentially you guys want us to look at. We'll talk about some technicals, see if we trade it or not, what our opinion is moving forward on the day. Let's go over the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we're going to talk about every afternoon. The boys are locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Super easy to vote now, guys. Just that $sign and then throw in your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Automatically registers. Let's look at all 4 major averages. There's only one of these 4 that's actually negative on the day, and it's decidedly negative. It's the NQ, down 0.6% with the Mag 7. All red except for Apple. And then we have the IWM, the Russell 2000, up nicely here, leading the pack, up 1.6. The ES, kind of flat, but still green, up 0.11. And then last but not least, the Dow Jones, getting a nice move up today to the tune of 1%. Good look for the Dow. Robinhood, the first name as decided by you guys, and what a move it was yesterday. Sold off a little bit today, was barely in negative territory on the back of this headline yesterday, that there are, during the keynote, Vlad Tenev launched what stock tokens for companies trading on both the public and private markets that will be in Europe. Guys, they're looking to tokenize some of these securities.
I think the cool part is the private companies. I think that's pretty
new.
That's pretty unique, because that's going to give you kind of I don't know, inside, the ability. We don't have any ability to access private companies, like founder shares or anything like that. So that's interesting. So I'm interested to hear how that goes. Is there going to be a SpaceX token there where maybe somebody that's already invested in SpaceX can lend out their shares at a certain price, and if you buy them, I don't know how that's going to work. Maybe SpaceX is too big. Maybe it's lesser known private companies, maybe. But that's interesting. Look, I mean, the fact that it's being rolled out to the EU users, great. I mean, as soon as it hits the US, I think it's going to be obviously a bigger story for these markets. But yeah, not a great day for Robinhood. We had looked at this stock early, and I just think, you saw Palantir today get whapped to the downside as well. And now Robinhood, Palantir's down 5%, Robinhood's flat. But yeah, holding key level 90, right? I mean, you have a $10 range here. That's a 10% move today for Robinhood intraday. We got as high as $99 and we got as low as 90. So that's 10% right there, moving back and forth. I feel like when you get a move like that, VWAP to me right here makes sense. I think this is worth a short here on Robinhood into the end of the day. The problem is you don't want to hold on for that for very long. If Robinhood gets going, it will just absolutely run you over. And we do know that I thought there was about a 12% short float or so in Robinhood. Let's double check this right here. Go over here, go over and type in hood. I don't do this too often for any stocks unless we're sort of talking about them right now or as they show up. Yeah, it's only 4% right there for a short float. So kind of a nothing burger short float situation there. But I like that short against VWAP for right now. Maybe stop out on do you really want to hold it to 95? I don't know, maybe stop out in and around here, 94.70, something like that. But I think, yeah, 94.20, 94.25, right where we are. I like the short. So again, yesterday's move was huge. That's when we had that sort of conference. It was up 12%, or I don't know if it's a conference or an investor day type of thing there, crypto day. But nice move up 11%, flat today. So for me, that's a win. You know, when you have a kind of a move like that, generally you'll have a kind of a pullback. You can see an Apple pulling back from that 210 area. So yeah, I think this is a good short around 94.25 or so here for Robinhood. So yeah, that's a trade that I like. And then the other name, we don't have it on there, but SoFi was also a real good one. Yesterday, we got out of a little bit of this one, 18.5 or so down today. So you can see, again, 1850 high, down 1750 low. So, you know, we've had a nice top to bottom move in some of these names, but I would prefer I prefer Robinhood as an investment rather than SoFi. But for me, for the trade today, let's look at Robinhood right now. The only issue with it going short is it's up, market's down. So I don't love that relationship.
Yeah, I think I was looking for the continuation on Hood off of the open today, and we did get a little bit of a bounce. We had everything we were looking for the most part. You saw that pre-market level hold. We broke up aggressively. The pullback holding higher, reclaim the VWAP, breakout of the opening range high. I guess increasing relative volume as well. It was looking pretty good, and then all of a sudden 99 failure to follow through. Can't even get to 100. And then sellers kind of step in. So I didn't really get involved in it today, but I was definitely watching it as it was one of the top ideas on the list for continuation. And I was like, oh boy, I kind of missed this this kind of dip into here and push. But guess what? Wasn't really around to really see this failure to follow through. And it seems like, again, sellers kind of stepping right in. Interestingly enough, kind of reverting all the way back to VWAP. So the question becomes, yeah, I think that let's see if we can kind of, what we do, can we hold resistance where that morning support was, opening range low support, and also pre-market low support is where we're kind of testing as of right now. So does that support turn into resistance? Let's wait and see. But that Hood off the morning was a little bit of a shake and bake.
Just here, TSLA down decidedly today on the back of the renewed belligerencies between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. More on that later. And there's this also, Tesla. There's some of their European registrations down, as well as the expected Q2 deliveries supposed to be somewhere between 385 to 395,000, well below BYD's, guys, almost doubling them up this time.
What you got first on Tesla? I know you were looking at that earlier.
I was definitely looking at Tesla. So I think the thing is with Tesla was I was looking for that continuation off the open, and I saw it flush the way that it did, and I wasn't really that convinced. And again, that 300 area, that 300 level was a little interesting to me. And funny enough, somebody on the midday show was like, "Oh, 300 puts, you know, I'm in the money." Definitely, there was a level of interest there at that 300. And when I saw the price action coming in, I was like, "All right, I definitely want to try to take inventory back through 300." So we can pull it up here and see what that's been up to. Just gotta put it in. That one. Okay, so let me go pull up Tesla right here from the morning and just kind of recap what happened right there. So yeah, I did get involved a little bit earlier, but you can see that we do eventually hold a bid and we get that aggressive push back through 300 all the way to 305s, and then a little bit of a wash of that 300, which I think that's kind of what I was maybe looking for. Once I did see what happened off of the open, I was like, all right, looks like we might wash that 400 or that 300. And I guess since then we've only been doing that sideways consolidation around VWAP on Tesla.
Yeah, I'd say short for the rest of the day, only because, well, I mean, the market's gonna have to do something, but you know, the negativity in Tesla, I don't see too much positivity here as we wait for deliveries. Like I heard Adara and Sharif going with 390, 380, something like that on the deliveries. So, you know, I think everyone will wait for that number, and we could see a sideways trade the rest of the day. I don't think there's enough action to get this thing to break through the high of the day. I was gonna say, like, when we were done this, I was just gonna say, it's Canada Day here, fine, I get it, but it's also Tuesday. There's, you know, I don't know, you guys tell me. I feel like if I was in the United States and we had Thursday, Friday kind of off with July 4th, and then of course July 3rd, the market's closing at 1:30 on Thursday. I feel like it could be a little bit of a slow ride here into the rest of the afternoon, and maybe just actionable trades when they show up, if anything does manage to kind of rock the market. We had said earlier on that this wasn't a horrible spot right down into here, right? 295 or so for a possible area of resistance or support in this situation. And that's pretty much what happened. I mean, we got to 294 change. So I think that this could also be a long. If we come back into 295, that's probably a long, but it wouldn't surprise me if we don't do a heck of a lot here on TSLA. I heard you guys talking also about BYD and all the sort of the competition that's around right now. We do have Brian Shannon on. Adara's made a note to me that Brian was talking about General Motors as a possible breakout play. So we'll talk to him tonight on the recap show. Join Adara, myself, and Brian Shannon as we'll be going over everything. But Rivian's been a POS as well. Like, this thing is just straight to the downside. Like, if you didn't cover some of your trade up here, it's been up here a couple times now, right? Like, we got up here right here. That was extension into 19, but there's 17 again, there's 17 again. Now you fall back into 13 and change. If this whole Build America and everything and the tariffs, and we're going to wait to see what happens on July 8th or 9th, but Rivians are being made in Georgia, right? So US should be good. Good name there, but they're pretty expensive still, these Rivians. And when I was in the bank the other day, and I don't know, there was a lady dealing with me there. I would say that she was like mid-30s, seemed pretty. We were talking about, I think, cars or recent purchases or something, and I told them that I picked up the Model 3 and blah, blah, blah. And obviously she knew about Tesla, and I said, oh yeah, and then she said something about, I don't know, not what does my wife drive, but do we have another car or something? And it was, I said, yeah, she's looking to get a Rivian. And she looked at me like I was speaking German or something, like had no idea what a Rivian was.
Right.
So I was like, I think that eventually will come through. We obviously here as traders, and I see them on the road a lot, but I think as that gets a little bit more traction, I think Rivian is a stock that we'd want to look at, especially if they can get a little bit of a cheaper model coming through. So yeah, I like Tesla, but the thing about Tesla is their future revenue streams are obviously, there's going to be a portion of it is going to be vehicles, but then you have the whole autonomous side of it. You have the robot factors. You have what's going on with the taxi service, so which is the autonomous
Tesla
aspect
is not
as well.
A car company.
I mean,
Tesla is not a car company.
right now to add FSD, well, they are a car company, but to add FSD to to my car right now, it's only $100 a month. That's not that expensive.
Oh.
Like, if you think about, like, if you buy a coffee a day, you're at 100. Like, there's $100 in a month is not, so I feel like as that gets more affordable and stuff like that, that could be a standard revenue stream as well. And I don't mean that they're not a car. I mean, they are.
There's so much more is what
they're right.
There's so much
right
more.
now. There's so much more in the pipeline.
Yeah.
The maps as well, everything that they do with the FSD and all that. Yeah, no, Obi, I agree, man. It's they're much more than that right now, but all right. But we still wait for the deliveries, right? So I think that's
the strongest catalyst that the stock has.
Well, yeah. I mean, delivery of zero robots, also.
But imagine when that starts rolling in, and they're like, "Oh, Tesla has 2 delivery numbers."
Yeah.
Right.
So, $14 for coffee grounds last month. Yeah.
The stair-step squeeze. I think the price action just kind of speaks for itself.
We have the Nespressos at home too a little bit, but I like perked coffee. If it's the wife and I, I'll put on a pot of coffee like Saturday morning. Actually, that's a lie. We just use Nespresso. Okay, what's up, Sharif?
Not Palantir, Sean, but that's okay because it's very, very up on the year to date. Had actually a really good headline looking to become partly here an AWS substitute, saying that it solves more problems than Amazon has solved. Keep your eye on that AIP platform, trying to rebrand here into something even bigger, boys.
Yeah, so Palantir is just going to suffer from like too big, too fast, I think. What was that?
You're going to suffer from greatness?
Yeah, well, that's the problem is that U.S. is going to prioritize India instead of Japan apparently right now in tariff trade talks. So we could look at a Indian ETF or a Japanese one as well, EWJ.
Maybe?
EWJ, yeah. But anyways, here comes Palantir. Like, it's just fallen in pretty good, man, off of those all-time highs. 4 or 5 days here where we've had some negative movement. And I mean, that started off with a huge move down on Friday where you saw Obi and Neil talking through those imbalances, and they were pretty nasty all the way to the downside, right? So what I was going to say is it's too big, too fast. So meaning like, people got real excited about this company, man. I mean, you could say, sure, Palantir's up 80% on the year, but you were already back down and sort of washed everybody out if you were trying something down there for the year. I mean, tariff time was all the way down there to $70. We went more than double. Now we're back in. I'd say you want to watch out for the 50-period moving average. I think what's scaring Palantir today is, and I don't know, maybe this is wrong, but when Donald Trump is out there threatening to cancel contracts and things like that, and looking into Doge, into Elon, and looking into those contracts and things like that, I just wonder if that scares a little bit out of Palantir. I know that big, beautiful bill got passed and all that, but at the end of the day, a lot of Palantir right now is still reliant on U.S. government contracts. And if those start to slow down by any stretch, then yeah, Palantir will be down 20 or 30% in one day when that headline comes through. So I feel like it's profit taking, it's just trying to settle down. And you don't like the PE. I'm scared to look, so I haven't looked yet. I am an investor in Palantir. You guys know we've been getting some out, but I am long only for a very long time, and I don't have any problems holding on to this. But the PE right now is 250. Forward PE, right? Forget about its current is 600, but forward, based on the forward numbers, 250. So that's huge. And you're not going to want to overpay for a stock, and I think up here is probably overpaying. So as the momentum comes down in some of these names, you're going to see some fire come out of Palantir.
Yeah, I think profit taking is definitely the right way to kind of see it here. It's because it's within range and kind of just still chopping around. The sell-off, yes, we've sold off pretty distinctly today and maybe a little bit earlier on last week and coming into this week as well. But you can see, bigger picture, this is a 3-hour chart, very strong trend, nothing too aggressive. We saw some aggressive selling here in, I guess, in February, January, February, coming in to that April, again, that April bid that we got. But yeah, nothing too crazy in terms of relative selling compared to that here. So that's what I'm seeing, a little bit of within range. But yeah, on the day today, sure, we can talk about that. Again, looking for that continuation. We already saw some selling coming in, like I said, at the end of last week with that aggressive imbalance we got. And then this is the range I kind of defined this morning. I was like, oh boy, what are we going to do in and around this range? And this is where we were looking at Palantir, where I was like, oh, okay, well, it did break that range, but guess what? Much bigger picture, prior day's range, that selling is continuing now. 128.51's day lows and not really bouncing. A bit of a dead cat bounce on this one. VWAP short was nice as well. We were kind of talking about that one during the lunch hour. But yeah, let's see if it continues day low, 128.51. Who knows? We could definitely see that by end of day.
Circle next on the list here, up about 2.5%. They applied yesterday for a national trust bank charter with the Office of the Comptroller of Currency. If they get approved, they could provide institutional clients with custody service, guys. Keep a look here on Circle. A little flat today.
Yeah, so I'm trying to log in to see how much Palantir I did buy, because I'm talking myself out of
buying more.
No. Like I might dump what I bought on. I should have. That's a little nearsightedness, but let's talk about Circle, and then I'm going to just figure this out.
All right. So yeah, Circle, again, I borrowed shorts this morning, just kind of looking for a distinct move here. Again, this is another range that we defined in the pre-market session, and I was like, I want to take a little bit of that break of this range as well, but didn't really quite get anywhere as we're still holding in and around this range. Now, don't forget, this same area is that area with the anchored VWAP. Where is it at, though? Here,
where we at?
Go to the 15-minute chart. There we go. So that'll bring it in to where I'm looking at right here. So you can see this is the anchored VWAP that's anchored to the IPO open. And you can see we kind of slam into it. Now we're still orbiting. So this is what I was looking for. I was looking for either a potential continuation or a hold. But as of right now, we're holding sideways. So again, I'm going to let this one, going to be a little bit patient. Let's see if we're going to get another leg to the downside here. You can see that nice stair step fade off of that crazy run up that we did have again, all the way. IPO day low 64s went up to 298.99s. That failure to follow through of that 300 was pretty wild as well. definitely one for the books. Absolutely. I mean, I keep saying this, but probably the best IPO I've ever seen. And that being said, I haven't been trading for very long. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had stated the same thing there with Mr. Roberts there, and for some reason he thought there could have been better, and there could have been better. I was just talking about straight trading. Like the way that this circle has moved, like Coinbase was an absolutely fantastic IPO as well, but just for day traders, you know, when you had basically 2 days of just extreme push, and then you hold this bottom of 103 and then blast even higher, man, Circle got the job done. I just, again, like, let's wait to see a quarter from them, see what that report looks like, and then maybe we can judge what the proper value is. Because, yeah, I mean, getting a bank charter, like, is that easy to get? Like, I don't know. I don't think it's that easy, but we'll wait to see if they qualify or if they can get that. But yeah, Circle looks pretty hot right now, that's for sure. I haven't really traded it since the IPO, and that was my biggest trade of the month last month. We'll see if we can put one on again. But you guys have been, the last 2 days, both yourself and Adara have asked for shorts in this name, and it really hasn't, other than the flop right there off the open, we really haven't gotten too much of a pushback. I mean, we faded off of right there, the pre-market high of 185 a couple times. Those were pretty good levels there. And look at 185 now. Actually, now that I look at this, Obi, this looks actually pretty decent right into there. This 185 area holding. So this could be a decent trade, especially if we lose it. At least back to VWAP gives you 182, and then we'll find out what's happening there. I don't remember the last time I've ever looked at that board and it showed me flat. So I'm having a little bit of a nervous breakdown here. I need to get into something right now. Maybe BMNR, Sharif.
I didn't know that this was an Amex. Trade on Amex.
I don't know, Sean. This one's on the way down. It was up over 100%. It's lost about half that right now, losing that $50 area. It's been running quite aggressively, though, last couple of days. This is not a new catalyst. In case you're wondering what's going on, they're pivoting to Ethereum Treasury, and they appoint Tom Lee, out of all people, as chairman of the board. So not a bad look here for Bitmine, BMNR, guys, small cap capper.
What's up at Marcus in the chat? What's up, my guy, Marcus Steven Johnson? Make sure you do hit the like, subscribe, and get into that chat. Yeah, the Ethereum Trust, right? What goes up might come down. And Obi and I were just talking about, it's on the Amex, on the NYSE American Exchange. So sometimes when we run through those numbers, we're like, what's going on Amex? And I'm like, oh, it must be SPY or GLD, but maybe it's BMNR.
Yeah, no, definitely.
What are you looking at for that?
I mean, so I've had eyes on it from yesterday because of the crazy moves that it was doing. Didn't really participate, unfortunately, but again, crazy move up, riding on the hype of, I guess, more crypto hype. Beautiful trend hold as well. So again, hasn't really broken anything, although like you can see, it's kind of expanding a little bit as well. So for however you want to interpret that right there. So I guess that I had on from day one. That's a little interesting, but you can see right here, the higher highs are also kind of expanding as well. This is looking horrible right here. So that's kind of what
SMCI,
I mean.
AMD.
So from day one, so it's kind of like opening up. So yeah, I like it. The range is definitely getting wider. It's definitely a lot more participants on board. I don't know what the float of this is, but wow, 2 million shares float. Oh boy. So yeah,
that was really easy to find. What did you just clicked on that little situation there?
Yeah, little situation.
Short percent short.
No, I wish that information was there. But you know,
I like that.
But yeah, beautiful trend happening on this one. Lots of range, and we're seeing, I guess, a lot of traders in the trading space in general trade this as well. I saw some amazing Twitter posts as well that I've been going through, being like, okay, well, there's an opportunity that I clearly cannot recognize, or I'm not looking at probably. And yeah, definitely something that I will continue to watch closely over the next couple of days, but haven't taken any trades on it. Nice trend though. Yeah,
I mean, I remember earlier this morning, we were just like, hey, look, man, I mean, what goes up must come down. I mean, Ethereum right now today, if you go ETHA, you're actually down on the day. You were down about 4%. The last time we checked, you're still down 4% right now. So Ethereum, just traded with the iShares here, ETHA, looks, you know, downside. So, you know, if we're going to run this stock right now based on, there, we just heard the Senate vote, I guess, one big beautiful bill, something about that in my ear. We'll get to that in a minute. But BMNR right now, yeah, I said it earlier, man, you lose this $45 mark, You've got a problem on that. So you talk about, this is actually an Adara kind of stock with the spread being roughly $1 when it's moving and even less than that when it settles down. So BMNR, another look. That's it for the rundown. Thank you so much for everybody watching that. Props up. Thank you to everybody for that one. You know what I wanted to do though? I want to run that game again because I thought that was pretty cool the way we can do this. So I'm going to push start right now on our stock showdown. Is that fine? Can I do this? All right, so we're going to start voting because this, and then we're going to check it out at 2:45. Refresh. Okay, so hit the refresh first.
Yeah,
all right, here we go. Here we go. We're going to start a poll right now. The poll's live. So right now, you got to hit. You got to hit it right now. Oh, there's two right now. So Tesla, the Qs. BBAI is hitting here. MNQ is here. BAC. So these are all names right now that are coming on through the chat. So in 15 minutes, we're going to get the total of all of these, and then we're going to figure out which ones are top, and we're going to discuss the top 5 symbols on there. I'm not supposed to tell you that you can only vote once, but or keep voting, and we're going to get going on that one. This is the stock showdown, everybody. TRNR. What is TRNR? I'm going to see. I'm already looking at random stocks. TR. Steven typed it wrong. NR. TRNR here. Interactive Strength. What is this name? $5 today. Yeah, down 12% right now. TRNR up and down. Nice move there, obviously into yesterday, into today actually. Sorry, up to $12. This might be one of those rug pull specials right here. TRNR right now, not looking the greatest, but one of those moves. Thank you guys for submitting that one. We'll look elsewhere. You know what we haven't looked at today? And I don't know, maybe there's no need to look here, but what about GameStop right now? I mean, this could be another name of some popularity. We've talked about this a couple times over and over again, actually. And I really like some of the levels there on GME. And, you know, we talked about this move down, coming right into this $22 mark. That looked like a great bottom there on GameStop. I mean, look, whether or not you want to take that, it would be up to you, but I think that's worth the risk. We actually went back and looked and said, if you had taken a shot at something like a GameStop, you did have a great opportunity there, you know, to try to play off of some of those lows, $19 to $20, and now you're all the way up to 24 again. Slow grind for GameStop, but definitely grinding a little bit higher right now. The other name that I could see myself getting into here this afternoon would be SMCI. SMCI, again, a pretty good catalyst over the last couple of days, breaking through its little channel. So this, whoops, there's the split. Our charts are not split adjusted there. $46. So that's going to be a long if we can get into that. Now you're 48.30 today, so we're not expecting to get back down into 46.50 or anything like that. But for me, SMCI, again, if you're looking here at a 5-minute chart, you're bouncing off the 200 period moving average. Like we kind of rejected it there, we're rejecting it again, and then basically right there again. So it's prom night all over, just a bunch of rejections. And then you get right there, 48.70, downside play into 47.80 or so. I think SMCI, if we can get back into this area, 48.80, up just a little bit from here, I think there's some, you know, some good opportunities to get short into SMCI. And then the other name I almost went the other way with was AMD. Right now as well. The chat's still going crazy on all these symbols, so that's definitely working out. But right now, nice move to the downside there for Advanced Micro Devices. I almost shorted this into VWAP, but again, just looking at what the market's doing, I'm not sure that I have like a real good feel yet on what we want to be doing here as far as market moves here into the afternoon. So something to look at for sure as we sort of wait for, I don't know, my ears to the ground. Like if we do hear anything, like I said, there's the big, beautiful Bill talk. We have news up. We have everything in our ear. Brian Shannon's coming from Alpha Trends will be here this afternoon for our recap show. So I'm looking forward to that, getting prepared for that as well. And then I think the other play could be Robinhood. You know, this was a name that, okay. Wow, it's all the way back up here. Okay, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're looking for here. I think Robinhood, although was I talking about it being a short off of this level? Probably. So there it is. So we are now, wow, look at that. Take a look at that. Yeah. It just came right in, right off that level. So yeah, regardless of what I thought, there's Robinhood right now coming back into play. So we're going to go short there off VWAP. I had the order sitting there because we talked about it previously. $95. Let's just give this a little bit of room. If it comes up and breaks 95, then I think that's an area that we look to get out. I'm going to average into this play. Real light rate now, right? Looking to get a little heavier in this, but not until we get near $95, right? And so if we can get up to there, this level, see if we can use some of this. A little bit of a bump right now, fine, I get it. But we're going to go short 94.75 into $95 and try to give this one about $1 worth of room. Again, huge move up yesterday, huge move today. Down 10% from its highs, retracing right back into view up. I don't have these lines on here for no reason at all. So we're going to try to trade off of view up a little bit now on Robinhood. But yeah, the trend rate here, look at that. This is the problem too. Bouncing real nicely off of the 200 period moving average, which was lower here from yesterday's move. So right into there, $90 flat would have been a great look, Obi. Down there for Robinhood, just wasn't sitting here, enough to see that. So Robinhood, we'll figure that out. $90, but I'm going to go short now. Not afraid of this position whatsoever. We're going to get more into this name as we approach $95 with our ultimate stop up there. Where's our target for maybe getting some out? You may ask, or you may not. What about just this 50 period moving average? Let's try 93.75. If we can get back into 93.75, we'll see if we can take a quick 50 cents or so on this one, and then ring the register. I'll take out like 10% at 94 just because it's an even level, but then we'll work on it after that. So yeah, there's a little bit of stuff that I'm working with here. Obi, we'll see if we can get a 94 print. So far, so good. Just 10 cents in the money now on Robinhood, but you just sort of heard my plan of action there.
Yeah, no, I like that look on Robinhood there. Market's been kind of consolidating sideways. I'm looking at the Nasdaq here. So since about 1 o'clock, we've just been chop sideways. So about for an hour and a half, getting a little bit of a bid back through that 300 here on Tesla. So more kind of chop. I want to get involved maybe if it kind of can get closer to day's highs or day's lows. But pretty much sideways consolidation as of right now. But yeah, I kind of want to go over and see what some of these stocks have been doing in terms of volume gainers here as well. But I think that before that, we're going to be right back from Adara.
Keep an eye here in GEO and CXW, both of which are prison stocks. We just had Donald Trump, president of the U.S., share a pretty long post here in Truth Social about the new alligator Alcatraz. Of course, it's going to be a prison. Just talking about how conceptual work on this started 6 months ago, and various prison development firms are looking at doing it with the Trump administration. So GEO and CXW on watch. I guess Trump alluding to potential collaborations between prison development firms and alligator Alcatraz. Back to you.
You know that Robinhood robs from the rich and gives to the poor. So right here, Robinhood starting to head to the downside. So a nice little 30-cent winner right here. I hope some of you joined on this trade. We only have a piece out there at 04s, 93.04. Now we're coming back in. I'm actually bidding 82s, low side of that. Our out was going to be 75. There it is. Did we get that? Yes, we did. So what was I bidding anyways? 82s. So yeah, so we get the 82 fill right there on Robinhood. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening now as we're starting to come back in. So there it is, man. Bang, bang, bang. Right there for a couple quick trades in and out of Robinhood. We're still in it. I still have 2/3 of this trade. So now we just wait to see what happens into the close. I mean, now we get the 50 period moving average. So that was a pretty good trade. Right into here. That's wait a minute, that's 92.80s. All right, man, we have a long ways to go here on Robinhood. This trade, I don't know about this trade actually, now that I see sort of the range on this. I should have maybe done a bit of a better job on that. Let's bid 93.15s or so down into here just to see if there is any sort of resistance or anything at $93. I mean, right there we fell in, that's 93 flat or so. That's 93 flat right there. So we'll see if we can get some actionable trades here on Robinhood. So far, so good. I mean, that was a pretty good one. Right now. It's so funny because Ramin is using my phone charger. Yeah. So it's like I look down and it's like it's not my phone. So I'm like,
oh right, you're like tripping out. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's fine. It's completely fine. Ramin, your phone is at I think 59% right now in charging. So it's going good right there. But yeah, so that's it. Oh, I already tweeted out. Did I tweet out what was for lunch? I just got a little.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Did I? No, I just went and got a little salad bowl here from Roll Nation.
My lunch is definitely starting to hit me.
Yeah, you went hard on lunch, eh?
I mean, I tried to go to a spot
Oh, here it is.
But they were so packed, and I was like,
What spot did you try to go to?
I tried to go to Lao Bar.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that.
but-
Okay, yeah.
No, actually, they were closed. The other place, and then I tried to go to the place just beside them. They were packed, and I was like, all right, well, you know.
I tried to go to Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
Closed.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Our Tim Hortons right here.
Closed.
The
I would've
streets
just
are
gone
packed.
for a burger. Yeah, the streets are packed.
Streets are packed. Like, what is Tim Hortons doing
Yeah.
right now? And I looked at my app. It's like every single Tim Hortons is
Shawarma
open.
place is open.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Shawarma place knows what's going on, man. Anyways, this is what I had right here. Oh, here's Ramin's phone right here. Here it is, Ramin. There's your phone right there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Restaurant Brands International, American. Yeah, but, 7-Eleven's open. Okay. Yeah, so there it is. So I got some pumpkin seeds and stuff like that. It was just really for a roll. It was really nice. Tempura shrimp was the protein I chose. But you know what was really the best part about all of this? Here's a little behind the scenes. Oh, that's, hold on, that wasn't the behind the scenes picture I wanted to show you. What's up with that? There it is right here. This is pretty cool. I just took this shot there. Look at my guy right here. This is just my desk. This is what I'm looking at every day. Here's my charts up here. Looking at Marvell, of course, and then the level 2s and everything that you guys see on the screen. And this is my top look. So Obi and I have multiple charts that we look at. Obviously, this is a daily there, a 20-minute, a 1-minute, a 5, I think a 60-minute there. And then the indexes over here. So I just, this is what I'm doing every day, and just, views is what we did right there. I didn't think the futures were going to fall like that when they did back then. But go check us out all on our socials as we, continue to hopefully provide you with some decent content. Okay.
What's happening with?
Is there something happening with Tesla? I just went over to it.
Something's happening on the tape.
Showing up on the scanners here.
I'm not looking at the chart, but aggressive kind of, I guess, more bid coming into Tesla here. But yeah, no, that looked like a pretty good lunch. I like that relation place. I think it's pretty solid, and it's just right here, just right beside the office.
It wasn't.
New spot. They didn't.
It was only like $16 or something like that. Like it wasn't.
It's you know what I like? It's
16
right
Canadian.
there.
It's like $4 American or something.
Yeah, with where we're at right now.
No, it's one. Actually, our exchange rate's not that bad. Was it $1.37?
Yeah, $1.37, $1.36. It's always fluctuating.
Yeah.
Had a beef brisket burger with deviled egg potato salad.
That's a banger.
And Dr. Pepper.
That is what was.
Or lunch.
We didn't get an opportunity to do it on the early part of the show there.
But I'm feeling it now. It was funny because while I was in there, this is a new spot, right? This is a new spot. So I've seen it show up. I'm like, okay, well, I kind of want to go, but I didn't really get the chance to go. But when I go in there and she's asking me, she's like, okay, do you want to eat here or do you want to take it to go? Initially, I'm like, I'm going to take it to go. And then I was like, no, I'm just going to sit down, just finish it. I want to eat it hot. I want to eat it hot, like right off the thing. And then, so I was like, never mind, I'll just eat it right here. And it was absolutely solid. But while I was in there, there was 2 contestants that came in, contest winners that they were holding like online or whatever.
Oh, okay.
And they got a pound of brisket each for free.
That's good value.
It was like
$30, $40 or something.
Yeah, something like that. It's like $50 worth or something like that. And I was like, that was pretty cool. They're like taking pictures. Some dude came by and he came up, talked to me. He's like, "Is your first time here?" I was like, "Yeah."
Nice.
Good service. Good service.
Nice, man.
You know, smoke barbecue, smokehouse or something it's called. I have no idea. But
good. All right. Tony is cracking up. I don't know what we did there, but good.
Here we got a couple super chats here.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Yeah,
go over them.
Chats. Okay. All right. So let's see. Well, I'll go with One Stop Sports first here. So where do you think NVIDIA is likely to close?
Ooh.
Thank you for the super chat. And then we also have Otto Chester. I learned so much from you guys. Thank you, CMPS Thoughts. All right, so thank you, Otto, and thank you, One Stop, for those super chats. We can take a look at some of those as well. So NVIDIA, yeah, where do you think NVIDIA will close? Honestly, I have no idea.
Good guess.
I have no idea. Where do I think? I really don't know. I'm not thinking that way at all, nor do I want to, I guess. But the thing is, it's kind of what we can see right now with the limited information that's been printed on the chart is, after the strong sell-off, we recovered and we're kind of chopping around VWAP here. So it seems to have kind of, balance itself out after selling off pretty aggressively with a bit of what looks like roughly a 50% reversion of the selling that we got on NVIDIA. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that one. And then we can go over the CMPS as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love, getting super chats, similarly to that, but it is really tough to try to figure out like where stock, and I was just playing around when, trying to guess an area to close at. But you know what? I mean, down 2.25 percentage points. I mean, to me, it's more important about what happens with the NASDAQ. And I mean, to make a call there, if the market's going to continue to sort of head sideways, if not downside, I would like to think that if we say that NVIDIA is going to move maybe 0.5% one way or the other, so 1% would be $1.50, so 75 cents, like one way or the other now. I would say it's more likely to get to 153.50 down here. Look at the 200 period moving average and maybe try to stall out somewhere in between 153 and 153.50. I like that play better than 155.50 up to 156. I actually, now that I see this, I actually would really like to see NVIDIA make a move up here because that could indicate a short opportunity for me up here as well if we can get that. So I would think for NVIDIA, and thank you for the super chat, I would say it's more likely downside, and that's just because when I'm looking here at the futures, we are underneath VWAP. Although the trend right now, I mean, if you're going to try to, there really isn't one, unfortunately, unless I use maybe a bigger time frame. But I don't expect too much volume to come through. I mean, look at the volume that we were doing here in the first 2 hours, and then now look what's happening here in the last two. I'm not super excited to, make predictions on what's going to happen, but for me, we're going to have to look for names that are moving around. I mean, that's exactly why we went into Robinhood. Okay, I'm going to put another bid, even though it's just really not taking too much profit on this, but I would put another bid down here. If we can get another 18 cents or so, bidding 94.04s, just take another 10% out there. We're literally sitting right there. Am I on NASDAQ? Yeah, I am on NASDAQ. Okay, so 94.4 there. We'll see if we can get a little piece out of that, and then maybe then we get some downside pressure into the rest of the day. But see how it's just bouncing around. Pretty hard to trade. The one semi name that I would look at would be SMCI. I mean, this is the one that right now looks like it wants to break this top. So I actually kind of rubber stamping this long. I think this is a good long here for SMCI. Above VWAP, we got a turned up 200 period moving average. We're turning up here, nice rounded bottom there on the 50 period moving average, looking like it wants to take this out. So yeah, for me, this is a pretty decent play right now for SMCI. Just looking at breaking through that top 48.65. It's also pretty convenient that it's going to be the 200 period moving average or so right there as well. So yeah, SMCI, if the market starts to go, let's look at breaking that one. I think that has a good opportunity to get higher there as well. All right, let's see. Vaughn Clark has a super chat. I see the name Obi on there. We're going to go through all of the super chats. We got to get to Adara with potential news on something.
Keep an eye here on BP, a little bit of a spike in this one. As you can see, today's highs around that $30.50 level. Sky News reporting that Motor Fuel Group, or I guess the owner here of Motor Fuel Group, is among the talks as a potential suitor here for BP's or British Petroleum's $8 billion Castrol unit. So BP has more suitors. We know that this one's been in acquisition talks for a while as we send it back to the guys.
All right, guys. So Prop XP. Level up your trading game with Prop XP. Up to 1 to 200 leverage and static drawdown. Scroll the site and pick your challenge at propxp.com. Share directly on our platform. Sign up, try it for free, and start your trading journey. Enjoy rapid payouts and real human support, no bots. Rated 4.6 stars on Trustpilot, trusted by traders worldwide. Right now, get 50% off with code TRADERTV. Links in the description. Be the trader, get funded. Join Prop XP today. Prop XP, your edge starts here. Visit propxp.com. All right, so let's run through some of those super chats here. So I think the one by Otto was CMPS. So I have no idea what this one is. And I think you were asking for I guess thoughts on Auto. Let me just thoughts on CMPS. Let me just pull up your specific super chat here. So, yeah, CNPS thoughts. All right. So, yeah, a little bit of a flush. I guess I don't know what this catalyst is, but right away when I see something like this, I'm like, obviously some sort of event occurred, and as soon as I see some sort of an event, just to give me a little bit of direction. Now, shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon. I dropped down that. That anchored VWAP. I was going to say something else, but I dropped down that anchored VWAP here onto the chart, and you can see right here, it kind of reclaimed that. So pretty much a little bit of a consolidation, catching a bit of a reversion as of right now with a 225 bottom. So it seems like a lot of selling off of whatever event this was, and a little bit of a stair step back up. Today seems like a strong day back in, but again, I don't know what this catalyst was. I'd have to look into it, but yeah, I don't know about thoughts on this one. American Depository Shares, Compass Pathways, PLCs. No idea what's going on there. But okay, so wow, these super chats are coming in real
fast and furious,
real hot. So okay, so we gotta keep track of the fan funding, I guess. Tab here. So I did miss your earlier one, Vaughn Clark. Sorry about that. And I guess I don't know if we covered Patrick Jam, Amazon as well. And I guess Floppy Disk, thank you very much, saying love the show. Have you guys ever traded HAS 3-year high break and a strong follow through today? And then Vaughn Clark again, super chat number 2. Let's see if it gets through. Got through. Thank you very much. And take on Ford. Oh my God. All right, so I guess we'll start off with Vaughn because I did miss yours earlier. We can go with that one, and then I guess I'll let Sean take over a couple of the other ones there, with like the HAS by Floppy Disk, and then I think
Hasbro's?
we did the TRNR. Yeah, I think a Hasbro 3-year high break they're talking about. But Ford, oh boy, definitely not watching this one on the day today. That's some aggressive strength. Oh boy. So yeah. That's a bit of a potential miss on my part. Doing some relative volume and that strength as well. Let's go to a 3-hour chart. I want to see what's going on. Higher time frame here. Let's take some of that off. And yeah, nice little bid on Ford, breaking out of a multi-month consolidation, it would seem, as of right now. So going even a little bit higher. Oh boy, look at that. Is this almost multi-year? Yeah, pretty much, I would say so. How many days is that? That's 335 days of a measurement, and we're breaking out of that consolidation. So whichever earnings this was, that dropped us down like crazy. This was, okay, so July 2024, that earnings kind of brought us all the way down from 13 to some lows that eventually got down to $8.25, finally breaking out of that consolidation. So Ford is looking pretty solid right now, down in the dumps for over a year there. But yeah, what we got going on. I think that's a call for.
Yeah, let's go to Adair, and then I want to show something.
So to provide some context on the Ford and GM move, so fun fact, our guest tonight on the market recap, Brian Shannon, actually flagged the GM breakout this morning, but both Ford and GM reporting their sales for the month of June. Tesla will not be reporting those deliveries until tomorrow, but a lot of these other car makers already did. Ford here, I guess, strong deliveries, and GM up 7% year over year for US. Ford didn't really provide percentage metrics for whatever reason, but GM, nice year over year increase and massive, what looks like a buy program this morning. So just a little bit of context on those breakouts as we send you back to the guys.
All right, thank you, Adair, for that one. Look, this is something that, of course, I remember this for sure. Shout out right here to Brad the Buckeye right here. And we had talked about this. He went in for some amputation. He said that we had talked about it last November on the show. And this is this man right here. You want to talk about a warrior right now, going through everything and getting right back on the ice right there. That was last November. So you're back doing this, man, less than a year later. So congratulations on that, man, and stay strong, keep going. What will and determination right there. So congratulations to that. It's always nice to see, trying to make the best of it, right, and get out there. That looks like, I've seen some sledge hockey before, and it's kind of cool because some of the rinks that my daughter plays at, they actually have the, this is my feed here. I don't know what's going on. Tim Denning. I'm 38. Okay, what's up, Tim? Yeah, so they have the boards. So, like hockey players are sitting in the boards on the bench, and they have not fiberglass, but I guess, plexiglass where the boards are. So you're in there, in and off the ice, and with an amazing view of the rest of the game. So shout out to Brad there, and thank you so much for sharing that. And congratulations on the rehab. Looks like it's going successful. That's for sure. All right, so Hasbro right now. Wow, I didn't know this toy maker. What is rallying these guys? This is not a. I remember when when Mattel with Barbie.
Yeah, I remember that.
Hello Barbie, let's go party. Well, if you are a Hasbro shareholder right now, you're partying up as well.
Do you think
I'm wondering, there could be maybe some video game relationship here. Which one?
Pokemon cards.
Are they Pokemon cards? I don't know. Well, Adara has a story, so let's go find out. Maybe adding to it.
Look, this is really interesting and not what I would have necessarily expected. Hasbro striking a multi-year casino licensing partnership. So from games to, I guess, casino games here for HAS, Goldman Sachs upgrading them to a buy rating after this announcement came through this morning. Back to you.
Okay.
boy,
Yeah, well,
alright,
get them while they're young.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
next thing you know, they're going to be selling this is the blackjack dealer doll. Comes with like a deck of cards, comes with some this and some that. Oh, damn, dog! I mean, as we start talking about it, guess what just happened, guys? Guess what just happened? We now have a new member of the club. It's a dollar club right now for us on Robinhood. So there it goes, right there. That's $1 in the money, man. You're welcome on that one. Let's go. It's
Another one.
followed by.
Another one.
Followed by props. So there it goes right now, Robinhood. I mean, we just gave this to you, man. There's $1, boom, right there off of VWAP, man. Shout out to Brian Shannon again. There's the nice move back in. Let's put some more bids down in here into $93. What a good way to end. Hey, yeah, we get that 93 right now. Nicely. Oh, yeah. Now there's a problem, isn't there? So right there, we did have a little bit of a talk there about what we thought in regards to NVIDIA maybe going to the downside, and all we really did was look at the futures. We picked a name here, Robinhood, and we actually discussed this earlier as well. We like that downside push there for Robinhood. So again, like the stock, didn't like the action there. Nice trade, nice fade there off VWAP for Robinhood. So that's going to be a good trade there. Again, so yeah, what's up, Venu? I think that's a good question. I mean, all we want to do here is teach anyways. What made you short Robinhood? Yeah, I mean, so I think the real question is, I was looking around. Well, that's a great question, but I was looking around for different stocks to trade, right? I mean, we looked at the futures, and it was like nothing's really happening. So I remember, we had looked at Robinhood. It was part of the rundown, and I was just like, it already went to the top. It was already moved down 10%. So that top was $99, so definitely faded off 100. But that's not what the play is here. I'm not going short 94 because of this 99. It was because we went all the way down, made our way back up, and traveled too far. It went right back to VWAP. That's the volume weighted average price. You sort of had to sometimes think about, if the market was going to go one way, is there a name that potentially could join that party? And, I chose you, Pikachu, and that was Robinhood. So I was just like, it's at VWAP. There wasn't any other names. I have scanners going through right here as well. We talk about the scanners that we have coming through. And I don't know, at the time, I guess Robinhood on here, gets lit up there at VWAP. I'm not sure exactly where it was, but we scanned through and we found Robinhood there at VWAP. So that's volume weighted average price. So that's where the buyers and sellers, it's the average weighted price of the stock today. And it's an over-under game. It's like, you're probably really good at that game, Limbo.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not good at it, obviously, body type. But you can check this out right here. $94 to the downside right there for Robinhood. So, yeah, man, I mean, that's just, for me, what we do on the show. I'm trying to take it. And again, it's $1 in the money. It did have remember where our stop was going to be, breaking through 95. So, now much better than that. Now we're $1.40 in the money, almost a 2-to-1 trade right now on that. So yeah, man, we'll just hit congratulations, or awesome, or oh my God, or I don't have the congratulations, Neil does, but congratulations for that trade if you guys had that. And yeah, that's what we're doing. So we'll get it all figured out.
Great trade there, man.
Yeah, thanks,
I mean,
man.
you were talking about it. But you kind of looked away from it as well. Started to come in, started hitting your orders. Like that, what more are you gonna ask? And I mean, those are some of the best ones. Where
hey, man, I just want to say.
And the thing was, you were talking.
Good trades.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Go. No, I cut it.
But the craziest thing was when it was bidding up into it, you were talking about it, and then that order failed, and you were like, I was already sitting there.
Right.
I was already sitting there.
Right.
So
right.
it's like,
I was like,
you know
I'm looking to go short on this one. Whoops, I am short.
Look at that.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing about. We're going to go to Adair in a second. That's the thing about putting orders, setting orders out.
Yeah, I see. That's something I've been trying to learn, and when I see that happen live like that, I'm just like, oh boy, like that's something that
So that was just a 1 unit trade. If it did get closer to 95, we would put on a little bit more. But what's up, Adair?
Let's keep an eye here on the market. Donald Trump here actually speaking in an audio-only conference here for the press in Air Force One. Basically, he was asked, are you thinking about this tariff pause? Are you thinking about extending your tariff pause for July 9th? He said, I'm not thinking about the pause. We're sending letters to countries right now. So again, not like super clear the way he's wording it. He's still talking about it, but he's just saying that countries are spoiled and they're not willing to make deals. But that it really doesn't sound like he's looking to extend this pause from what he said so far. So just keep an eye here on the market as we push quite a bit lower here. Again, not thinking about extending that tariff deadline as we send it back to the guys.
All right, so just one quick thing. I'm going to let Obi go, obviously. No, it's just like when we were getting those questions, there's no way Obi, myself, Adair, anybody in the chat, can predict, especially what Donald Trump's going to say, when he's going to say it, or what's going to happen, especially as we approach tariff talk time. TTT. And the thing is that like when you're underneath view up, like you got to kind of pick some kind of a direction, and that's what's happening right now. It's just we are getting a nice move down in, and it's nice to be short in this situation. Trump saying Japan's tariffs most likely or could pay between 30 to 35% tariff from Japan. That is a bad number coming through. We do not want to hear anything like that as far as tariff talk is concerned. But there we go. Anyways, at the end of the day, this name is moving around. There's Robinhood, man. We are now not $1. We're coming in close to $2 right now in the money on this one. So we're pretty happy with the trading so far here on this name. But yeah, as he continues to talk, run the mouth a little bit about Japan, let's go find out exactly what this story is with Miss A.
Donald Trump just called Fed Chair Jerome Powell a moron twice within like 2 seconds, basically saying that the U.S. needs to have its interest rate at least 3 points lower. He also, I mentioned earlier, he said he's not going to extend that trade deadline. He went really hard on Japan here, saying that he doubts they'll even have a deal with Japan and that Japan could pay a 30 to 35% tariff. He also said that he's basically going to be writing roughly one-page letters to countries telling them how much they owe in tariffs, and that they should be honored to be able to trade with the U.S. So lots happening here. Tariff talk from Donald Trump. Again, no video, just audio. He's on Air Force One answering some questions in the market. Seems to be reacting. Back to you.
Oh boy, is it really reacting over here. So again, getting involved with the players that you're seeing pushing into the market, I think sometimes a little bit of a tape scalp is in order here. And oh boy, are sellers hitting that bid. That ask is kind of being left alone right here. Nothing really happening here. A lot of red prints pushing in as well. So I'm trying to be as a little bit scalpy as possible. But yeah, that was really nice. Again, I was already trying Amazon a bunch of times as it started to consolidate here because I was like, all right, well, where are you going over here? But again, NVIDIA starts to crack. You can see this beautiful trend break as well on the market. These are 15-minute candles. And remember, I was like, we're kind of just consolidating since about 1 o'clock here. Wasn't even that long ago, about an hour, about half an hour ago. I think it was about 2:30-ish. And I was like, yeah, we're just consolidating. And look at that, the break of that consolidation coming in so beautifully here, and a little bit of a quadunking action to the downside. Softy almost near day low.
Let's go,
Apple almost
dude.
near day low. Amazon not quite there yet. I was trying for a while, but finally kind of punched in. Well, I think what I like from what I did here was I punched in relatively much more than any of those times that I did over here. So again, working out pretty nicely as we're coming back in. But let's see where the bid catches on. Let's see what happens after we get back from Madero.
I just want to let you guys know Donald Trump no longer speaking. He ended his remarks to the Air Force One. I just, again, want to clarify the biggest thing that happened here that pushed this market to the downside is that he said he is not, he's not interested in moving this tariff deadline of July 9th. By that point, countries are going to be getting their letter where they get their tariffs. Specifically, he said at this point they're really not interested in a deal with Japan, which is probably going to have to face 30 to 35% tariffs. The other thing that I think is worth noting here is he said he has about 2 to 3 top choices for the new Fed chair. The markets have really been pricing in either Scott Bessent or Kevin Warsh, who was a former Fed governor himself. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But either way, some interesting comments being made there by President Donald Trump on the Air Force One, and the market again right now bouncing as these comments come to an end. Back to you.
Busy times, man. Okay, so we only have, a great trade. We try to diamond hands this as much as we can. We got $2 on this. When we looked at Robinhood, we didn't think we'd get $2. This went all the way down into the 200 period moving average. If I don't get some out there, then I will not be very happy with myself. So we are pretty much emptying the clip out there right now, just stacking it up, man. We'll buy a coffee on the way home. So that was a nice trade right there for us on Robinhood right there. Yeah, there it is, DJ 2 a.m. There we go. Good play on that one. Actually, we have, what am I talking about? We have about, did I say 10% left? We have a little bit more than that, but not too much more. Okay, so that's that. I don't want to say anything too political here because there's a lot of Donald Trump supporters or anything like that, but like consistently calling people morons and things, I don't know. Like I'm not really feeling that kind of talk, but I mean, if it gets the job done, and we'll see what kind of pressure is on Jerome Powell. I mean, remember the fact is the CME is most likely not going to cut. I mean, here's the CME Fed rate tool. Let's just talk about that just real quick because this is kind of cool. I don't know if you guys are watching the show, you definitely know about this. We show it all of the time, but you can just Google CME Fed rate tool. And then there it is right now. So we are at, this is the current rate, 425 to 450 and overnight rate. So you're at 79% chance that as of the July rate cut, which is what we're looking for right now, July 30th, so a month today, basically, you're going to get, unless things dramatically change, like probably no rate cut. So I don't know if that moron talk is going to change into something more harsh after that happens. But then as of September, the market is pricing in a 25 basis point cut. And I think if we went all the way down to December, I think there was about 3 cuts this year. Yeah, so 45% chance that we've had that third cut by December, okay? But his term is not up until after the April. And then now at that time, you're down to 325, 350. So that would only be 1 full point away from where we are right now. And that goes into April of 26. Jerome Powell's, Fed Chair Powell's date. Oh, we just got 08s there, by the way, I believe, because I don't have that bid anymore. We got 9205. Actually, right there, 9205. We were sitting there and just grabbed that right into the mouth of this low of the day, basically here on not low of the day, of this move there on Robinhood. So that's why we were sitting there. I thought the best case scenario we were going to get was this 93 change area, but how wrong we were. But what I was going to say there about Powell is he's done in May. So president will be able to elect the next Fed chair. So I don't know exactly how that process works, but Donald Trump elected Powell. So he brought him in and now is not too pleased, Mr. Too Late right there. So yeah, we'll figure it out. So is there anything happening with DJT today again on that? Oh, you know what I wanted to look up? That was what it was, NTDOY. I saw someone in the chat talk about Sony. I think that's a good look as well there. Nintendo right now on the OTC markets. Oh, yuck. I'm going to just clean this up. I'll look at Sony for a second. It doesn't look like Nintendo's moving that much. It's right now down 4%.
Have you seen it on the weekly though?
Nintendo? No, I'll have to look. I don't really look at any of these names. I don't know about you. Like, I'm primarily invested in US.
Yeah, no.
Like, I don't even really hold any ADRs or anything. I've invested in Canada, of course, but for those names, energy names, bank names, like nothing. Yeah. And we talked about it, Enbridge, and then some of the Canadian banks for the yield. But other than that.
Bombardier.
No, not Bombardier, no.
For me.
Yeah, that. No. Yeah, one I wish I was in was Celestica CLS. Yeah. That's been really quite the nice move there as well. Yeah, Sony only down 2% on that news. So I don't know. I mean, does that affect 30% tariff, right? Like, is that like our PS5s and all that stuff? Like, they're made, I would assume, not in the U.S. Whether or not they're made in Japan or not, just because Sony's a Japanese company, I don't know if they're made over there. They could be made in Taiwan or Pakistan or somewhere. I don't know, but yeah, who's buying a PS5 anyways these days? Me, I guess.
I think there's still a lot of people.
I got a secondary market. I got mine for I think it was 500 or 475. With 2 controllers.
Last console I bought was a PS4 a long time ago.
Yeah.
Came with that the Batman Arkham Legends package.
It's probably sick.
Yeah, it was really fun.
You probably played that game to death.
I never finished it. I never finished it. But yeah, no, I played.
Wow,
I
$2 and change now.
You know, that's where I started playing Rocket League, because they made it. It was free one time when they first brought it to the PlayStation Store. That's when I started playing, and then yeah, I was I guess stuck in bronze for many years until I had I guess a little bit of the right guidance, and then we started doing a little bit better.
That's one of the more popular games that's been around for a very long time, Rocket League.
Yeah, and it's getting bigger. It's getting bigger.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So it's pretty solid. I mean, the beautiful thing about it is like, it reminds me a lot about trading, because I guess the skill ceiling is extremely high. It's almost yeah, it's extremely high. But yeah, no, it's all about like putting in the time, putting in the reps, getting better, having certain you know, types of
Rob, you guys see Rob here often, and he shared, you know, the one thing, I mean,
where he is right now?
Yeah, I mean, I wish it was a little bit sunnier for him, but he was showing this, and he's trying to flex that he's on some boat right here. I'd like to see a fishing rod out here, Rob, at some point. I would be jumping in this lake. I love lake swimming, man. And then one more there. And, you know, Ontario, such beautiful, I mean, all throughout Canada. I mean, even Minnesota, there's plenty of spots in the US as well. But yeah, lake and cottage life treating the best right there. So shout out to Rob. Thank you for sharing all of that. And you guys sometimes see him walking around. He'll bring Neil and I coffees and whatnot, helping out in the back. So thanks, Rob, for showing that.
What lake is that?
Lake whatchamacallit.
Oh, nice. Yeah, of course. Of course. Should have known by the who's it, what's its trees in the back.
There you go.
Come on.
Right.
What am I thinking?
Yeah, so I have no idea what lake that is, bro. But yeah, anyways, yeah, lake whatchamacallit. But that was pretty, I mean, that was pretty quick response there by me there. That was pretty good. I might go get another coffee. I don't know what's going on. My coffee's getting cold over
We got a super chat here by Trade R Gibby on X with the super chat here. I have over 10,000 hours on Rocket League since 2015. That's awesome, dude. Congrats on that. And I think I have...
Is that a congrats thing? 10,000 hours?
10,000 hours is a huge accomplishment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to be a master at anything, what's the minimum? 10,000
hours. That's what
10,000 hours minimum.
That's a lot of hours. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot
I think my total hours on Rocket League is over 6,000. I think my total play time is definitely over 6,000 to 7,000 hours. Now, I would say that not a lot of those are dedicated hours in terms of trying to get better, but definitely just having fun playing the game was a lot of it for sure. But yeah, no, good stuff there. Question: what rank are you?
That's 400 days, by the way. 415 days.
Yeah. 450 days, yeah.
415 days.
I mean, a little bit every day goes a long way. You know, I would grind. I would say about three hours a day, roughly. Every day.
Yeah, and it adds up.
Yeah, it definitely adds up. It adds up a lot.
But that's a free-to-play game, isn't it?
Now it is.
Oh, now. Okay.
Now it is. Yeah. I mean, it was before as well. And
somebody, Penguin Dynasty, you do not have 30,000 hours in Halo?
Oh, I'll believe it.
I believe all of these things.
I'll believe it. Yeah.
I more believe what Cowboy Mike said there, but I'm not going to repeat that. Guys, get into the chat to find out what Cowboy Mike just said in the chat over there. Okay, shout out to Cowboy Mike right there. He has over 30,000 hours on a certain website, he said. I believe that's probably true over there. So, but okay. Yeah, so now as we go, you can see we're having a great time. We want to say a big happy Canada Day to all of our Canadian viewers as well. All right, so I'm going to bid here near the low of the day. I have 70s now. Actually, I have 70 flat. I'm going to go. Let's just go to 85 again. Take another bid out there in just case it floats back in here. 91.85 here. We're about $2 and change in the money. Just trying to have some good fun here. It's 3:13. Did I miss the power hour? Did you see that?
Yes.
It did come through?
It did come through.
Can we get it again, Andre? If you know what the power hour thing is, I want to show that thing off. I think
it's cool.
I really like it.
I like it. It's kind of like an alert as well.
Yeah.
For me, and I'm just like, oh, yep, power hour coming in.
I got to find a way to get Obi on the show more, man. I mean, you got some great trades here with Amazon. We got some great trades earlier on the day as well. But
give me a nice contract. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do for sure. No, yeah, well, that's the thing. We really love having Obi here because he's the ultimate like fill-in. Like you did doing the midday show. You're doing all of this stuff for us.
I mean, I can do a little bit.
We talked about having a Blue Ocean show.
Yeah.
An after-hours show. That might
you guys
not
got to
be the
use
same
the potential. You know what I mean? You guys not even using.
I think we're using the
This
potential.
isn't even my final form.
I know.
This isn't even my final form.
Think about how much better you are now than you probably were a while ago.
Oh, I don't even want to watch my first ever. I want to go back and maybe watch that first ever time I was on the midday. I think I was on with Prad, my first time ever. Yeah, it was. I don't know what happened, but yeah, that seems like a very, very long time ago.
We tried. Brendan and I had a podcast for a while. We did about 30 episodes, and then it was like, that was fun.
Yeah.
And then it just became like a little bit repetitive for us. So I still think we should do. Brendan's always telling me like, I'm always trying to. So Brendan's like the executive producer. Like he tries to figure out what's right and wrong and what we're trying to do here on the show and trying to improve and get better and take some time off the camera. He didn't have the trading sort of. I don't want to say experience, but Neil and I had a little bit more. But Brendan had started always with us and came from a news background.
Yeah.
So that's where he had sort of came through, and then all of a sudden, obviously, we had discovered Adara, thank God, who now does way more than everything we could have asked. So I want to give a big public thank you once again to Adara again for everything that she's brought in, and the fact that she's been doing just so well at what she's done has given Brendan an opportunity to go out and there's reasons why we have all these ads and everything all the time as we look to grow the show, and then everyone here has their own some of these hot. Thumbnails that we have all getting worked on, and Ramin's trying to solve the social media game as well, and just going back and forth. So there's a lot of stuff happening here, and I feel like podcast could be something else that we do, but it doesn't even have to be market related. And we have the recap show as well that I think has been a good success for us and for the viewers. So
so I used to watch the show from home here. Wow, this Amazon's really giving me a little bit of FOMO. It's
FOMO.
I've been trying to get short for the past, I guess, hour or so, and it's just kind of chopped.
I thought you were
short.
short.
I just got out on this aggressive bid back up, so I was like, all right, whatever. But anyways, I used to watch the show from home while I was, trading, and just maybe just starting to see a glimpse of treading water in terms of trading from home. Yeah, I would watch the show, and yeah, you guys have come a long way from when I started trading. When I started watching you guys trading at home, I think it was in 2021 or 2.
Yeah, a little bit earlier. I think.
Yeah, a little bit earlier. Maybe I started trading early 19, I would say.
This is why I love the chat. Okay, look, Baby Hands Donnie, what's up, Baby Hands? This conversation is getting boring. The very next chat. This is very interesting, Sean. Always love hearing the history of the show. It's like,
it's beautiful.
This is why I tried every.
You got buyers and sellers, you know what I mean?
Like, this is really boring. Very next comment. It's not even like it was in response to that part.
Yeah. Okay,
like
we're used to seeing that all the time.
Yeah, that's what it's like. Oh man, but that's too much. But there it is right there. Okay, is this boring enough for you? Bang, 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 as Robin Hood fall downside right there. And look,
you said it right. You can't please everybody, but guess what? I can probably please my.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to please. I'm just trying to put on the best show that we can and talk about different things. And I know sometimes stocks can be a little bit boring, and I'm just trying to give a little bit more, I don't know, color to what we do around here. And so appreciate all of that, and I appreciate the negativity as well. I mean, some people don't like LeBron James, some people do. Some people like to eat 14 eggs a day. Some people like to eat 1 or 2 eggs a day. It's up to everybody's, whatever everybody's comfortable with, and doing all that, right? So the reason why we started the show was because trading tends to be a lonely game. And you said it yourself, sitting there trading at home, this and that.
Dude,
so
it felt so much better. You know what I mean? Like I
got to stop this poll.
Oh yeah, that's still going.
Yeah, we were supposed to do that a long time ago. So all right. Oh boy, how many submissions have there been? A lot. Right now. So let's go see.
How many submissions you got?
Right now, who's winning right now? So, all right, Robinhood right there. They want us to talk about. So Robinhood's at the top of the poll today. 42 mentions for Palantir, PLTR. Okay,
refresh it?
This is not even refreshed.
Oh.
My name is Sean. I just trade stocks, man. All right. So, Hello. Okay, now
all
the
right.
numbers are getting real. Thank you,
All right.
Fabian.
I'm curious how that correlates
there.
with the top traded volume name.
Yeah, so right now, so what are we looking at right now? BBAI. All right, so let's have a look at that quickly because that's a name that, again, we got out of some yesterday. We talked about that. We basically did it live on the show. And then Tesla as well. Robinhood, we're in. Palantir Circle. Okay, so Obi, I will take BBAI. I'm already in Robinhood, so you're already in Amazon. So I'm going to give you the Webull, because we haven't looked at that.
All right, yeah.
And why don't you look at Circle because you paid for shorts. So we'll do that. We'll have a quick look. And then my look was going to be at Big Bear AI. And again, we talked about this name. You know I like this name. So, whoa, a nice little move to the back end here on BBAI. Yeah, look, we looked at this yesterday. It made the sticky note the last 2 days because of the moves higher. It's gone now. I did have a order to break through this level. So I did have a buy order to go through $7.25. Unfortunately for the longs, but fortunately for me that didn't happen because it looks like it didn't want to go up today anyways. But yesterday afternoon, and again, let's just call it for what it is, man. Yesterday afternoon, I said Big Bear AI probably hits the skids in the afternoon. And that's exactly what it did. It went from $7.20, like basically not at this time, but earlier yesterday afternoon, I was talking about that. Once you find a top in a name like this that doesn't have really any catalysts, except for it's a 30% short float, and it was just sort of floating off of some plays that we thought were happening from last month, or early mid-June. Big Bear AI today did not get going. This is the pre-market, right? Right off the open, it just dumped and just kept on fading out. We did get a little bit of a retracement into VWAP right there, but then it dumped after that. And then 665 right there, tried to get through there. I would say that's not a horrible spot to start to maybe try a short if you like that into the close. I just don't see any momentum coming through here. The market seems to be pretty dead. The volume's really died off on Big Bear AI. So for me on this stock, I would stay away from this. There we go. We get a super chat from Walter Ford that does want us to talk about Circle. So there you go, Obi. So that's going to be on to you in just a couple seconds. But now that we review this, we go over and we look at a little bit of a longer time frame. This is your 5-minute chart. It's not going to be super exciting or anything either. But yeah, that's 665. A little bit of a dip there that gave it to us. Then there it is right there. So 670, 665, maybe an area for Big Bear AI. If you're looking on the daily chart, we've done this work a couple times for you last week and yesterday. This is where I thought we were going to get out. We're long at $4.20 in our own personal account. We bought 5.43. Average price was 4.25. And I thought, if we can get into 6.25, that was a good spot. But we did break through that spot, so we don't have too much to worry about now on Big Bear AI because we did cash out of some of that yesterday. And yeah, it's been working out pretty good for me there in the long term in the swing account on that trade. But Big Bear AI right now just struggling to get through 7 and 8. I would say we could probably land in and around $5. Honestly, I'd hate to say that. And I don't want to see a $5 take there, but I think Big Bear AI is probably somewhere in around that area. 6 would be a good spot to maybe think about it, but I think 5 to 550 is a good area for Big Bear AI to start to load back up again, which is fine. That's different than where we're long. That's already $1 higher. So yeah, thanks for that. Big Bear AI wins the poll, but Circle and Webull. So looks like you have Webull all loaded up there.
Yeah, so I got Webull loaded up here. So again, this one was on my scanner last night. Again, doing relative volume, decently up on the day, roughly about, I guess, over 10%, coming in off of the open into the close. I was looking for that continuation today, but guess what? Maybe not today because just sideways consolidation above prior day's highs. Nice little range lows here happening. I like that $12.03. A bunch of bottoms here. Can't really make it through past that $12 mark. Probably just consolidating around VWAP. Yeah, so again, we kind of saw this action on, I think it was Circle. So get that strong day and then consolidation. Let's see where this goes tomorrow and see what we can do with this range. Last I checked, Circle attempted to push a little bit past that range and kind of just trading, was just trading within it. Let's see, let's take a revisit and see what's happening there. So this is what I was talking about. So leg consolidation and another day of sideways consolidation. Off the open, looks like it's breaking some of these prior day lows. I guess the scalp was definitely there, but buyers kind of step right back in and bring it back to opening range highs. And interestingly enough, I guess now I'm noticing this just now, opening range highs acting as a little bit of a level here, and then maybe a little bit of a triple test with higher lows happening, VWAP holding pretty well as well. And then we get a step up and take a look at that. That resistance, 1, 2, 3 points, becomes into support for over, let's say, let's measure this, for over almost 2.5 hours here on Circle. So 185 looking a little bit interesting. Let's see if we can get to the range highs from prior day here at 192.50s with this little bit of a bid. But yeah, a little bit of a step up after failing to follow through on the low, on this low break here as well. I guess this low as well. And then pre-market, I guess how low is that low in the pre-market right there? So 171.50, 171.30. So only got 20 pennies to this this ultimate low that happened, I guess, on Friday in the pre-market. So that's the look on Circle, and we'll continue right after we get back from Madeira.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside one, you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactions, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you have to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Dara. Yeah, check out Trade the Pool. I want to thank Mitch for coming through again this AM. And he was talking about some uranium plays, and I don't know. He came to me. I was just going to talk about our hats, and the next thing you know, it was like a 5 or 10 minute segment there with Mitch there. And that's when Brendan told me, he sent me a message. Too long, he said.
Oh boy.
I was like, Jesus Christ, too long. Okay, Brendan. Okay, so right into there. Robinhood. So we did come back up to the 200 period moving average. Look, we can't just sit on all these. We can sit on these trades. I now do have 5% left only of this. We were able to get out of basically 5% there. We had 10% left. So 5% there. We just got out of like 2 or 3% again. So we have very, very small amounts left here on Robinhood. Just almost not even worth talking about. I'm thinking about just getting out of this if we break like anywhere around here. Let's just get out if it breaks 92.60. Okay, I don't even have any stop orders out anymore because I canceled it. 92.61, breakout, 100% out. We'll get out if that does have an out there on Robinhood. Okay, so that's going to be my out there. I did want to check back in on Apple real quick, just because it was a mover early. This is going to be my P&L #1 name on the day. It's not even close. We're actually going to run the gauntlet and be perfect today on as far as the P&L is concerned, because we only traded 4 names, and we're going to go 4 for 4. So we traded Apple long there today. And again, this was always part of the plan. This was on the sticky note, the trade #1 there. So that was kind of like a easy peasy trade. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And then this one, again, another sticky note trade. And if you're wondering about what these notes are, I apologize for those of you that already know, but I'm just going to show it anyways. Right here, 55,000 of you, 52,000, sorry. There it is. There is a no, where is it? We put this out every single day around 8:30 or so. And there it is, AMD 140 to 142 short. AMD, and then there's the TQs that I'm about to discuss, 82.50 as well. So 82.50 on the TQs, 140 short there on AMD. The Tesla 303 short, we can look at that in a minute, but then there's Apple. So the only one that we didn't trade on here was Tesla, and I'll tell you why in just a second. But there's AMD. That 140, we were just sitting there. It came in right away off the open, and boom goes the dynamite. So that was out. I actually forgot that I had that order there at 137.50. Otherwise, we could have had even a better trade, but still 250 there on AMD. You guys all saw me take and talk about this Robinhood trade. So that's another one right there that we put in. And then the final trade, and we talked about the TQ trade, we wrote down 82.50. That's 82.50 right there. Bang, and then nice move down in. Unfortunately, like we said, man, we had left for the pool at this time, and I just didn't have any orders down there. We should have. We came back, punched out there at 80.75, basically the same level, because we were above the 50 period. And then we tried to go short against VWAP, tried, and then it broke. And then that's that. So yeah, all of our trades working out, but it's 4 for 4 on the names. We do have, like, that trade didn't work out right there, right? So not all the trades are going to work out, but as far as a profitability standpoint, yes, today's a very green day, and we're pretty happy to be trading all that with you guys here. We had Jeff Mendel on as well, talking about the OTC markets, some Fannie Mae, some Freddie Mac. Those aren't really doing too much today. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac had the Bill Ackman push for a while there, and then also Donald Trump also looking to get some money back in for the government there, looking to bring back Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So if you look back here, November, this is obviously election time. This was $2, $3. But heading into the election, this was $1. So Fannie Mae, there we go. We just got stopped out of Robinhood. So that's your chicken dinner winner right there. That's enough of that. Let's just do this. A little loud on that, but that's okay. This was $1, and same with FMCC. Right, big time movements back there to the upside, trying to unlock some value there. We had a huge push. Bill Ackman published a paper and whatnot, and nice move to the upside. Now we're starting to fade back out, but Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, both really interesting names to trade over on the OTC markets. They do about, when they're cooking, they'll do 20 or 30 million, even more than that. But today, 3.5, that's Fannie Mae. So just a little bit of a downside push. And then FMCC as well. A lot of traders, here we can't trade these in registered accounts because they're OTC, but, they trade individually, but yet the same. So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac both down 3.5% over there. And then the other name, which I did not clean up, was NT. Oh, you said, have I checked out Nintendo on a weekly?
Yeah.
This is a daily, so this looks pretty okay to me on a daily.
Check it out on the weekly.
I'm not sure what I'd see on a weekly, but there was barcoding right there. And then finally the break. Right now, maybe it looks like it may be potentially breaking out, but didn't Nintendo just release the Switch? And I don't think it went over that well, but the Switch 2, I don't know, Fabian, you tell me if gamers are liking the Switch 2, but I guess that's not really a gamer console, right? That's more family-based and all those kind of things, but I'm gonna clean this up, this data. See, we have the low is not 1940, let's go with 2331 again and see if that works. There it is. So this is what the chart looks like today for Nintendo. Yeah, go ahead.
A big thing. So again, the Nintendo trade. Oh boy, there goes Amazon, man. Again, I did get a little aggressive on that push, and I covered pretty much everything for 10 pennies, and then I was like, because I'm like, this isn't going. I'm looking for it to go right away, and I'm like, this is not really going. It's not really going, and then I just had to wait a couple more seconds. It was nothing. But you know what? It is what it is. Covered most of it, leaving a little bit on. Let's see what happens with that one. But yeah, no, Nintendo is a co-owner and publisher of Pokemon, and Pokemon has been going absolutely crazy. I don't know if you've seen the lines in front of Costco where there are people just lining up and maybe potentially waiting for hours as well, because the flip game on some of these Pokemon cards is going absolutely crazy, right? And then everything keeps on getting sold out. I don't know if that's adding to the bid, regardless of what that is. I just remember looking at Nintendo's weekly chart and just being like, oh boy. So yeah, I just want to, maybe we should pull that up. Nintendo. So right here, we can probably see, on the OTC. So we'll get rid of this VWAP right here. You can see that it does a pretty decent amount of relative volume, about 1 million shares on the 30-day average, to 1.8, about 2 million shares a day almost, 112 million market cap on the OTC. So let's go quickly to a weekly chart and take a look at what this thing has been up to. So look at this absolute beauty here. So if you like gaming, Nintendo based out and was doing nothing. Talk about a rounded bottom here from, I guess, 2012 to about 2015. And since then, higher highs and higher lows. Now, I don't know if this is adjusted for splits or what have you. Take a look at this gain that Nintendo has had. So if you believed in Nintendo, even growing up, a little bit of a bid stair step happening, over 1,000% from 2015 to 2025. So 1,000% in about 10 years is what the chart is kind of showing us here. Decent look at that volume coming in 2016, gap up, hold continuation. absolutely beautiful there. Let me know if you guys know any other stocks that are up over 1,000% in 10 years, obviously not including things like some of the market leaders, right? But Nintendo's strong stock, to say the least here. So let's take a quick look at what's happening. So Amazon pulling back in. I like the hold of that 120, 122 area here. I was looking at this push. I was trying to short. Again, if you guys were here, I was like, I'm trying to short. We got this aggressive selling and it kind of held a prior level. So when this buying stopped, I was like, all right, well, I want to take a little bit of a short here, see if we revert to the mean right away. I'm looking for it to kind of pull back in just as fast as it kind of went up, looking for that symmetry maybe on this price action, but didn't really get it right away. So again, maybe that's definitely, I can do a little bit better on that, but it's showing a little bit of symmetry right now. This is a 3-minute chart here, and let's see if it can get down almost just as fast as it got up there. But again, trending to the upside, very strong on the day. I did like it earlier because I was like, the market's kind of looking like it's slowing down, and maybe this prior high is false breaking. But retrospect, looking back at it, you can see that this range high from the morning session held pretty well as support. And even on the strong pullback that I was trying to get short on, it held as support once again. And when it came back up, I didn't even give it to my stop at day high. I was just like, all right, well, I'm not really going to fight that. If it's going to show me that this level hold is doing really well, I'm going to let that bid come in, let it show me that, okay, we're kind of done over here right now. And then try again for a little bit of a pullback here. So potentially coming in, but again, that's 10, 20 pennies. Excuse me, nothing too crazy relative to how much Amazon has in terms of a range here. So where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. Deli Bite saying STRL. Never heard of that one there. So let's take a quick look at that one. So Sean, this is the weekly chart. We were talking about the weekly chart on Nintendo, and this little flat bottom, or this little rounded bottom, was about from 2011 to 2015. We get a bit of a gap up in 2016, and then up over, I guess in the past 10 years, up over 1,000% on Nintendo.
Huge.
So that's pretty huge there, and yeah, definitely pushing into some all-time high areas. Yeah, what was I gonna look at? STRL, yes. So what is this stock here? So Sterling Infrastructure. Let's see how much volume we're doing on the day. Oh boy, only 400K. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to mess around with this one too much here, but yeah, I like things that are liquid. I like things that are a little bit more manageable in terms of pushing into some size and maybe scalability as well. So interesting look there, but I think we have something going on right now.
Yeah, we do. We always have something going on over here. But we have an ad for you with eSignal. We just want to remind everybody that if you are looking for weekly charts like Obi was just looking at there, no better place to find them than on eSignal. Scan that QR code because your first month is free. That's brought to you by Trader TV Live. If you scan that QR code, they're going to give you their platform for free, infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. Predict it with the backtesting tools. Reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute all your best trades today. Grab it now on eSignal from us. Scan that QR code. And again, we're talking about overnight trading and Japanese markets and OTC markets. And some platforms don't have all of the symbols. And you can, again, whatever market you're looking at, you can entitle yourself and get over there with eSignal. Have some fun over there and make the best of your trading journey by using the best tools. And I always think that that's pretty important. What's up, A?
Just be aware, Figma is apparently filing for its IPO. Now, if this name sounds familiar, Adobe actually tried to acquire them recently for $20 billion. Their valuation, Figma's current valuation, at least most recently, was around $12.5 billion. That was about a year ago. I'm not sure what the current valuation is, but either way, just be aware, Figma here filing to go public through an IPO on the NYSE. And apparently they would be trading under the ticker FIG, F-I-G. If I get any more details, I'll let you know. But yeah, be aware here, F-I-G, new ticker. Don't know when they're going to start trading. Back to you.
Yeah. Oh boy, IPO season.
So now, and that was denied by, I think it was the FTC or something, not the FTC, but somebody came in there and FTC denied that. And now Adobe can just buy all the shares in the open market and take them over. But no, we'll wait to see what happens there. Discord's another interesting name that we wait for. We know that Microsoft had a play on Discord at one point, and that's the one. Klarna was shelved, so I don't know when and if that one's coming back or not. Tesla's going for a little bit of a run here. I don't know what's going on there. The market kind of doing nothing, and Tesla kind of doing this. So that's a nice little move there for TSLA as we try to figure out this on it. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, this is probably a decent look. I just don't like, there's only 10 minutes left until the imbalances now. So we're getting near the end of the day. I just don't think it's super wise to put on any other big positions. I mean, I think there's always a position to be put on. Robinhood, we did get stopped out, and we're not feeling too great about that stop out. But again, feeling good about it in a way that it matches our plan. We talked about what we wanted to do. If it broke the 200 period moving average, and the market could have kept ripping, right? If anything, the mistrade is right into there, reshorting the TQQs or the futures as we went up into view up and then the fade back down there. That could have been and should have been a play, I feel like. We missed it. So I missed that trade right there. A name was Boeing. We didn't really get too much coverage. Well, we had coverage on it, but not too much after effects of that unfortunate incident with the Air India plane. That was this move back down in. And I mean, again, if you're looking at charts or looking at something, you would be able to see that it held the 50-period moving average. Now, I think it's always tough, and we had talked about this as it was happening. It's really tough to get into a name when there's so many uncertainties, especially when you're talking about loss of life and fatalities and airplane and all that kind of stuff. So, but Boeing right now, if it can sort of survive, whatever comes of, that investigation, this is a good name, I think, down here, especially with tariff talk and things like that. I mean, July 8th and 9th, there's no extension on these deadlines. I mean, Trump came out today and said no to Japan. That someone asked him about, like, how close are you? Not that close. Are you going to give an extension? No. And the tariffs will be likely in the 30 to 35% range. So that's going to be a lot higher than expected. So I just thought China, even maybe Japan, the UK, different places could, reach out olive branch by buying more planes from Boeing. I always thought that was a possibility there. We do know that Boeing has big NASA contracts and things like that. So with more spending coming out, Boeing could be a winner in this environment. What's up, Adara?
I'm going to provide some more context on Boeing because there actually was some news on it earlier today. Apparently, one of the spokespeople for the company said they're still interested in acquiring Spirit Aerosystems, which is, of course, one of their suppliers. But also, last night, so this morning they announced that Stephen Parker is going to be their new CEO of Defense, Space, and Security. Last night, Boeing actually announced a bit of a CFO transition, which is pretty interesting. Their current CFO is going to become a senior advisor to Kelly Ortberg, who is, of course, their CEO. So their former CFO becoming a senior advisor to their CEO. Their new CFO is going to be Jesus Malave. So yeah, Boeing here with some executive transitions, kind of interesting just because you guys were talking about it. I wanted to provide a little bit of context. Back to you. Great.
Well, that's the stuff, we can't get enough of that stuff. Yeah, Dara coming through with some more information there, so thanks to Dara for that one. And yeah, good look on Boeing. We won't trade it here today, but yeah, I like the name. I think it has a spot in my portfolio as well. So yeah, I like Boeing down here for sure. What was the news, Adara, today? I mean, again, look at this, just putting back to work. No, Starbucks. This move was, and I just, maybe there was no news today, but up 4%. It's just the way this was going here early, it was almost like there was a deal stuck with China that includes no tariffs. Okay, perfect. No news. Tariff on caffeine or something like that. But huge move to the upside there for Starbucks. It just looks like a break. It's probably a level break somewhere. So I've really liked this name, but not in it anymore. Was in this name for a while. Coming up into the 200 period moving average. We had talked about this fade here at 116, and, that was a really good one right back in. And we were talking about this before the tariffs just because of where it was, where it was and how far away from the 200 and from the 50-period moving average that this name exactly was. And then, yeah, since then, nice move down, nice move back up here for Starbucks as Howard Schultz coming through and trying to rearrange, old CEO Howard Schultz, the guy from Chipotle, Brian Nickel now in trying to do better for Starbucks shareholders. So we'll wait to see. They're trying to change some of the culture over there. And yeah, looking like it's going to be good. I thought there was going to be some more deals and so on and so forth hitting apps and stuff like that. I think that's what he was talking about a little bit, but we'll wait to see what happens there for Starbucks, trying to be a little more affordable in there. But Starbucks, nice move up. I really like it. And again, another possible play there. Yeah, Luckin Coffee. That's, yeah, LKNCY. Thank you so much, DJ there. LKNCY. This is a name that I'll look at often if I'm looking at pink sheets, but don't trade it too much, but wow, what a story Luckin Coffee's been. This came down to the NASDAQ when it was delisted like at $2 or $3. Now it's just really matured itself out. This is the Starbucks rival there in China. And of course, YouTube's not in China, so I can't ask anybody watching this that's in China. If you are, congratulations on getting a VPN to work. Yeah, imagine what Trader TV Live could be if we get China on board here, and how many. Huge. There's a lot of day traders in China, that is for sure. Oh, yeah. And that would be great to have some Chinese exposure here on the show. But Luckin Coffee, again, what a monster. I don't even want to look at a weekly chart of this one, Obi. I know that's your thing, but this would probably be absolutely huge.
Look at all
yeah, you got to look at all the time frames for sure. But yeah, great success story there. So yeah, if caffeine's working in Luckin Coffee, it's probably also working at Starbucks. So nice move up there for Luckin. And great call out by DJ. It looks like it is breaking those highs. Make sure you do get into our channel on YouTube, because you want to be a subscriber so you can be part of the chat to see exactly what we're talking about right now. 502 likes. I didn't even hit it yet. That's obviously low. We're always at about that 10%. So right now, 500, 10%. I like that. See if we can get a little bit more though. Hit the like and subscribe if you have not yet. And thanks, DJ. Really great point there in the chat about LKNCY. I hadn't looked at this name in a long time. Really working out. So I would say Starbucks is a long. We said the same thing there for Nike today, as Nike caught the upgrade early, and again, breaking out, right? Nike, there goes Nike again, right? I thought a couple of kitchen sink quarters there where they blaming tariffs, rightfully so, couldn't predict the future. All right, and then they come out and they beat, and still not much of a guide, but nice move up there for Nike. And you could see, look at the 200 period, right? Boom, 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 boom. So definitely on watch right now for Nike. Last time we hit up here, we had faded, then a big, huge fade there back in March and April. And right now, just trying to get its footing back for Nike. I don't really like too many retail names other than Amazon, as we talked about. That has a big spot in the portfolio, so I would stay away. I'm going to just throw it over to Obi, but I do want to look at the imbalances just real quickly here. See if there's any early looks. Oh, Wolf, we forgot to, so I had Wolf breaking through 110, that high of the day there, does not come, that's 95 now, does not come back over $1. We like to look at names over $1. I bet you this opens over $1 tomorrow. So let's wait to see what happens with Wolf overnight. Snapchat there, Teladoc has been an interesting name there as well. I think they were added to some sort of an index last couple months. Pfizer, Southwest, Snapchat. So yeah, no big bear AI. This is what the early look is right now on the imbalances, but they all become public in a matter of 4 minutes, and then all that instead of broker. So this information is coming from our broker, so like a little bit of an inside information there. That's what we're looking for. But once it's all published, we'll get the NASDAQ and NYSE at 350. So we'll have a much clearer look at what's going on at 350. Under 4 minutes now, Obi.
Yes, sir. So I just want to point out here, thank you, Carney, in the chat. So doing a little bit of work here, saying, remember I was like, okay, find me a stock other than some of the market leaders that's up over 1,000%. And he's saying, FYI, Nvidia is up approximately 26,000%, followed by APLD, AMD, and Shopify. So thank you for that one. And then mentioning some more here. QUBT up 3,775%, AVGO 2,200%, and MSTR over 2,100%. So absolutely crazy. Thank you, Carney, for putting in that work there and letting us know some of the crazy runners of the past, I guess. Some of them the past couple of years as well, right? Past year, some of those. QUBT, one of them is for sure. So getting a little scalpy action there. So I did cover a little early, like I mentioned before, but then kind of coming back into some of these lows, I did get a little bit, I guess I wouldn't say aggressive, but a little scalpy there. So I kind of covered on the 221 hold as we're pushing right back up. I'm like, all right, well, I only want to stick around as long as it'll have me there. And yeah, that 221 hold, pretty nice. Holding that consolidation above that opening, not really opening a range high, but a morning session high right there in the first hour. The high was that 220 and some change, 220.50 if you want to call it, roughly in that area. And you can see this consolidation later on in the day holding pretty well. So don't necessarily want to fight it. And I heard somebody in the chat was saying, oh yeah, Obi's shorting the strongest stock, or one of the strongest stocks in the market. Yeah, a little bit of a counter trend, right? There's definitely a lot of people on the other side of that trade. So we'll see how that one works out. But again, got to stay nimble. I do find myself getting into trouble when I'm not with the trend and I'm aggressively continuing to add on this trade. But again, trying to get a little bit better every day with the counters and really focused maybe a little bit on the reversals. But no real sign of reversion on Amazon just yet. I'm piecing into it, looking for that confirmation to really come in. But until then, I'm just taking maybe shorter time frame confirmations, if that makes sense. But yeah, no, I don't know. I have no idea what it's going to do in the longer term. So got to stay as nimble as possible and try to follow that trend as much as possible as well. Coming into these imbalances, only about a minute left here, Sean. So I got to pull up some of these and let's see. I'm curious to know, how do we come in with some of those imbalances? First day of the month, right? We saw some crazy closes on Friday with a little bit of rebalancing action, and maybe nothing too crazy on the close yesterday, but there was definitely a little bit of spice there. But first of the month, let's see if anything is in store for us here. Not really seeing anything too crazy on the early looks, but only about 30 seconds left for these ones.
Yeah, I didn't even realize, thank you, CJD in the chat there, Webull today gets up to $13. Like, we're, monster trade there. We're long at 11 flat, and we put it on the show. We talked about it, a name that we really like. I will go over it a little bit more. I just want to see what happens here with only 10 seconds to go. Let's go over to Apple. I feel like there could be an imbalance on Apple today. So you go 1, 2, and go. It's Google right there. It's not Apple. It's NVIDIA right there with a buy. So there goes NVIDIA up to 154. Let's have a look at that. Snapchat AM's here. There's, oh wow, look, we almost got it. Apple, the number 2 name on there. So there goes Apple, but not really moving around too much. Again, almost 70 million shares, only a million shares there for Apple on the buy. Cisco, Google there, sell, buy for Cisco, sell for Google. Load, yeah, no, oh, actually it does gap down in there, 175.50, so that's gapping. It wasn't Halliburton, it was Hasbro that was on our list as well. Snapchat, love, NVIDIA. So it's really just NVIDIA right now trying to go hard. And it made that move up to 154.50, but again, 100. Wow, NVIDIA doing 100. What's the average daily volume? Does it show it easily on your chart there?
Yeah,
I could try to look it up. I don't have a thing for me right now.
3, 2, 1, go, race.
Yeah,
average 30-day volume is 206 million.
Oh, 206. Okay, I thought 181 was relatively high, but I guess it's low today because I was like 181 million on like a sort of a holiday week seemed kind of strong, but I guess not. Okay, so all right, so NVIDIA doing under our vol right now, I guess, right? All right, so other than that, there's Wolf. I see there as a little sell, but again, this one, half a billion shares, 500 million shares right now on Wolf speed, so that's not going to affect it anyway, up or down anyways. So yeah, that's about it, man. I'm not even going to look at Pfizer. That's not a big number for them. We see them all the time on here. So yeah, it's a pretty good day for these imbalances. Adair always gives us sort of the total there. The market was 1.1 billion to buy. That's a good number, but not, nothing that's too crazy there. So the overall market was a buy side there, with Mag 7 representing a third of that number. So yeah, not much going on elsewhere. That's Pfizer. We did have a quick look at Webull. My call on that, look, to go from 11 to 13, I mean, that's 17 or 18%. That would have been good to take that. But I think Webull's just getting started, man. I mean, you're a couple announcements away, similar to what we had on Robinhood there. Why can't all of these companies just sort of tokenize, get into crypto, offer different discounts on trading or whatever they're going to do? I think Webull has a bigger story to tell. So we'll wait to see where that's going. And again, I like to see a quarter. Webull just IPO'd. So Webull just came out in April. So we'll wait for their next quarterly report, which is scheduled for, actually, I still got to go over there and open up the layout for the after show. Join Adara, myself, and Brian Shannon as we'll just sort of recap what was going on today for you. So 2% short flow. What I'm looking for is the calendar. So they go Q1. Oh, nope, we're looking down here. We have to wait till August 23rd. So we already got their May 22nd report had already come through. So that's Q1. But we're going to wait to see what happens next time. August 23rd. So we're going to have to wait for a minute there for Webull there, Obi. And when they come out, then we'll figure it out. But right now, I'm gonna hold on to Webull. I think we can break through 13. I mean, up another 5% today. That's nice. Nice story there for Webull.
Yeah, no. Again, I think I'm excited for that. That chart definitely looking like it's basing out as of right now, and we got that first strong day yesterday. A little bit of a consolidation today, so maybe it's finally going to start to catch some legs here. Going into the later half of the year, and again, maybe it's a trading platform. It's a broker, right? So it's like we've seen what some of these brokers who are providing some crypto services as well are doing, and maybe it's catching a bid off of that idea. But the chart definitely looks a little bit nice here. But yeah, no, I got a potential question for Mr. Brian Shannon. There as well, if you can pass that on for me during the market recap.
Sure,
show.
what is it?
So I remember a couple days ago he was pointing out that circle anchored VWAP, and I'm like, yes, solid. A lot of players definitely have that anchored VWAP off of the IPO, and finally for the past couple of days we've come into it. We're consolidating in and around it. So my question is, what his opinion is on the different iterations of price action we could potentially see from this VWAP interaction that we're getting on Circle, and what he thinks are the highest probability kind of follow-throughs or situations that
how long are you going to be here? After hours?
I'll be here. I mean,
the reason I ask you is we can put the camera right on you.
Sure, yeah, I can ask the question.
If you want to ask it, introduce you to Brian and see if you want to do that?
Yeah. I mean, we've talked before.
Oh, no, I know, but I mean, you have talked to Brian before? I wasn't sure.
Okay,
yeah. Oh, there's nothing to be, all right, if you're going to stay.
Oh boy, what's happening now?
All right,
the market just dumped, and I was already short here. So, oh boy, coming into that imbalance right here. So, you know what? I will just cover. That was a little crazy there. That went all the way down to 220 halves. And I was like, all right, this imbalance is not really taking this anywhere. And all of a sudden, 55 pairing event brings us down, slaps it down 50 pennies right there. So thank you, come again. I'm not going to ask for more on that one there. Luckily didn't take out my stop on the other side. So a little lucky with that one there. Let's see if that follow through does come in here on Amazon. Relatively strong, one of the strongest ones on the day today. But yeah, a little bit of a breather maybe in store. Don't know when it's going to come in. We could get that strong continuation as well. I just want to take a look at a higher time frame chart here. Let's go up to like a 30-minute or an hour and just take a look at what Amazon's been kind of doing, because it's kind of lagging behind relative to its peers in the Mag 7 here. So let's start off with, we'll start off with a weekly and then drop it down from there. Right here, so 242 halves. That's the weekly, that's the high right there. And you can see not quite there near the highs like some of its friends, but going back down to say like an hourly, let's take a quick look at that and see how it's been stair-stepping back up into that level. So yeah, April bid, like we've seen on a lot of these stocks, nice little consolidation hold, step up off of, that's a post-earnings gap up. Nice, interesting. And that 200, we were consolidating around that 200 or above that 200 for a little bit right there. And if you guys remember, that was that Bezos level right there. Didn't really, I guess there was a little bit of interaction when we came back below it. And we got a little bit back in on top of it as well. Again, being, I would say, a historical support and resistance level. And when it does respect, it seems like it respects it pretty well. So been stepping up nicely, a little bit of an uptrend, and much more relatively strong on the day today than the rest of the market. But you can see yesterday a little bit of a dead cat bounce as well, selling off pretty aggressively after gapping up. Again, I was here. I was like, I'm watching Amazon. I'm watching Google because of the crazy imbalance that they had going into the Friday close, going into the end of the month. We had some, I think it was Russell rebalances and things like that, and we got some aggressive moves not only on Amazon, guys. We had it on Google. So Google, again, if you guys were here yesterday, I got a little chopped up trying to take that continuation, and I was very strung on that continuation coming in, and yeah, I got a little bit hurt on that one there, but that's okay. We come back stronger the next day, and that's what it is, right? So didn't really get that kind of action that I was looking for, but today distinctly different, right? If you're like, oh, we just consolidated, we dead cat bounce, looking for that pop coming in, looking distinctly different than that of Amazon. We actually had continuation of some selling off of the open there, and Amazon again distinctly different of that, but maybe catching a little bit of a sell back down towards VWAP. 220s was where I was trying to take it to pretty much for a good portion of the afternoon. It seems like finally off of these imbalances or going into the close, whatever you want to call it, some of that volume coming in finally into the market, bringing it back down a little bit right there. So about to come into that opening a 1 hour range high as of right now. We saw that last time it slammed down into it right here on the 3 o'clock candle. It held pretty well as well. So curious to know what that does. Maybe gives us a little bit of information for a potential continuation for the next day. PLTR getting dip buyers saying Joseph Schmo. Okay, so all right, so let's take a quick look at Joe Schmo here. 128 halves is the day low, a little bit of a higher low. This was interesting right here, that right there, a little bit of a I guess, aggressive sell-off again on Friday, and we're consolidating in and around that level right now. So selling definitely still strong amongst these references right here. This is what I was looking at yesterday. Guess what? A little bit of a false break and continuation. Again, much bigger picture stuff. Sometimes I'm starting to notice and realize that sometimes the price action that I'm looking for may not be present on the time frame that I'm looking for it in. Again, if you're seeing this maybe area as a great place to sell, the sell doesn't come in necessarily strong on the intraday yesterday, but follow through definitely coming in on the day today, Sean. So, oh boy, there's only about 10-15 seconds left here, and the market is pulling back in towards some of those opening range levels. So interestingly enough, oh boy, there goes Amazon to the downside, and 5, 4, 3,
Where's our countdown?
2, and 1. Thank you very much. And the bell brought to you by Orogenics. Make sure you
Fabian, the
check
countdown didn't work.
The countdown, I think I was supposed to hit it, and by the time I realized,
it's automatic.
Oh, is it automatic now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I usually end up hitting it anyways, and I'm just like, I saw
you turned it
5
off.
seconds.
Oh no, you didn't hit it at all.
Okay, okay.
Did you hit it at all?
No, I didn't hit it at all.
Okay, I was wondering if you turned it off.
It's going to be obsolete saying Fabian.
All right, so today is, it's obsolete, okay. Today we have STZ, Constellation, coming we have it coming around 4:30. So we'll see if STZ reports tonight for us live on the show. But we are scheduled. He has not messaged me. We are scheduled to have Brian Shannon on from Alpha Trends. So we'll talk to him. If you're going to hang around, I'm going to throw to you for the circle question. So that should be great. All right, Obi, great show today. I'm going to go head over there. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like and the subscribe. It's Obi and I tomorrow. And then we go half day on Thursday with a new kind of a fun format right there. We're going to go, I think you and I are just going to 10.
Okay.
And we're going 10 to 12. With the Bash Bros, and then you and I are coming back 12 to 1:30.
Okay.
So that should be a lot of fun there on Thursday. But tomorrow, full day, and we should be here. Happy Canada Day to everybody. I'm going to head over and get ready to go. But happy Canada Day to everybody. Stay tuned for the market recap show. Adair and I will try to review as many sectors as we can and have some interesting talk and some fun times. And Obi's going to join us with Brian. So I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll hold them for you while you guys get ready right here. So, oh boy, okay. What does Canada Day represent? Is it like the 4th of July here? Asking David. Yeah, kind of like that, right there. So, yeah, I'm not too, I guess, well versed in terms of the historical details right there. I definitely, I wouldn't say I failed history class, but I probably wasn't paying as much attention as I should have there. So, yeah, no, look at that Amazon coming right back into that 220 halves as of right now. So that level again showed us a little bit earlier on in the morning, kind of consolidation lows here in the afternoon, and then that slammed down off of, if you want to call them imbalances or anything like that. The volume that comes into the market going into the close, slamming us down into that level and stalling as of right now. So interesting stuff. I'm going to be watching that 220 and that 220 half on Amazon for that potential continuation, and maybe that 185 on Circle as well today. Yeah, so maybe we'll get a theme song. I think Sean definitely is onto something with that role that comes in for the midday show. I think that is really cool. Take it easy, Andre. Thank you again for all the awesome work that you do. NVIDIA, a little bit of size coming here on that 153. So we reclaimed that 150 pretty well. That flush was pretty aggressive. I wasn't necessarily around for this flush into that 151.5s, but a beautiful reversion back to VWAP nonetheless. But yeah, I think these guys are ready for us there at the big desk. So I will leave you guys here, but stick around. Don't go anywhere. We got Adara, we got Sean, we got Brian Shannon, maybe me myself as well with a little bit of a question. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy. Stick around for the market recap.
All right, thank you, Obi. Yeah, it's Adair and myself here, ready to give you all of the earnings, which apparently is one. We have Constellation today, STZ, so we're going to run those numbers when they come through. We also have the news in our ear. We're going to be scanning everything. If anything does hit the markets here in the the post-market, then we'll bring it to you and we'll show you if there's anything dropping down. But yeah, again, happy Canada Day to everybody that's here celebrating. And then July 4th, of course, we're off, which happens to land on a Friday, so that's really nice. Any plans? Going back home or anything?
What, for the weekend?
Yeah, Independence Day.
No plans at all. I will be living life.
Nice 3-day weekend.
Yeah, hopefully doing some 3.5-day weekend, I guess. Hopefully doing some writing, and I don't know. I made an appointment, but I'm probably going to cancel it. What about you? Are you doing anything?
No, the kids are doing some sort of a thing at the Brickworks where it's like a climbing.
Is that
outdoor.
like the distillery? No, it's that other kind of winey, beery area.
Yeah, it's east side, but it's still in downtown Toronto there. And they're doing a bunch of stuff like that. And then I like going on a brunch date. Like
brunches are I love brunches. Like literally, if I could eat brunch food all the time.
We're kid free from 9 to 3, so we'll figure out something to do then. But yeah, thanks, Adair. Yeah, we're gonna enjoy it. So I don't know, put whatever you guys are doing on 4th of July, put it in there. It's always nice to have picnics, see your family and things like that. But today is Canada Day, so big parties happening just down the street from us here right now at Queen's Park and all throughout. We're going to see fireworks tonight. So
nice. Where are they?
Fun. Just in Etobicoke, so not too far, near the airport.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, we'll have some fun going there. But today's the first day of the second half of 2025. And it doesn't necessarily start off with a bang, does it? I mean, today the Qs were down almost 1%, down near 1% at its lows. But there it is right there. We open up today near all-time highs. And there's a little bit of a drop down today, especially near the end of the day as the NASDAQ kind of fell out there on some of those imbalances. The last 10 minutes brought us back down into the downside there for the NASDAQ, finishing only down 1%. Of course, today we had Fed Chair Powell come out and say, hey, maybe there is a chance for a rate cut if the data supports it, but the CME Fed rate tool is still at 78% for July the 30th. So still not looking like the market is pricing in a rate cut. I think if we do get one, the market does spike, and then I think that would help with that sort of Powell's a moron comment, and I think that could come to an end, hopefully, if there is that rate cut, but right now not really looking too positive for that. Tesla today, obviously a downside move as well, Adara, as Tesla leads the way out of all the big cap names, down 5.5%. Some talk, again, stupid talk really, of between Trump and Elon again. Elon just voicing his opinion on that big, beautiful bill, but Donald comes out and says, well, hey, maybe we got to get Doge looking at your companies.
Or deport you.
Yeah,
that was the other thing.
Yeah, the deporting part, I don't know. Can Elon really get deported?
I actually looked into it. I was telling Sharif I did a deep dive.
Right,
now,
okay.
Not to get super technical about it, but Elon Musk is a naturalized citizen. So apparently it's like once you're naturalized, it's pretty difficult to get rid of your citizenship, of course, because you're a citizen. But as of like yesterday, apparently the Trump administration is trying to get in some new legislation that would actually allow you to potentially be deported as a naturalized citizen if you committed a crime. So now, if Trump finds some kind of criminal evidence on Elon, I guess he would have a very convoluted loophole, but there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts in that statement. So, I mean, candies and nuts, we know the saying. Probably inconsequential, but I think worth noting regardless. I also want to say here, it's pretty interesting. He called Powell a moron twice in like a 5-second radius today. But what's interesting too is even today during the ECB forum, it's really interesting. All of the federal bank leaders backed Jerome Powell. They said they wouldn't do anything differently than how they did it if they were in his situation. And furthermore,
a bunch of morons, all those guys.
Well, Powell was also asked, like, if there weren't tariffs, would you cut rates? And he's like, I mean, yeah, probably we'd be able to. Like, he tried to skirt it. He didn't word it so directly. But it's interesting. It's like what Trump actually wants is being suffocated by his favorite word, tariffs,
Yeah, exactly.
which he's actually said.
And I think that, at the end of the day, come next May, Powell will be gone unless something changes and he sticks on. But again, we already looked at the Fed rate tool. It's about 1% cut by the time next May comes around from where we are right now. Trump's already called for 2 points, so I guess he's not going to get that. And plus, there's a little bit of trolling going on there. I'm sure Trump is playing the media as he usually does. But there's Tesla today. It was a great trade, man. 305. That short right here for Tesla. There he is. Yeah, block.
Oh, Constellation Energy, Constellation Brands earnings.
It's out. STZ is out.
STZ.
Okay, so STZ, we were looking for 3.38 EPS, revenue estimate of 2.58 billion. But yes, Adair, this is a 15. There's a daily chart for STZ, not doing very well on the daily, getting hit again. When you're a consumer brand, you are going to get hit when there's especially strong tariff talk. Right there, if we go into a 1-minute chart, there goes STZ from 166 down to 161.50, implied move of 6%. Doesn't look that bad, Adair, but what kind of numbers do we have anyways?
Okay, let's get over it. So it's a double miss here, again, as you just said here, but I want to talk about the year over year. So apparently they had a drop here in net sales of 6% on a year over year basis, as far as I'm seeing. We also have, I guess, a 24% decrease here in operating income. I guess in this case, they're saying operating loss, or I guess operating income or losses. 41% decrease, it looks like, net income attributable to share or attributable to CBI. I'm only seeing decreases here on a year-over-year basis, guys. I need time to go over this report because right now I'm just reading off their PDF, which is in very small font. But either way, I'm only ever seeing year-over-year decreases. Their wine and spirits organic net sales, they're guiding a decline of 17 to 20%.
Right.
For the year.
A lot of that, I was thinking about that with the wine and beer. Drinking, just, with the way that the whole sort of cannabis area is going there with gummies and things like that and blah, blah, blah. And plus the Ozempic and some of those GLP-1s is depressing alcohol cravings. So I think that story's probably baked in a little bit, but it is interesting to hear 17% down year over year on alcohol. Is that what it was? Alcohol sales, 17%?
Wine and beer, yeah.
Wine and beer, okay, alcohol enough. Their spirits, I don't know if they're going down or not, but wine and alcohol getting hit there for the GLP-1 craze. But yeah, nice downside play there for STZ. But you know what, 5% move, not really happening right there. So that was what was expected. So not bad numbers overall. Anyways, we try to stay, I was just talking about that in the chat. We try to stay politics neutral. I'll throw out some shade on Trump sometimes. I was saying, I didn't appreciate all that moron talk and things like that. But at the same time, we're just trying to report the news. So I'm trying to stay as, unbiased as possible. Netflix, generally speaking, has been unabated to the upside as this continues to go, Adair.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about it when we were making the plays early on. I was like, wait a second, they have WWE now? That is always one of the top watched programs every single week, and has been like that for 40 years. Monday Night Raw is the most watched show, was the most watched show on cable for 35 years running, and that was happening every Monday night. Then they brought down SmackDown and so on and so forth. And then Netflix paid, I think, $5 billion or something to the right to stream everything pretty much related to WWE, but that was earlier on, and it's just upside, upside, upside. But today, they pull back really on not much news from what we could see, but it did drift lower for most of the session. So there's a pullback in Netflix today on not much news. Palantir, again, similar pullbacks that's been happening again on not much. I think this is just profit taking here. First month of the year, Palantir was your number one trade for the year, up 80% year to date for Palantir, the number one name in both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, up 80% year to date on Palantir, giving now back, that was 145, back down into 130. So $15 pretty clean on a pullback. That started on Friday when we saw a very, very big pullback. Maybe we have to go back into a larger time frame here to see. We had a big imbalance on Palantir right here. Whoops. On Friday, that brought this thing down $9, more than that. Yeah, $9 right there in the last 10 minutes of trade, but that was followed by another huge drop into today. Right back into this area. We'll see if Palantir can hold 130. And again, there was some talk about more contracts for Palantir and whatnot. I'm wondering if this is a little bit of Doge coming out here, just worried that, hey, with government contracts potentially being cut, maybe Palantir gets some of that. Big Bear AI did not have the Big Bear AI type of day that I was looking for. Down only 2%. We'll take that after being up so much yesterday. But again, that 720 area seems to have been some kind of a wall there on Big Bear AI. No news. We wait for news to come from BBAI. Their report, though, August the 12th. And looky at this. 32% short float. The last time we checked on Big Bear AI, it was 29%. So the short float getting a little bit bigger right now. I want to thank everybody for staying late with us. We do have Brian Shannon coming through. Over 3,400 of you staying with us right now. So we want to definitely give a big shout out to you. Uranium ETF, again, like one of the hotter names running into the second half of the year. So I could see a little bit of a slowdown as, again, selling into the second half. Uranium has been super hot. We are getting a little bit of a pullback now in the URA ETF, led today by, I looked at SMR. SMR, unfortunately, this is about my average price. I think we sold around 38. We got some out at 36, some out at 41 and change, giving us an average price of around 38. But I think SMR pulls back into this area around $30. And NewScale, a name that we talked about with Brian and many of the traders on this show. I was long down here on these kind of a break, right into there, came back upside. Nice move down there. Good tariff low of $12. Almost goes up 4x, up to $44 again there from that low. So uranium names stay pretty hot. Oklo, though, was a big one, a fan favorite there. Oklo definitely pulling back in as well. So watch out for some of the uranium plays as we go. I didn't get a chance to look at the DXY today. We can have a look at the dollar index in just a couple of seconds to see what that was doing. I don't know if you have that, Adara, but yeah, it's just on TradingView as DXY. Yeah. Just call it up. It's there. These are some of the names that we were looking at today, though, just as a broader market look, just as individual names and just look as a broader spectrum. So we talked about Tesla being down 5 1/3% today. So that's kind of bad, and we talked about why. But I think that there's just a lot of pullback in some names that have been heated over the last couple weeks. As we head into the second half of the year, you can see NVIDIA down that 3% today. Apple, nice upside surprise. We traded Apple really well yesterday off of very similar calls of AI, right? And it was that, are they having that deal with Perplexity or Anthropic? Are they fixing Siri? What's exactly going on with Apple? We like that play. Put some money to work, Apple, and let's get going and get that LLM on board so that when you release that new phone in September, you actually give people reasons to buy. We were sort of fooled about the iPhone 16. It was told that if you had a 16 or a 16 Pro or a 15 Pro, then you get Apple Intelligence. Well, what the hell is Apple Intelligence? So until that sort of starts to breathe a little bit, I think Apple in the penalty box, which is a statement from our next guest. I think Apple still needs to have worked through a few things and get going. But I do like the fact that we held $200 there on Apple. Now that I'm talking about it, I do want to look at the chart just really quickly for Apple. So here's the hold. Now, it didn't really hold 200. We had dipped down in before, but the 50-period moving average is here. And as you look to play catch up as the NASDAQ's at all-time highs, I mean, give or take a couple points, Apple, if it's going to work, that's part of the NASDAQ getting back to those highs, right? So it's been at highs without Apple. Imagine if Apple starts to work right now. I think there's some good forward push there potentially for Apple. So, okay, yep, Brian is ready. We're going to call on him in just a couple of seconds. I just want to look at a few more names quickly before we go. Netflix, we talked about that, down 3%. So a lot of the big heavy lifters, including Meta, Broadcom right here, NVIDIA, Softies at all-time highs, Meta, a lot of these plays pulling Palantir, IBM, a name that I like. A lot of these names pulling the NASDAQ back in. And now that I actually take a broader look at all of this, I guess it was Apple holding everything up because the NASDAQ was only down 0.9. Right? When you had NVIDIA down 2.5, Tesla down 5.5, Broadcom down 3, Meta down 2.5, Microsoft down 1.5. Very surprised how well the NASDAQ held up. You know what? Let me go ask somebody about this. It's Brian Shannon. It's Trader Talk. Oh, Mr. Shannon, another week has come and gone, and we welcome you back to Trader TV Live. How are you doing?
Doing good, Sean. How's your day?
My day was fantastic. We actually went 4 for 4. We had some pretty great trades. I had a great trade that I tagged you in on Robinhood off of VWAP at the end of the day. That was a good trade. Everybody was saying, where's the trade? So I scanned, I found one. We definitely liked that Robinhood. And then we played Apple Strength off the open. That was a pretty interesting day for Apple yesterday. And I actually wanted to lead with that, Brian. How was your day, by the way?
Good. You know what, a big surprise. General Motors was a great one for me, and I called it out on Twitter there, and the stock had a really nice day. So I had some calls in there and added some stock, so that was nice. Apple, though, yeah, that was, you know, I was kind of trying to day trade that a little bit this morning and did okay with it, but it didn't do. I thought we were going to see bigger follow through with that one today.
Yeah, I got my trade was we were long off that 207 area, and then I actually went long with a 210 break, but then once that failed, we had some risk, proper risk management, and got out at 209.75. So we only wound up losing just a couple quarters on that one. But what do you think about Apple? Yesterday we did get, you know, that news again, and this is probably why you're looking at it late in the day. And if you come over to my screen here, Fabian, there's that Apple push off of 200. We actually had almost this whole move, which created a pretty good day for us yesterday when I heard that come through. And there's the follow through. But when I'm looking at a daily chart right now, we are still well away from the 200 period. And Brian, if I drop an anchor right here at this most recent high, we still got to get over to 215 or so area. Is that where we're looking for maybe the run to stall out, which actually coincides with a nice little top there? Any thoughts on Apple? To me, it's starting to look a little bullish, holding 200, holding the 50 period moving average, but 2 days does not make a trend. So what do you think about Apple here? Can we have some more upside in this name?
Yeah, you know, Sean, it's really been in a big range of 195 to 215, as you said, and we're breaking past the midpoint of that range. And I think that, you know, that level is once again an area of interest because here you can see on this daily chart that thick blue line is the year-to-date anchored volume weighted average price as well. So that 215, I think you're dead on with that in terms of where it might stall out. This was today's action, and you saw, of course, in the afternoon, we were stuck below that VWAP. It seemed like there was a seller there. Tomorrow, maybe getting above this level with a stop under here could, you know, start a move that could continue up towards that 215 level. So that's what I'd be looking for is kind of a break of this little range right here.
Any thoughts, Brian, about a shortened week at all? Because like I was noticing the kind of same thing you were there in the afternoon. A lot of just kind of sideways movement until, of course, Trump started talking. I mean, that's always going to create some kind of action. But let's just pretend Donald Trump went to Mar-a-Lago and we didn't see him for the next 3 or 4 days, or 2 days, I guess. What's your experience here heading into shortened weeks? Do we want to have tighter stops or maybe even wider stops, let things try to work out a little bit more? Or do we just maybe trade light to begin with on these kind of weeks?
I think it's trade light, but if you can find a good setup with a low risk, you know, tight stop, then, you know, in a liquid name like Apple, that might be a great way to make some coin ahead of the holiday. It's actually, Sean, a day and a half. We close at 1 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, which I just learned yesterday. So that is, you know, my strategy. And I kind of thought that we would see a little bit more action. We often see some of the little crazy names go a little bit, you know, crazier during these times. Stocks like SoundHound, BBAI, we've been talking about recently a little bit, you and I. So those types of names often pre-holiday type trade will get going pretty quickly because there's maybe not a big hedge fund on the other end of it trying to hold it back and that sort of thing because their big traders are off for the week.
Right.
Hi, Brian. Thank you for being here with us today. With it being now the second half of 2025, today we noticed some names that were really, really strong in the first half of the year, like Palantir, Netflix, pretty weak. Then we had UNH actually rallying on what seemed to be no news. So do you have any thoughts on UNH here? And in general, do you kind of have any thoughts on this, I guess, transition and shift in the second half of the year?
Yeah, I think it could probably be, Adara, that, you know, just a little bit of, you know, the people did well with those stocks in the first half. Maybe take their foot off the gas a little bit, let them settle back down and then reaccumulate lower. UNH has been, you know, the key in here and it's been holding the anchor from this gap right here. And now it's, you know, moving a little bit. But I just look at this as a broken stock that I really don't have any interest in trading it. So we've got that declining 50-day moving average just overhead at about 340. So if I was, looking at this stock, I would look at 340 as a similar level to Apple at 215, meaning it might stall out up in there.
Okay, thanks, Brian, for all that. Yeah, UNH, what a great call. I know Neil's long around that $300 mark, so that might be a great,
nice.
Yeah, that might be a great area to get long. So another trader that we have, I think you've talked to him before. His name's Obi. He's right there on our screen right now. I'm going to throw it to him. He has a question to you about Circle, CRCL. Obi, go ahead.
Hey, Brian Shannon, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so I saw your post a few days ago. You were pointing out on Circle. So I kind of pulled up the chart on Circle, and I was like, okay, I also have that anchored VWAP coming in off of the IPO price, and that's that purple one down here. And you can see that it kind of came into it. We're kind of consolidating onto it. So my question to you was, because I know you've seen a lot of anchored VWAPs, and you've seen how price action has interacted with them over the years. Like, what do you see over here? What do you see happening? And maybe what are your thoughts on maybe the higher probability iterations of price action that can come off of this range or consolidation that we're getting here off of the IPO anchored VWAP? Thank you.
It's holding in this general area, as you know, but it's not doing anything really conclusive in here. I traded it. I bought some Friday, held it over the weekend, and sold it on Monday. And I've been looking at it during the day, but really haven't been too interested in day trading it for whatever reason. It's had decent ranges, but I view it as kind of choppy in here on this 2-minute chart. It's just kind of back and forth all over the place. Although it did have, just looking at it here, it had a couple nice bounces off of daily VWAP. I think that you're likely, as you had, to see the anchor off the high, is that maybe we get a squeeze up into there, and then we start to settle down and take the next move. But certainly this, if it were to go back below the low of this week, then you've got to move to the sidelines, because this thing could come down a lot harder very quickly.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Is that how you're looking at it?
Yeah, I think so. I think the range, obviously the range highs and lows are going to be important to me. I'll like it for potentially the push intraday if we do get past some of those highs. But yeah, bigger picture, I do see that we are a little bit backside on the move. And again, a little following people on the Twitterverse, I know a lot of players are in their swing shorts as well off of those 300 highs. But yeah, that low is definitely very important to me as well. I would agree with that.
Yeah, I would have covered, if I was short up near that 290, 300, I certainly would have covered down near that IPO VWAP. And that's why you often see that there are buyers there. There are the shorts that look at that and say, that's a logical place that buyers might emerge, so I'm going to start to peel some of my shorts off as well.
All right, thank you, Obi and Brian, for that talk there on Circle. Obi was asking it to me in the middle of the day, and he was like, make sure to ask Brian this. I said, you just ask him yourself. So there you go. So thanks, Obi, for that. Thanks for taking the time to do that, Brian. It's funny that you talked about anchored VWAPs on an IPO name. And the one I wanted to call up, because we'd sort of gone through your Twitter there to try to ask you some questions on Chime, CHYM, and you had talked about the anchored VWAP, and I have it right here. I know you probably have a much cleaner chart than this, but this is pretty simple. It's only been around here. This is a daily chart. It's only been around 15 days or something. But there's Chime right there. Here's the anchored VWAP, and a nice bounce off 34 downside there off of that 34.50. What I wanted to ask you was, sure, that's great here for some kind of resistance, but what about when we break that? I mean, there's a lot of traders that are looking for some of these names to really start to go hard to the upside instead of the other way around. Does this become that penalty box moment where we'd like to see a few days above this anchored VWAP before we can actually go long? Or is this something right now that if we can hold this 32 area where we've sort of been to in the past, does Chime then, maybe we play the break and we see going long here around 34.50 using 32 maybe as our stop? I think that's reasonable. Give ourselves $2 to $3 worth of stop to potentially get a breakout in a name like Chime. I mean, we've seen Robinhood and some of these other names really start to go hard. This is another financial name, especially SoFi is near the highs as well. What do you think about that kind of a play, and what's your thoughts here on CHYM?
Yeah, so this is one I had traded yesterday up to that VWAP. That was kind of, so I bought it early in the morning and got a very nice trade up towards that. I didn't sell it right at that anchor, but sold it mostly in there and had a really nice trade in that. And that was basically, what I thought the market had the ability to give us on this move. Now, Sean, I think you're absolutely right. And you could even look at this and say, is that a shoulder? This is a big head. Or maybe it's creating an inverse head and shoulder that we rally up towards this level, build some energy, and then push past it. I'd love to see that. I think that's the more likely scenario for this stock. If it fails at this 31.5, 32 level though, then it's going to take some rebuilding, and maybe that will be a couple weeks away. But I've got my eye on it for just what you described there, Sean.
Yeah, check out also, we're looking here, I'm long Webull as well, and I think this is a name that, we've really liked here on the show, and, trying to get back above here. I mean, the VWAP rate here is kind of out of whack because we had this huge move upside. But I really like the $11 mark on Webull as well. So a couple of us been posting about our long positions. It was just the other day. So there goes Webull upside there as well. What about a SoFi? There's a lot of traders that are looking at this on the daily chart. SoFi's had a huge move up recently and just came right back into its, I guess, yearly high. It's not the all-time high because it was kind of going crazy when it first IPO'd, but SoFi looks pretty good here as well, I'd say. Again, Robinhood with yesterday, their crypto moment. If you could choose one or the other, Robinhood's already had this huge move. It's basically a triple from its tariff lows. So I don't know if we necessarily want to be buying that one, but SoFi rate here is only a double. From its tariff lows there back in April. But if we could play Would You Rather, does SoFi or Robinhood look better to you, or maybe it's neither?
I would probably rather get involved in SoFi, Sean, but probably not till next week sometime. I considered shorting it yesterday because it had broken out. And a lot of times, people chase these breakouts, but the stock had just run from 14 up to $18 per share to break out. And it's pulling back. So I think if we were to see it settle down, maybe for, 5-6 days in here, build a little bit of a base, and then be able to continue to move higher. I like SoFi and that SOFX. There is a double for this one as well. So when you have those symbols on there, that's what I'm showing is SOFX is the 2 times for. So basically, it's being at the same price. It's just a clean double play.
Do you often do that? You trade the levered symbol, like the 2 times or the 3 times, like there's TSLL, TSL something else, all those PLTX, I think is another one as well.
PLTU, PLTX, yeah, I do like them. They're just, I don't know, for some reason I like trading a lower price name often, so it gives me more flexibility in getting out. If I buy 5,000 shares of this versus 500 shares, then I've got, I don't feel like a piker, selling 50 shares at a time.
Right, I get it. But at the same time, percentages wise, probably, the chart should look relatively similar on that one. All right, I've been calling sort of a top, uranium stocks. There's OKLO, OKLO, there's SMR, there's the uranium ETF. And it just goes back to that question that Adara sort of had mentioned to you there about how things have been so hot in the first half of the year. Wonder if there's a little bit of a cooling down period right now. So some of these uranium plays, especially now with some tensions relieved, hopefully a little bit anyways, in the Middle East. What about a play like URA? I know NewScale, you and I have talked about this many a time, and that's really been blasting up. But right now, to me, this all looks like we're just coming back in right now. Like, I don't know if there's an avalanche about to happen here or what, but like some of these names, we still have a negative EPS on SMR, NewScale. I'm not sure they even deserve, like right now it's a $5 billion valuation, let alone up here at $7 billion. What do you think about SMR or any of these plays? There's a bunch of them in the nuclear space. Is there anything that you're looking at, NNE maybe, another one, nano nuclear, or uranium, the URA ETF, anything like that? Because I'm thinking that we're going down on these names.
I agree, Sean. They got a little overdone to the upside in here, a lot of hype, and that's fine. Just, they're great trading names on the way up. A stock like SMR, it's got an 11% average daily range, so it's a dangerous stock, and it seems to be that we're getting lower highs and more frequent tests of support. That typically will lead to a breakdown. I mean, I'd love to see it come down all the way to the anchor from the April low, and by that time, that's where we would also meet up with this 50-day moving average. So coming down to $30 or 20% lower is a 2-day move in this stock based on its average true range.
Great call. You already talked about it earlier. We got to let you go soon. It's Canada Day, so Dare and I are going to go home and celebrate.
I wanted to ask you, what is Canada Day? I saw that on my calendar.
Yeah, same thing. Just independence. It's just our national holiday there, celebrating. I think 140 years or something.
58.
How much?
158.
158. That's how old we are here in Canada, celebrating that holiday there from the British. So yeah, our own independence kind of day happening right now. Canada Day coming through. So it's a holiday. All the Canadian markets are closed and whatnot. Most people don't work except for us here at Trader TV Live, of course. But we're out on July 4th, so we're out here. What is a tradition in the Shannon household for July 4th? Is there anything going on?
Probably go for a hike, Sean. Get outside into nature, and then cook something on the grill and just chill.
You got to barbecue out. But I want to talk about a great call there on General Motors trying to break out. Is there anything else that looks like it may be possibly breaking out on your screeners as well that we can have a look for tomorrow or maybe the next day as the markets potentially have lower volume? But there's your GM call that we just had. I think that was great as you had posted on X earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think Apple's a good one for tomorrow, like we discussed. If you look at that on that shorter term, what was I looking at, a 2-minute time frame or 5-minute time frame, getting back above this little range right here, you could probably get a tight stop right here. If it starts to get moving, get your stop up underneath one of these higher lows. So nice compression of energy in there today. Other than that, let's see, I guess, what's interesting, Sean, is Intel kind of,
what's up with that?
We spoke about, of course, that much longer term anchored VWAP that goes back to 1980, whatever it is, that we're still, kind of toying with here. And then down to the weekly time frame, we're back above all these moving averages, and the 200-day moving average is finally rising. So you go down to a 15-minute time frame, and we're starting to see a little bit of range compression in here. This might be a similar type of move. Buy above here, stop under there, it gets moving, raise your stop up under here. At this point, I'd say just for, probably a day trade or maybe hold it over to the third, but those look interesting to me.
He is your Stock Twits Educator of the Year. He is the author of his second book, Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. It's Brian Shannon. Go follow this guy at Alpha Trends. Again, of course, a great follow both on Stock Twits and, which I still haven't been on, and on X. So shout out to you, Brian. Thank you so much for joining us here on, what day is it?
Canada Day.
That's right. You're live on Canada Day on a Canadian stock trading show. So thank you so much, Brian Shannon, for coming through here. Enjoy the barbecue. Enjoy everything. Enjoy the hike. And be safe and be well. And we'll catch you next week here. It's Brian Shannon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao. That's Brian Shannon, one of the best around. We want to thank him for coming through again one more time. But I'm going to get right into this real quick because I don't want to keep it there. I don't want Obi still here. Obi, great question as well for Brian. Thank you so much for staying late for that one. Obi, always doing the best. This guy is the best, actually. All right, so there we go. It's going to be roll call. Who stayed late with us? There's Obi. Who stayed late with us? Let's just go and find out. Mike P. the Rider. This guy's always riding with us. So what's up, Mike? Thank you so much for joining us again as well. Fedora's here. Monty's here. Tia always here as well. Thank you so much. Michelle Meir here always says what's up. Brent is here. Thank you so much. Sebastian's here. Darwin's here. Why not? Joe Paul is here. John is here. Brown Lightning is here. You always run away when you see Brown Lightning. It should be like something other than Brown. Right there. Marcus Steven Johnson, thank you so much for your contribution as well. David Trechiak, I saw the gifted membership. So thank you so much for that one as well. Wall Street only, Susie Fox. DJ, 2 a.m. The best times in the day are 2 a.m. Probably not, but that's a good one. What's up, Scott, as well? Bright Awakening, Alan Neal, A Liar Made Home Prices, Aaron Hernandez, The Tranquil, Tia, and everything else as well. Thank you so much to everybody for staying late with us. Okay, Adara, thank you so much for staying late. We sort of went over what everybody had for lunch. I know they were having some sushi there. I had a salad. Obi had a brisket burger. This is what you had for lunch. You remember?
Yeah, Aviva.
Aviva.
That
the
place.
salad. Yeah, but it's a very good place. Was it a salad?
Pancake.
Oh, those pancakes. Ooh, I like those pancakes. What were they? Strawberry, blueberry, banana, chocolate?
Strawberry. It was just like a fruit situation.
Okay.
Then I got some meat on them as well because protein. Yeah, it was a vibe. It happened.
Nice. The great little spot right by our office. From everybody here, thank you so much. Happy Canada Day to all, and I hope that we were able to entertain all of you on your day off, and thank you for spending some of it here with us at Trader TV Live. A big shout out to Obi again. Of course, big shout out to Jeff Mendel, Money, Mitch was here earlier from Trade the Pool, Brian Shannon there from Alpha Trends as well. So thank you so much for coming through, everybody. Fabian for staying late, and Adara, thank you so much for everything. Sharif, Joe as well, and Brendo. Ramin. I'm going to forget somebody, so I'm going to stop. Thank you so much for, I think I got everybody though. Thank you so much for staying late with us. Tomorrow's another day. It's 8:30. We're back then. So until then, from Adara, I'm Sean. Ciao.
You found the best trading show on the planet. So what are you going to do now? Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.